Chapter 001. Poof. Mo Wen walked at the mouth of the bustling street market, staring at the hovering sports cars speeding back and forth on the street, as well as the elevated sky, and shook his head with a bitter face. It's been 3 days since I came to this world, and I haven't adapted to it. What kind of world is this? Is civilization so developed? Parallel space. If parallel space is not called Earth, but Moron star. Earth. Mo's words immediately attracted the attention of a middle-aged uncle passing by next to him. He stopped, looked at Mo Qing slightly, and slowly spoke, "Young man, do you also know the Earth?" Mo was startled, turned his head to look at the middle-aged uncle, and asked eagerly, "Uncle also knows the Earth?" "Yes, the food there, I will never forget it in my life." The middle-aged uncle's eyes were full of memories, and when he said the word food, the corners of his mouth even hung a trace of crystal. Looking at the middle-aged uncle caught in the memories, especially the crystal on the corner of his mouth, Mo Wen's forehead was suddenly covered with black lines, and he quickly interrupted, "Uncle, do you know how the Earth goes?" "Of course, I took a spaceship." The memory was interrupted, and the middle-aged uncle suddenly rolled his eyes at Mo Wen in dissatisfaction, and then sighed, "I can't go now, because our planet is not allowed to build spaceships." "Why?" The middle-aged uncle looked around, and then whispered in Mo Wen's ear, "Don't think too much, don't ask more, this is a taboo. In Moron Star you better not mention things about spaceships." "I." The middle-aged uncle patted Mo Wen's shoulder, interrupted Mo Wen's words, and spoke, "Okay, I'm going back too. Remember what I told you, don't mention the takeoff ship to others, remember." Saying that, the middle-aged uncle quickly walked into the crowd at the street entrance, as if being with Mo Wen would cause some great trouble. Looking at the middle-aged uncle who walked into the crowd, Mo Wen opened his mouth, then sighed secretly, and smiled bitterly. "The people of this planet are really a little strange." Saying that, Mo Wen turned around and walked back to his home. It is said that it is his own home, but it is not all, because at this time, Mo Wen's body is no longer his original body, but the body of an unlucky ghost with the same name as him, and the so-called home is the residence of the original owner of this body. Back at home, Mo Wen lay directly on the head of the bed, silently observed the surrounding environment, and couldn't help sighing again. It's really destitute. In such a highly developed planet, the original owner of this body actually lives in an abandoned wooden house. No wonder it's so unlucky to let me go. Mo Wen shook his head, and was about to turn over and sort out what he had seen and heard in the past few days, when something suddenly put on hold under him. Seeing this, Mo Wen quickly sat up from the bed and groped where he had just rolled over. "What is it?" After a while, Mo Wen felt a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of Mo's thumb in the gap between the bed board, and it was the diamond horn of this diamond-shaped crystal that was just lying on the bed. "Ding! Found energy crystals, please ask the host if it absorbs." A sudden voice sounded in his mind, so that Mo Jian, who was about to observe the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, panicked for no reason in his heart, and subconsciously gave the diamond-shaped crystal out. "Who?" After waiting for a long time, Mo Jian, who still didn't see any movement, couldn't help frowning and thinking to himself, "Could it be auditory hallucinations just now?" "No, it can't be auditory hallucinations, and auditory hallucinations can't be so clearly presented in my mind. Is it the problem of diamond horn crystals?" Mo Wen turned his head to look at the diamond horn crystal that was still at the gate by him, and after a slight hesitation, he gritted his teeth and picked up the diamond crystal again. "Ding! Found energy crystals, please ask the host if it absorbs." Just as Mo Wen's finger touched the diamond-shaped crystal, the words just now came to his mind again. "Who are you?" Mo Qing, who had had an experience, suppressed the doubt in his heart and asked secretly calmly. "Ding! Found energy crystals, please ask the host if it absorbs." Hearing the words that kept repeating in his mind, Mo Wen's brows suddenly tightened. Could it be that the owner of this figure has no spiritual intelligence? How can he only repeat this sentence? Mo Wen hesitated for a moment, looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand again, and gritted his teeth secretly. Absorption. Ding, energy crystals are absorbing. Loader, please wait for the host. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, the energy crystallization has been absorbed, and the gene evolution system has officially opened. Ding, since the host officially turned on the system for the first time and rewarded gene optimization liquid type I, may I ask if the host has opened the subsystem data panel? Yes. Although I don't understand what this gene evolution system and the so-called subsystem are, I still understand the data, and I don't want to say it directly. Ding, subsystem dataization is on. Can I ask the host to view the current properties? Yes. Host, Mo asked. Grade, none. Skill, none. Combat effectiveness, 0.5. Ordinary special forces are calculated by 1. The host's combat effectiveness is low. Please increase the combat power of the host as soon as possible. The new book set sail, asking for flowers, monthly passes, rewards, collections, and reminders. Chapter 002. Ding, the gene evolution system and the host have completely fused. The auxiliary system, start. Just as Mon looked at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him in a translucent form, in his mind, the sound that seemed to be synthesized just now suddenly sounded again. Swish! A glimmer of light flashed, and Mon's figure suddenly disappeared in this poor wooden house, appearing in a white space. This space was empty except for a white fog, and the sky was also chaotic, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Where is this? Mon looked at this sudden scene in shock, and muttered in disbelief, could it be that I was dreaming and fell asleep as soon as I got home? A series of changes, let Mon subconsciously think that he is dreaming. This change in just a few minutes is too mysterious. Casually let a person come will be a little unacceptable. Who knows? As soon as his voice fell, the indifferent electronic synthesized voice from before suddenly sounded, "You are not dreaming, my master." Who? Mon suddenly turned to look around, but still didn't see anything. He couldn't help but be a little timid. Who is talking? What is hiding and hiding? It has the ability to come out. Yes, master. The electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded again, and in an instant, the white fog in front of Mon changed, quickly converged towards the center, and finally formed a fist-sized white light mass. The light was very soft, and it looked very comfortable. It's just that Mon doesn't have a comfortable feeling. On this light group, there is a small face like a child. The mouth on the small face opens, and the electronic synthesis sounds, "Master, it's nice to meet you." Master? Mon's eyes widened, looking at this light mass in shock and doubt, and only after a long time did he react, and asked hesitantly, are you talking to me? Yes, master. The light mass shook a few times and looked as if it was nodding. Fortunately, you can still communicate. You call me master? After this series of changes, Mon was also completely calm, and he was sure that he was not dreaming, and he couldn't help but look at the light group dangling in front of him. Yes, master. The photophore replied. Mon felt extremely strange, and he shook his head. Why do you call me master? Have we seen it before? Light Tuan shook his head and said, No, master. Mon was almost crazy. A genetic evolution system came out for no reason, and for no reason he went to this empty place, and encountered such a light mass with a child's face. He was both afraid and puzzled. Who the hell are you? Mo asked helplessly. Back to the master. I am an auxiliary program inside the genetic system, master. I can be the spirit of some kind of artifact. Hikaruan replied sharply. Spirit? Mon thought to himself secretly, and then nodded. Then what is your role? Why did you choose me? My role is to assist the master to understand the genetic system, improve the master's future cultivation, so that the master can operate the system, As for why the system chooses, I don't know, the choice is where the genetic system is. I am just an intelligent auxiliary program. The light mass shook its small body. Mo asked helplessly, looked at the light group. What is that system? What does it do? The system is a natural treasure born of the mind of infinite intelligent life in the infinite universe. The system has no specific form and specific concept, and its main role is to shuttle through the world. Every time you travel through the world, the main goal is to steal the origin of the world and let the system evolve. The specific process, the system will be released to the host in the form of a task, and at the same time, the host can get a rich reward from the system for completing the task. Note 1, the system is unique. The specific functions are: shuttling through the great thousands, stealing the origin, suppressing chi luck, protecting the soul, covering up cause and effect, creating all things, transforming the rules. Note 2, there is a reward for completing the task, and the items that are rewarded are the most suitable items for the host that the system has stolen through the world origin. Of course, the host can also ask for it by itself, and the system will spend energy to show the items that the host needs. Note 3, the existence of the system cannot be mentioned to anyone, to avoid others coveting and the host being hunted and killed. Note 4, the host and the system are associated relationship. The stronger the system, the stronger the host. Similarly, the stronger the host, the stronger the function of the system. Hopefully, the host will focus on the tasks released by the system. The above is the specific information that the genetic evolution system needs the attention of the owner, and other information, if the owner does not understand, ask me slowly in the future. Mon pondered for a moment, recalled the system precautions given by the photo for just now, and asked, "You said that there will be a reward for completing the task. What will happen if you fail?" "No punishment?" "Mo, do you believe that there will be pie in the sky to happen to you? There is no love for no reason, there is no hate for no reason. How can this so-called genetic evolution system help itself for no reason?" The gene evolution system is based on helping the host evolve and its own evolution as a guideline. There is no penalty for task failure, but the host is better to complete the task as much as possible, because each task released by the system is to steal the origin of the current world. The task is completed, the origin stolen by the system will be divided into two, half for system evolution, half for the reward of the host. The world origin cannot be stolen if the mission fails, and the natural system cannot provide any rewards to the host. Mo nodded inquiringly, that is, regardless of the system release. What kind of tasks are all to steal the origin of the world, and the reward I get is also the system manifested from the origin, right? Yes, my master. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 003. After Mon was silent for a long time, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and quickly asked, "What is this Moron star now? Did this genetic evolution system bring me here?" "Master, if described by the information in your memory, this is the Dragon Ball Universe world." "Dragon Ball Universe world, what do you mean? Could it be that you took me through to this perverted Dragon Ball world that explodes planets at every turn?" When Mo asked, his face turned a little dark. "Master, let me correct a little, what brought you to this world is the genetic evolution system, not me. I'm just an auxiliary sub-program, and now there are still many years away from the plot of bursting the planet at every turn, and the current Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King has just arrived on Earth." The light group circled around Mon, and then slowly spoke. "Many years worse." Mon was speechless. Is this a matter of many years? There are countless strong people in this world universe, and any person can give me a second, maybe I won't live until the plot. "Master, please rest assured, you can first set the Dragon Ball world as the main world, and then use the system to open up some small worlds to enhance your strength, and the genetic evolution system will not issue 10 mortal missions, or bring the host into the mortal world." Mo asked, "Is this okay? So when can I travel to other worlds?" "Now the system is the initial stage, the origin in the system is enough for the master to cross a small world. If the master wants to cross, you can at any time. Master, do you want to cross to other small worlds now to enhance some strength? Of course. Mo asked without thinking about it and nodded directly. There was no mention of this so-called Moron star in the original work. Who knows if it was destroyed? To know that Frisia is in the stage of domination, but often buy and sell planets. If the planet in the original book is really destroyed, as an ordinary person, he does not even resist. If he has the strength to prevent at least some things, no matter how bad it is, he can escape from this planet, right? Good host. As the voice of the light group fell, its figure disappeared instantly, followed by the emotionless cold synthesis of the system. Ding! The main world Dragon Ball is locked. Start searching the world. Searching. After the search is completed, it takes 12 seconds, it consumes 10 units of the world origin, and begins to cross. Crossing method, flesh crossing. In an instant, before Mon could react, he only felt that his eyes were dark, and then he instantly lost consciousness. In a daze, Mon opened his eyes again. At a glance, it was a modern bedroom. The bedroom was large. In the middle was a bed, on which hung a huge crystal chandelier, surrounded by fine mahogany furniture. On the floor, wooden planks. At this moment, he was lying on the big bed in the middle of the house. Phew! Isn't this my bedroom? Have you left the Dragon Ball world? Fortunately, it is still a modern society. If it is a primitive society or ancient times, I really don't know how to live. Taking a long breath, Mon glanced around, shook his head, no longer thought about it, and with a slight movement in his heart, he began to call the system auxiliary program, that is, the light group. System, system. Master, no need to speak, just think in the heart. The system can sense the host's thinking fluctuations to avoid being detected by outsiders. Okay, then you tell me, where is this place and what is my task? The task will not be released until the host meets the protagonist of the world, and the world where the host is located right now is the apocalypse of the Academy. School apocalypse? That sells. Meet anime? Mo asked stunned. This anime was originally watched no less than 10 times before crossing over, although the content in it was not nutritious, but the painting style was too much for Mo to ask about this youth. The young man's heart was pounding. It's really the apocalypse of the Academy, and as for whether it's selling meat, I don't know. Mon rolled his eyes. He didn't have any common sense, he didn't even know what selling meat meant, and he didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly changed the topic. Then where am I now, and how much time is left before the start of the plot? At present, the location of the owner is the home of the heroine Poison Island, and there is still half a month before the beginning of the plot, said the light group without saying anything. Poison Island Jaco's home? How could I be at her house? Mon's face showed an inquiring look. Due to the master's strength problem, he fell into a coma when crossing over, and after coming to this world, the master happened to be unconscious outside the door of the Poison Island Yuzai's house, and after returning from school, the Poison Island Yuzai saw the master outside the door and took the master into the room, so. Mon nodded, and then asked, and why did the plot start half a month later? Isn't it early? The genetic evolution system is to let the master evolve, not to let the master die, although the dead body in the curse of the Academy is not very strong, but it is not something that ordinary people can deal with, so the system deliberately advances the owner for a period of time when it teleports the master over, so that the master can learn some means of self-defense during this time, so that after the plot begins, deal with the dead body, and complete the task as much as possible. Half a month to learn the means of self-defense, but also to deal with that kind of undead creature? System, when am I? God, Mo asked with a wry smile. Master, don't forget the reward when the system is turned on. You mean gene optimization fluid? Yes, after injecting ejaculating the gene optimization liquid, you can at least improve the master's physique by 10 times, and when the time comes, with more training, it will be completely no longer a problem to deal with the dead body in the plot. Tread. Mon nodded, and was about to take out the reward of the system, when there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the bedroom door. Seeing this, Mon quickly gave up his original plan and looked towards the bedroom door. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 004. Squeak. The door to the bedroom opened from the outside, and a young girl about 17 or 8 years old, wearing a Japanese-style school uniform and long purple hair, slowly walked in through the door. This is the Poison Island surprise, it's really like in the anime. Looking at the girl who walked in from outside the door, Mon's eyes couldn't help but brighten, casually questioning, but thinking about it was full of affirmation. Walking into the bedroom, the Poison Island looked at Mon sitting on the bed and suddenly startled, and then said with a kind face, "Are you awake? Is your body okay? Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. Where is this? How did I get here?" Although Mon had already learned the cause and effect from the auxiliary program, he had to pretend at this time, so as not to suspect the Poison Island. "You don't remember what happened before?" Poison Island Kaihuzixiu asked with a slight frown. Mon pretended to be dazed and shook his head. Looking at Mon's expression, Poison Island frowned and said, "When I went home, I saw you unconscious at my doorstep, so I brought you in. You are really fine. Do you want to help you call a doctor?" "Don't bother, I'm no longer a big deal, thank you for your help. My name is Mon. Mon thanked the Poison Island. "Are you a person? My name is Poison Island Kiazi, Mo Kyunjun, please take care of you." Poison Island Kaihuza looked at Mo with curiosity and asked. She was still the first time she saw people. "I'm indeed a person, but," Mon nodded, a wry smile appeared on his face, and pretended to speak. "I just didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the first day I came to Japan, and thank you for your help, Miss Poison Island." "Mo Kyunjun, just call me surprised, you don't need to do this, this is what I should do." Poison Island was thanked one after another by Mo Jian, and he was a little embarrassed, and quickly changed the topic. "Mon Jun, are you coming to Japan for tourism or?" "It's also a tour," Mon nodded, muttering secretly in his heart, "Anyway, he is not a scam island, after all, after the plot starts, he will leave after completing the system task, and the time difference in between is only about 1 month, which is no different from tourism." Just when Mo asked what he was about to say to Poison Island again, his stomach suddenly made a cooing sound. Seeing this, Mon's face turned red for a moment. "I'm sorry," Mon said a little embarrassed towards the Poison Island. After hanging out in Molenseing for a day during the day, and after returning to the wooden house in the afternoon, he encountered something systematic, and he really didn't occupy the water at the end of the day. Poison Island was stunned, and also said with some embarrassment, "I just cooked some dishes, if Mon Jun doesn't dislike it, let's come together." Mon looked at the Poison Island, hesitated slightly, and said a little embarrassed, "Then it's a disturbing." "Mon Jun, don't be so polite," Poison Island nodded, and after being polite with Mon again, he walked out of the bedroom with Mon. The dinner table is the most accessible place, although the two were very embarrassed at first, but under the slow conversation, the two gradually became familiar with each other. After a meal, although the relationship between Mon and Poison Island Yuzai was not very close, at least it was no longer polite with strangers. "There are many troubles, I should also leave." After the meal, Mon helped Poison Island to clean up the tableware on the table, and after looking at the sky outside, he was silent for a while before speaking. After all, he and Poison Island have just met, and although they can already be regarded as friends after the conversation at the dinner table, they can't stay at her house all the time. Poison Island was stunned. Mo asked June, "Is this the time to leave?" "It's not early, so why not stay for the night and make plans tomorrow?" This This is not good, Mo asked, a little moved, not because he was thick-skinned, but after crossing into this world, he was penniless, and he really didn't know where to go after going out. Poison Island squinted his eyes slightly. There is nothing bad, my father has been in a foreign dojo all year round, and I live alone at home, and it is more lively to have one more person. It's no wonder that Poison Island's surprise is like this. When Mo Man was unconscious in front of her during the day, Poison Island's surprise had already checked Mo Wen's body. With a strong personality and gentle and kind to others, she knew that Mo Wen had no money on him, not even an identity certificate, afraid that Mo Wen would encounter something when he went out. And in the conversation just now, Poison Island Kaihuzi also found that Mo Wen was not a bad person, and he was not afraid that Mo Wen would do something. But you're a girl after all, and I will inevitably live here. Poison Island chuckled and said, it's okay Mo Wen-jun, the bedroom where you slept during the day is my father's room, I'll go and clean up for you again. Saying that, she walked directly to the bedroom just now. Mo Wen looked at the Poison Island who walked into the bedroom with a wry smile, and called the auxiliary program of the gene system in his heart, is there a way to get some money for me? I was too embarrassed to get it just now. Master, the genetic evolution system is not omnipotent, you can't manifest anything without the origin. If you want coins and other materials, you can only figure it out by the master. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, plans, favorites, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 005. It's night. Mo Wen was lying in the bedroom cleaned up by the Poison Island, looking up at the bright light on the ceiling, and secretly called out the auxiliary program helplessly, is there really no way? Yes, my master. The system has not received the source, I can't do anything? So when is there a task? I can't just wait like this, Mo asked again helplessly. Master, you think like this is some mediocrity. The most important thing at present is to improve your strength first, have the strength to better complete the system task. You are just an ordinary person now, even if the system releases the task to you, you can't do it, the auxiliary program said lightly in Mo Wen's mind. That's what I said, Mo Wen shook his head, and then continued, help me take out the genetic optimization liquid rewarded by the system, I want to inject. Yes, master. As the voice of the auxiliary program fell, a syringe containing the emerald green liquid body suddenly appeared in the palm of Mo Wen's right hand. Mo asked to look at the syringe that suddenly appeared in his hand, and then asked again, is this thing injected directly like this? Good. Mo Wen nodded, gripped the test tube of the syringe with his right hand, aimed the needle at his left arm, and plunged down in one fell swoop. The whole action was completed in one go, without any hesitation. The emerald green liquid body entered the body in the syringe, and Mo Wen sat quietly on the edge of the bed and waited. A minute passed, and there was nothing unusual except that the body was a little warm. Mo Wen's brows frowned, and he was just about to ask the auxiliary program if this gene optimization liquid had expired, but at this moment, gene optimization solution is ready. For a moment, Mo Wen only felt that the sky was spinning, as if he saw thousands of butterflies flying in front of his eyes, and the whole body, whether it was muscles and bones, or blood and flesh, were transmitting tearing pain. Ah! Mo Wen, who thought that this gene optimization liquid would not have too much pain, was directly defeated by the cruelty of reality. This kind of pain from the depths of the cell, after the gene optimization liquid took effect, let the ordinary person who was pampered Mo ask the cold sweat of pain, and wanted to die. Time passed by seconds and seconds, and Mo Wen, who could not withstand the pain, only felt that his eyelids were aggravated, and finally the whole person fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. Mo Wen regained consciousness from the darkness, opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling above his head. Finally passed. You gave me the auxiliary program. Master, Are you awake? Why didn't you tell me that this gene optimization solution is so painful after injection? Mo asked through gritted teeth. You didn't ask me either. Mo Wen sat down on the bed speechlessly, and said with a helpless face, the next time something happens, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, you have to tell me as soon as possible. I see. Well. How long have I been asleep? Mo Wen sighed weakly. It's been 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 23 seconds since you fell asleep. It's been 3 hours so quickly. By the way, how did the gene optimization fluid fuse? Did it succeed? Mo Qing only recovered from the pain before passing out at this time, and quickly asked. Back to the master, it has been successful, and it is perfect, said the auxiliary program cheerfully in Mo Wen's mind. Well. Mo Wen stood up from the bed. When his eyes swept over his body, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. The originally thin body, actually directly bulged, the muscle line became very perfect, there was no swelling of muscles at all, but a streamlined appearance. Ha! Mo Wen waved his fist, sensing the strong wind coming from his fist, and couldn't help but be surprised. What a strong feeling, auxiliary program, how much has my strength increased? Master, you better see for yourself. Saying that, the auxiliary program opened the translucent properties panel. Host, Mo asked. Grade, none. Skill, none. Combat effectiveness, 5. Ordinary special forces are calculated by 1. I remember that my previous combat power was 0.5, good thing, I didn't expect that this genetic optimization liquid would increase my combat power tenfold at once. Mo Wen looked at his attribute panel in surprise. Master, you have just injected the gene optimization liquid, the liquid is not completely stable, and after a period of exercise, your strength will improve, said the auxiliary program in a strange manner. Mo Wen nodded, looked at the level display on the attribute panel, and couldn't help but ask, I've already injected ejaculation of gene optimization liquid, how can the level still be none? Master, you need to know that now whether you are physical strength or the combat effectiveness shown in the data, it is only 5 times that of ordinary special forces. Such a degree can still be achieved by ordinary people with more training, and the level displayed by the system needs to surpass what ordinary people can show. 5 times the average special forces is not considered beyond the limit of ordinary people. Mo asked. Yes, Master, ordinary special forces only have some more skills than ordinary people, and their physical fitness is 1 or 2 times stronger than ordinary people, while the lowest standard of system level is 10 times that of ordinary special forces, so the Master has to refuel. 10 times, I see, Mo asked and nodded thoughtfully. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 006. Master, you have to improve your physical fitness to 10 times as soon as possible, and there will be a surprise when you reach 10 times. Just as Mo Qian was thinking thoughtfully, the voice of the auxiliary program sounded in his head again. Oh, what surprise! Mo Wen suddenly came back from his thoughts, and hurriedly asked the auxiliary program. At that time, the Master will know, but I have to remind the Master, don't look at your current body too simply. When you reach 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary special forces, your body will be deformed. The helper said mysteriously. The voice leading to the auxiliary program, Mo couldn't help but stunned. My current body is just the body of an ordinary planetary in the Dragon Ball world, can it still be comparable to the body of a scion? The auxiliary program said in a tone full of containment, Master, the body selected by the genetic evolution system is not so simple. Oh, is it comparable to a scion? The plot of the Dragon Ball in the Master's memory basically revolves around the Earth and the scions, saying that it is the Dragon Ball world. It is better to call it a scion legend, but the Master, you need to know that the world is not only the Earth and the scions, 12 universes, countless major races. There are no less than hundreds of races that are strong in that world competition, not to mention the body that the genetic evolution system personally selects for the master. You mean that my body has more potential than a scion body? Mo asked with a happy face. Of course, the master's body is unique to that world, and it is rarer than the legendary scions in the scion race, and it will take tens of millions of years to appear one. Then can you tell me about this body? Mo asked hurriedly. Originally, Mo knew that he had crossed into the Dragon Ball world, and it was not a pity that it was not a scion, but he did not expect that there would be a day when the peak turned around. After the owner's physical fitness reaches the standard and the level of the system is turned on, he will naturally know. Mo was suddenly stunned by the words of the auxiliary program, as if eating fish was stuck in the throat by fish bones. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't vomit. He wanted to swallow, and he couldn't swallow it, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Okay, you retreat, it'll be dawn in a few hours, and I'll rest too, Mo asked, who was speechless, and directly waved his hand to communicate with the auxiliary program, and came out of sight, out of mind. Yes, master. Time passed, and the night passed in a hurry. Early the next morning, Mo woke up from a deep sleep, looked at the faint sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window, couldn't help getting up from the bed, moved his body slightly, and walked out directly. But he has always remembered the situation of his body. Last night's system auxiliary program, let Mo be tossing and turning all night, finally fell asleep in the middle of the night, can no longer sleep in the morning. A day without solving the body's affairs, a day will not sleep well. The so-called curiosity kills, is nothing more than this. In Mo's mind, the reason why the system auxiliary program does not tell itself may be to improve itself as soon as possible. Jun, good morning, just as Mo retreated from the bedroom door and was about to go out to exercise. The gentle greeting of Poison Island Kaihuza suddenly came from the living room. Surprise, why did you get up so early? Mo looked at the poisonous island standing in the living room, holding a wooden sword, and couldn't help but be startled. I see that Jun is very early, is getting up so early to prepare for exercise. Poison Island chuckled. Yes, go out and move casually. I see that you are holding a wooden sword, and you are also ready to go out and exercise, right? Mo nodded and pointed to the wooden sword in the hand of Poison Island Kaihuzi and said. Poison Island pursed his lips and chuckled. I was forced by my father to learn kendo since I was a child, and after so many years of perseverance, I have long been used to it. I'm still quite envious of you who learn kendo. Mo is indeed a little envious of the Poison Island, whether it is before the crossing, or now, at this time. He has physical fitness, but does not have the corresponding ability. In terms of skills in life and death fights alone, the Poison Island can beat him 10-1. Mo Jun seems to be different today, more energetic than last night. Poison Island's gaze swept over Evil Moon's body, and then a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and after thinking about it secretly, he said to Mo, if Mo Jun wants to learn kendo, I can teach you. Mo asked that he didn't expect that Poison Island would actually say this, and he couldn't help but say with some heartbeat, is it okay? It won't delay your time, right? No, it won't take much time, said Poison Island with a slight shake of his head. Poison Island began to exercise at the age of 3, began to contact the sword at the age of 5, and practiced the sword for 12 years. It can be said that in her eyes there is only a sword, and there are usually not many friends who can be regarded as confidants. At this time Mo asked to learn kendo with her, she really couldn't ask for it. Then it's troublesome for you. Mo Ching is not polite, he shot the gene optimization liquid, he has a brute force but nowhere to make it. He learned kendo with Poison Island Kizai, at least he can master his overnight surge in a short time. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 007. Take it. Standing in the courtyard, Poison Island Kyuza threw a wooden sword to Mon, and he also took out a wooden sword himself, and said to Mon, "Try to attack me and see." "Hey?" "Oh," Mo asked a little unknowingly, holding the wooden sword that was still coming over from the poisonous island. Didn't he want to teach himself kendo? How did he suddenly rise to the level of battle? Although he thought so, Mon didn't ask more. Since Poison Island said so, she must have her own reason in it. She is a beginner, just listen. Looking at the wooden sword in his hand, Mon suddenly became curious. This is the wooden sword, the first thing he touched. "Don't be stupid, attack." The poisonous island boy watched Mon take the wooden sword, but he still fought in place again, and couldn't help but urge there. "Brush." Mon quickly stopped his curious thoughts, holding the handle of the knife with both hands. I don't know how Mon's body seemed to automatically adjust at this moment, very coordinated, like a warrior who has undergone years of training, subconsciously swung towards the neck of the Poison Island girl. "Yes." Poison Island Surprise's eyes flashed a trace of surprise and a trace of surprise. Judging from the action of Mon taking the wooden sword just now, he was completely a novice, but from the state of this blow alone, it was comparable to a person who had trained swordsmanship for many years. Seeing this, Poison Island Surprise couldn't help but secretly praised, such a strong talent, a well-coordinated body. However, before Poison Island could think more, Mon's wooden sword had already swung towards her neck. Poison Island gathered his mind, his right hand holding the sword tightened sharply, and at the moment when Mon's wooden sword was about to slash into his neck, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it towards the wooden sword that came to the door. Snap! As Poison Island's wooden sword swung, although Mon's eyes kept up with her speed, before he could change his move, the wooden sword in his hand was knocked out with a pop. Mon blinked his eyes, looked at his empty hand, and the wooden sword that was knocked out, and secretly asked the system auxiliary program in his heart, "What happened to my state just now?" "Master, this is the effect of the gene optimization liquid. He can not only improve the master's physical fitness, but also open the ancient genes hidden in the master's body, so that you can awaken some battle instincts. How do you feel?" The voice of the auxiliary program came out in Mon's mind. "Fighting instinct? Such a strong gene optimization liquid?" Mo asked and murmured secretly. "This is just a gene optimization liquid I shape. If it is a gene optimization liquid of shape 2 and 3, it may be able to directly awaken some more powerful abilities. How many models of this gene optimization solution are there, and how do I get them?" Mo, who tasted the sweetness, asked, and quickly asked. "There are a total of 5 models of gene optimization liquid, and this gene optimization liquid is unique to the system. The owner wants to obtain the follow-up gene optimization liquid. You must let the system evolve. Every time the system evolves, the master can get a tube of follow-up optimization liquid, so please also ask the owner to improve the strength as soon as possible, speed up the completion of the task, and let the system evolve as soon as possible." "Mon-jun, have you really not been in contact with kendo before?" Poison Island lowered his hand and put down the wooden sword, looking at Mo in front of him with a serious expression and asked. Hearing Poison Island's question, Mon quickly broke off the conversation with the auxiliary program, turned his head and shook his head at her. "I have never been in contact." "Not once?" Poison Island asked with a look in his eyes. "Well, not once." Mo asked affirmatively. "What a strong talent!" A smile appeared at the corner of Poison Island's mouth, and after thinking about it secretly, he spoke. "Well, I already know your situation. I'll teach you the basics of kendo later." Mo asked and smiled at the Poison Island and said, "Thank you, Kiazi." "Okay, let's get started. Kendo comes from." In the following days, Mon lived in his home with the help of Poison Island Yuzai, and practiced kendo with her in the early morning hours. Mon was still a little unaccustomed to this at first, but gradually became accustomed to it after that. Time was in a hurry, and 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Another peaceful day. On this day, Mon couldn't help but sigh secretly after training with Poison Island Kizai, sending Poison Island Kaiuza to school, and returning home to pour a cup of warm water for himself. Master, I have to remind you that today is the day the plot begins, I hope you don't forget. Just as Mon was looking at the pedestrians on the side of the road and sighing secretly, the voice of the system auxiliary program suddenly came to his mind. Is today the day the plot begins? Damn, Mo asked stunned, quickly grabbed the wooden sword placed beside him, turned around and ran out the door, practicing kendo with Poison Island Yuko every day, living an ordinary and warm life, almost making him forget the time when the plot came. Roar! Mon, who grabbed the wooden sword and ran out of the courtyard gate, suddenly found that the world had changed, the originally prosperous city had lost its former prosperity, and everywhere he looked, there were panicked humans fleeing in the pursuit of zombies. The end has come quietly. Entering the official plot, the protagonist learns kendo just to control his skyrocketing strength, and it will not appear again in the future, so there are not many yards of cabbage about kendo. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 008. When Mon stepped out of the gate and looked at the panicked humans and dead bodies, a task prompt sound finally came from his mind, which made him wait for half a month. Ding! The plot begins, the main quest is released. Ding! The main quest 1, kill the members of the original plot 6-person squad, and get 50 origin points for each person killed. Ding! The main mission 2, save the mortal character of the original plot, and get 20 origin points for each person saved. Listening to the task transmitted by the system, Mon's heart couldn't help but shock. Auxiliary program, you give me out, what is the situation? Master's task. I know it's a mission, but what is going on in this mission? Mission 2 is okay, how is task 1 to kill the members of the original plot 6-person squad? How can there be such a mission? Let me be a villain? Mon became inexplicably irritable. The so-called 6-person squad of the original plot is the 6-person protagonist of the group of School Apocalypse. They are Komuro Taka, Miyamoto Rei, Poison Island Tsukiko, Takashiro Saya, Hirano Toda, and School Dr. Shizuka Jukawa. Komuro Takashi and the others he doesn't know, forget it, kill it, but what about Poison Island Surprise, let her kill Poison Island Surprise? The auxiliary program replied flatly, the original plot 6-person squad is the child of destiny of the current world, that is, the so-called protagonist, killing them will shake the world origin, only when the world origin shakes, the genetic evolution system can better steal the world origin, so there is no excuse for such a task. But the master can also choose not to kill, it all depends on the master yourself, may have seen Mon's entanglement, and the auxiliary program couldn't help but speak first when Mon's voice had not yet been spoken. Yes, the choice is mine, I can also choose not to kill, at most just steal some less origin. A strange light flashed in Mon's eyes, and he had lived with Poison Island for half a month, getting along with him every day and night, he really couldn't do it. Hearing Mo's words, the auxiliary program was silent for a moment before continuing, I still hope that the master will kill as many as possible, and try to let the system steal more origins, so that it will be good for you and the genetic evolution system. Mon rolled his eyes, and said that these were completely useless to the emotionless program, and did not reason with him, and directly changed the topic. Auxiliary program, forget it, this name is too long, change your name, you will be called Xiao Mo in the future. Mo asked, and without waiting for the auxiliary program to answer, he asked again, Xiao Mo, what is the origin point behind the task? The origin point is something that the system displays with data, so that the owner can intuitively recognize how much origin can be obtained by completing a task, and the owner will treat him as the currency of the thing in the system. Mon nodded, and after thinking about it, he continued to ask, will the future missions be like this to kill the protagonist to obtain origin points? The origin is the root of a world, the Master, if you want to steal the origin of the world, you must change the direction of the fate of the world, that is, change the fate of some important or secondary figures or forces in this world, such as change, such as salvation, such as killing, etc., and so on. In this way, the direction of the world has changed, the origin will fluctuate. At that time, the system can steal a certain unit of the origin. Specifically, it depends on the fluctuation strength of the world's origin. In a word, it is to change the direction of the world, let the world origin shake, you can obtain the origin, and you don't necessarily have to kill the protagonist, right? Mon nodded, he finally understood everything before and after. Without him, if you want to obtain the origin of the world, you have to change the plot, that is, the direction of the world. Once the plot is wrong, the origin of the world will riot. At that time, it is the time for the system to steal the origin. Not bad, Xiao Mo replied approvingly. I have to converge with Poison Island Kizai as soon as possible, and I don't know if the disaster there in Fujime Academy has broken out, Mon muttered secretly, and no longer said to little Moto, standing at the gate of the courtyard outside Poison Island Surprise's house, looking at the dead bodies and crowds chasing on the street again, clutching the wooden sword and walking out. Walking on the street and seeing one human being killed in the bite of the zombies, Mon had pity in his heart, but he could not do anything. After all, this is the mission world, and he also knows that the whole world will fall. With so many human beings, he couldn't save them all. What's more, he also needs to go to the converging with the Poison Island and find a way to complete the task, and saving people will only drag down his efficiency in completing the task. After calming down his emotions, Mon put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind for the time being. With strong physical fitness, coupled with a wooden sword in hand, the surrounding dead body naturally could not get close to him by half an inch. But all the zombies that rushed towards him were all pierced through the head by Mon with a wooden sword. Poison Island's home is not far from Fujime Academy. If you usually walk, it is only about 10 minutes away at most, and you don't care about anything along the way. Although there are dead bodies blocking his way, he still arrived at the gate of Fujime Academy within 10 minutes. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 009. Notify the whole school. Now that violence is going on campus, students immediately follow the instructions of faculty and staff to evacuate. Repeat, now there is violence on campus, now repeat again. Ah. Ah. Help me. Stop it. Help me. Ah, it hurts. Hiss. Just when Mon came to the door of Fujime Academy, there was a sudden sound of radio on campus. Seeing this, Mon suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the dead body has just broken out in Fujime Academy. According to the development of the original plot, at this time, Poison Island Yuko should be on the way to the infirmary to rescue Shizuka Jukawa, and he has to quickly enter and join them. Saying that, Mon flicked the wooden sword in his hand, pinned it behind him, and then stepped a little, quickly rushed to the pipe next to the teaching building, and used the pipe to climb to the upper floors of the teaching building. It's not that Mo-ching is different and doesn't want to take the stairs, but the entrance of the stairs has been blocked by students and dead bodies at this time, and they can't rush in at all. It's a waste of time to go there, and they can even be trapped by dead bodies. Yang, leave him quickly. Just as Mon climbed up to the second floor and was about to continue climbing, he faintly heard a coquettish snort coming from the corridor of the teaching building not far away. Mo asked to look for Prestige, and saw that on the cloister not far away, a girl with long beige hair, about 17 or 8 years old holding a long stick, and a boy holding a baseball bat, was anxiously running towards the boy with his arm stuck on the neck of the dead body on the other side. The moment he saw the 2 men and 1 woman, Mon immediately guessed their identities. The woman should be Miyamoto Rei, and the boy with the baseball bat is Komuro Taka, and the one stuck in the dead neck should be the dead Jing Hanaga in the original work. At this moment, the dead body that was caught in the neck of Jing Haoyangka's head suddenly passed 180 degrees back, and violently tore down Jing Haoyang's arm. Phew! Seeing this, Mo Wen did not hesitate at all, pulled out the wooden sword pinned behind his waist in one fell swoop, and shot towards the dead body's head. Pon. Only listening to a muffled sound, the dead body of the neck of the Lord of Jing Haoyangka, the head was suddenly pierced by the wooden sword. Iko Hanaga and Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei were stunned when they looked at this sudden wooden sword, and then quickly turned their heads and looked in the direction where the wooden sword flew from. Mo Wen jumped from the pipe to the cloister, nodded at the three, then bypassed the three of them, came to the dead body, pulled out the wooden sword inserted in his head, and thought to himself, 20 points of origin point in hand, even if it has changed Jing Hanaga's fate now, he is not out of danger now. Hey, who is that? Thank you. Jing Haoyang rubbed his directly sore arm and looked at Mo with gratitude on his face and asked. It's okay, now that the world is starting to collapse, everyone is human beings should help each other. Mo Wen nodded towards Jing Haoyang, and then asked, how do you go to the infirmary? Go to the end. Then turn 2 corners and you'll be there. Jing Hanaga raised his finger to the end of the corridor. Finally, I will give you a hint, only these monsters with headshots will die, and you can't kill them like you just did. Saying that, Mo Wen glanced at Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei, and then walked towards the end of the cloister without looking back. Monster, is it? Jing Haoyang looked at Mo Wen's back and muttered to himself. Indeed, I saw them bitten to death just now, but now they are moving, not what the monster is. Komuro Takashi couldn't help but speak when he heard Izunaga's muttering. Ah! Stop, don't bite me, At this moment, a shout suddenly attracted the attention of the three of them. I saw that not far away a group of dead bodies were frantically chasing a girl, and due to tension and fear, the girl ran and accidentally fell to the ground, and the next moment she was submerged in the sea of dead bodies. We have to get out of here quickly, Jing Hanaga couldn't help but say as he looked at the scene not far away. Where to? It's all these monsters out there. Let's go to the roof. Jing Hanaga suggested. Roof. Miyamoto Rei didn't react and blurted out. Well, let's stay there and wait for help to come, there is a rooftop there, said Jing Hanaga with a nod. Rei Miyamoto and Takashi Komuro looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Okay, let's go to the rooftop. Just as Mo Wen and Miyamoto Rei were acting separately, in the infirmary on the other side, a boy looked at the dead bodies biting everywhere downstairs like crazy, and couldn't help but turn his head to Shizuka Jukawa and said, Teacher Jukawa, let's go quickly. It's good to find a place to hide. Shizuka Jukawa also looked at the situation outside the window, and said with a scared expression on her pretty face, then. Good. Okay, but I have to get something to go, my backpack, and the medical kit. And these, he said as he walked to the medicine cabinet and filled his bag. Roar. Originally looking at the boy downstairs, hearing this roar that sounded in his ears, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the gate, and saw that several dead bodies were shaking towards this side. Seeing this, the boy quickly ran over and forcefully pushed the door up. While holding the gate hard, the boy looked at Shizuka Jichuan and said, Teacher Jukawa, I can't stand it, those things are not needed, hurry up. That's not okay, if I meet injured classmates, I can also help them treat. Shizuka Kumagawa heard the boy's words, tilted her head and looked at him and said. The boy's weak body could not support the impact of the dead body outside, and in the time of Shizuka Jukawa's words, the boy who blocked the door was instantly pushed to the ground by the dead body outside the door. Ugh! The door opened instantly, and the boy who was pushed to the ground looked at the dead body that let in with only half of his head and a trace of minced meat hanging from his mouth, and suddenly crawled out in horror. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 010. Go and die. Looking at the dead body that was getting closer and closer, slumped on the ground, and the boy who kept crawling backwards didn't know where the guts came from, suddenly picked up the hanger on the side and smashed the dead body in front of him. Bang! The half-faced dead body that took the lead fell in response. Seeing this, the boy seemed to have recovered a lot of confidence, quickly got up from the ground, roared again and smashed several dead bodies next to him again. Bang! 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 He was already relatively thin, and after continuously holding something as heavy as a hanger and smashing it several times, he suddenly lost his strength, and the few dead bodies he smashed to the ground just now got up again. Seeing this, the boy's face showed a trace of determination, a trace of bitterness, and quickly ran to Jichuan Shizuka, panting and saying, "Jichuan-sensei, you go quickly, I will cover you." Before Shizuka Jukawa could answer the boy's words, she saw the dead body that had just gotten up, but at this moment, she directly pounced on the boy's body and bit his arm. "Ah!" The boy screamed and shouted at Shizuka Kumagawa, "Mr. Jukawa, go quickly." Shizuka Jukawa heard the boy's question, but instead of leaving to escape, she stood motionless and asked a word that made him vomit blood, "What's your name?" "My name is..." "Yes." When the boy was about to reply, the dead body that had just bitten him bit down on his body again, and the rest of the dead bodies in the room also passed the boy at this time and grabbed Shizuka Jukawa. Bang! Seeing that Shizuka Jukawa was about to be caught by the dead body, a wooden sword suddenly stretched out from the rear, directly splitting the dead body that was grasping Shizuka Kumagawa. A girl with long purple hair stood in front of Shizuka Jukawa, and after slashing several dead bodies that surrounded them in a row, she cut down the boy who fell to the ground. "Wait, he's not one of those crazy people, don't kill him." Shizuka Kumagawa was startled by the woman with long purple hair and hurriedly shouted. "She will soon be, and those who are caught and bitten will all become those who are not dead or alive." The purple-haired girl wooden sword stopped above the boy's head and said to Shizuka Kumagawa. "But... Jukawa-sensei, don't say it. I don't want to be like that either." When the boy heard the purple-haired girl's words, he immediately stopped Shizuka Kumagawa with a dead face, and then turned his head and said to the purple-haired girl seriously, "You are the Poison Island senior sister of the third-year Kendo department, right? I've seen you, Mr. Jukawa, please come on." With that, he closed his eyes directly. Looking at the appearance of the boy in front of him, a trace of approval flashed in the eyes of Poison Island. Guarding the dignity of a man is a woman's reserve. Saying that, the wooden sword in his hand was a heavy slash and cut off the boy's head. Bang! With the moment the wooden sword slashed on the boy's head that closed his eyes and waited to die instantly burst, and the red and white brain pulp and blood suddenly flowed down the wooden sword. "Let's go." Sensei Jukawa, Poison Island took one last look at the boy, then shook the wooden sword in her hand and turned to Shizuka Kumagawa and said. You look outside, did we go?" Shizuka Jukawa carried the medical kit she had just packed up on her back, raised her finger and pointed to the densely packed dead bodies outside, and said to the Poison Island. Just now, the boy blocked before Shizuka Jukawa, and when he was bitten again, the sound was too loud, so that all the dead bodies dangling around heard the sound and rushed over. Poison Island Surprise also looked at the dead body outside with a numb scalp, and said to Shizuka Jukawa, "No matter what, you have to go, staying here is also a death." "Wait," Shizuka Kumagawa hurriedly walked out behind Poison Island Surprise. As soon as Poison Island Yuko walked out of the door a few steps, she hurriedly retreated and said to Shizuka Jukawa, "You be careful," shook the wooden sword in his hand, and slashed at the head of the dead body blocking the doorway. Bang bang! 3 consecutive blows, 3 dead bodies fell in response, and the poisonous island once again raised his sword and rushed to the dead body next to him. Blood flew horizontally, and a blood-stained head immediately broke away from the dead body. Poison Island Surprise protects in front of Shizuka Jukawa, tirelessly chopping more and more dead bodies. She doesn't know how many dead heads have been chopped off, how many dead bodies have been smashed. Poison Island Surprise only knows that if this continues, neither she nor Shizuka Jukawa will die here, and now she has no other way but to continue to resist like this. Poison Island Surprise once again cut off the head of a dead body, pulled Shizuka Jukawa back to the infirmary, and said breathlessly, "There is no way to go on like this. That's too much. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you would have left long ago." Shizuka Jukawa looked at the panting appearance of the Poison Island, and couldn't help but take out a towel and handed it to her, and said with an apologetic face, "Nothing, let's take a break and go again." Poison Island took the towel in Shizuka's hand, wiped the sweat stains on her face slightly and said. Just as Poison Island's voice fell, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Poison Island's body suddenly sounded, "Where are you going? Can you take me with you?" Mo asked. Hearing this sudden sound, the poisonous island who wiped the sweat with a towel suddenly showed a smile on his face, and the tension was relaxed at this moment. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 011. Under the guidance of Jing Haoang, Mo Wen turned 2 corners from the side of the cloister, and when he saw the door of the infirmary full of dead bodies from a distance, he knew that it was not good, and his little butterfly finally caused a lot of changes. Mo didn't have time to think about it, holding the wooden sword and rushing towards the dead body surrounding the door of the infirmary. Hey! Relying on his physical fitness that far exceeded that of the special forces several times, Mo Wen jumped up sharply, stepped on the dead head that was blocking the door of the infirmary, and turned over and flashed into the infirmary. Looking at Poison Island Yuko and Shizuka Jukawa, who were sitting in the corner and talking in a low voice, Mo asked, who jumped into the infirmary, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said with a smile on his face, "Where are you going? Can you take me?" Mo asked. The supervisor cheered and looked at Mo Jian, who suddenly appeared, and immediately greeted him happily. "Who is this?" Shizuka Jukawa tilted her head, her gaze swept over Mo Wen's body, and asked with a puzzled face. Mo asked chuckled, "My name is Mo Wen, inexplicable Mo, asked Dao, nice to meet you, Jichuan-sensei." "Oh, hello." Shizuka Kumagawa tilted her head and nodded, and then seemed to suddenly remember something, staring at Mo with a curious face and asking, "You know me?" Mo Wen nodded, "Forget it, this is not the place to talk, let's leave here first." Mo Wen raised his finger, and already followed him into the infirmary. Well, Poison Island didn't say much, casually put the sweaty towel aside, and then clenched the wooden sword, and looked side by side with Mo Wen at the dead body that poured into the door. Mo Wen nodded towards the Poison Island, and then slashed directly towards the dead body in the front. And Poison Island also pursed his lips and smiled, followed Mo Jian, and rushed to another dead body. Bang! 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 In terms of skills alone, Mo Wen, who has practiced kendo for half a month, is simply not comparable to Poison Island Kizai, but in terms of physical fitness alone, Mo Man is at least several times stronger than Poison Island Kizai, and with a sword, whether it is a dead body, the head will burst in an instant, without any suspense at all. With the cooperation of Mo Wen and Poison Island Kizai, the dead bodies inside and outside the infirmary were blocked, and after a while, they were cleared by the two. "Let's go." Mo Wen frowned tightly, staring at the dead bodies all over the ground, and turned his head a little uncomfortably to say to Poison Island Yuko and Jukawa Shizuka. Mo asked, "Do you know why these people became like this?" Shizuka Jichuan quickly picked up the medical kit and walked to Mo Wen and Poison Island Yuzai, and then turned to Mo Wen and asked. "This? I don't know, but most of them should be man-made." When Mo Wen heard Shizuka Jukawa's words, he suddenly thought of the T-virus in Resident Evil, and couldn't help guessing. Let's get out of here first, those things are coming again, said Poison Island Kaihuza, pointing to the dead body that was slowly surrounding in the distance with small broken steps. Mon nodded, I'll open the way in front, you guys follow me, saying that, Mon clenched his wooden sword and took the lead and walked out. Well, let's go. Go to the garage, where there are cars, Shizuka Jukawa nodded. Probably nervous, she walked a little fast, and the tight skirt on her body made her stumble. Poison Island chuckled, quickly stepped back and tore Shizuka Kumagawa's long skirt, all the way up until the root of the big thigh, and saw the bud silk inside the small inside. What for? Shizuka Jukawa said a little angrily when she saw Poison Island do this. It's not good for you to act like that, that's good. Poison Island ignored Shizuka Kumagawa's tone, and she said unhurriedly. It's people's favorite dress. Do you want your life to be important or your skirt to be important? Poison Island looked at Shizuka Kumagawa speechlessly. Both things are important, said Shizuka Kumagawa, glaring at Poison Island in disbelief. Well, now is not the time to say this, hurry up. Mo Ching also had to speak out at this time. Jukawa Shizuka did not feel dangerous at all, shouted, and the dead bodies around who heard her shouts surrounded them again. Kill. Mon looked at the dead bodies that had been surrounded again, one by one, smashed down on those dead bodies, invisible strength was blessed on the wooden sword, and several dead bodies in front of him were smashed out by him, and then quickly said to the two women beside him, go quickly. Poison Island surprise didn't say much anymore, and together with Mon, he protected Shizuka Jichuan in the middle one after the other, and turned back in the direction where Mon had just come. Just as the three of them reached the end of the curve and were about to enter the teaching area, a girl's scream suddenly came from afar. Seeing this, Mon and Poison Island couldn't help but glance at each other, and ran towards the direction of the source of the voice with Shizuka Jichuan silently. Hirano, hurry, they're coming, a girl wearing glasses screamed in the corridor outside the teaching area to the little fat man with a pushpin gun in front of her. Knowing Shay, as long as I have this, I'm not afraid of those damn things. The little fat Hirano Toda looked at the pushpin gun in his hand, as if looking at a lover, and kept stroking. Bang bang bang. Hirano Toda fired continuously with the homemade pushpin gun in his hand, and every time a thumbpin was fired, a dead body would fall in response. Run! You're too loud with this thing, and you're attracting all those things. Takashiro Saya looked at the increasing number of dead bodies, and quickly pulled the little fat Hirano Toda and ran. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 012. Hearing Saya Takashiro's words, Hirano Toda once again shot several of them with the pushpin gun in his hand, and after surrounding the dead body, he put away the pushpin gun and ran away with her into the distance. It may be that Hirano Toda is too obese, and he ran behind Saya Takashiro, and after a while, he became panting and pointed to a certain teacher gate not far away, ahead. Yes. There's an office, go inside and hide from you. I can't run. You are really useless, even the physical strength of this woman of mine is inferior. Although Takashiro Saya said so, she still ran to the place pointed by Hirano Toda. After all, she herself did not have the physical strength to continue running. Gao Cheng Saya and the two walked into the office and quickly closed the door and collapsed to the ground. Gao Cheng Say complained breathlessly, "What the hell is this, it's so hateful." After that, he saw a mirror in the office next to him and quickly walked up to take a picture. "Look at it, it's all like this, I'm a beautiful woman," said Takashiro Saya as he looked at himself in the mirror. SHHH. Just as Gao Cheng Saya was looking at himself in the mirror, suddenly a blood-stained palm stretched out from behind the mirror and grabbed it sharply towards Gao Cheng Shay. Ugh! This sudden scene frightened Gao Cheng Saya and suddenly fell backwards. Slowly, an ugly dead body was completely exposed in front of Jao Keng Shay's eyes, and it followed the cry and walked towards Jiao Kengshe step by step. Gao Chengshe looked at the dead body so closely, naturally terrified, and his body retreated one after another. It's just that he, who was originally close to the wall, had no way to retreat, and looking at the dead body that was getting closer and closer, Jiao Kengshe's face suddenly turned ashen. Pon. Just when Gao Chengshe couldn't retreat, closed his eyes and waited for death, a muffled sound suddenly came from in front of her, and the dead body that was grabbed by her also crashed to the ground at this moment. Mo asked to look at the terrified Jiao Kengsaya on the ground, and frowned secretly. It's not like this in the original work. Is this a butterfly effect made because of yourself? Poison Island slowly put away the wooden sword, walked to Gao Chengsaya with a smile on his face and said, "Are you all right?" "I thought I was dying." Gao Chengsaya looked at the poisonous island standing in front of him, and suddenly cried with joy, and his pale little face was immediately filled with tears. Poison Island looked at Mojian helplessly, and then stepped forward and comforted in a low voice, "Also as women, it is still better to communicate with each other." Due to the relationship between the Poison Island and the rescue, Gao Chengsaya is still relatively close to the Poison Island Saya, and after a while, under the comfort of the Poison Island surprise, Gao Chengsaya calmed down. Mo asked to look at Saya Takashiro, who was not crying, and Hirano Toda, who was sitting panting on the other side, and then introduced the situation of the three of them, and then said, "We are going to the staff office, because the car keys of the school Dr. Jichuan are placed there. I think if we have a car, the chance of escape will be much greater. Do you two have any objections? Then let's go. It's good to get out of here quickly, it's convenient to have a car." Hirano Toda nodded and said. Mon nodded to Hirano Toda, and then turned to Poison Island and said again, "Protect them in the middle. Or do I open the way in front, and you break back?" Although Mon's mission requirement is to kill the original plot 6-person squad, Mon is not a ruthless person, and he can't do the kind of thing that hurts the killer just after meeting, and Poison Island surprise is around, so to kill others for no reason will inevitably leave a bad impression on Poison Island surprise. After discussing in place, several people from Poison Island followed Mon out of this office. Not long after Mo asked a few people to walk out, they met the Miyamoto Lee trio who were fighting in the dead body on the road, and after killing the dead body that surrounded them, Mon told them their purpose, and the Miyamoto Lee trio readily agreed. All the way to the faculty office with the car keys, everyone looked a little tired. After all, today's matter, except for Mon's early knowledge, was too unbelievable for several of them. Komuro, Hirano Toda, and Io2 firmly blocked the office door with something, and then sat down on the ground with a slight disgrace. Poison Island Junza noticed everyone's fatigue and said, "Everyone rest a little. The stuff out there can't be killed. Mr. Jukawa, where are the car keys?" Komuro heard Poison Island's words and sat down approvingly, then turned to Shizuka Kumigawa and asked, "Ah, what's inside the bag?" "Got it." Shizuka Jukawa took out her backpack from the cabinet and rummaged for a while, then took out a key and said happily. "In other words, Mr. Jukawa, don't take the key to the car can't seat so many people," Mo asked looking at the key in Shizuka Jukawa's hand, speechless for a while. "This key is obviously the key to the car? Okay, this car can seat so many people at once?" Although Mon didn't want to hit her, he had to say it at this time. Speaking of, Shizuka Jukawa's little face suddenly calmed down from her excitement, and she sighed with a dejected look. "It's better to take the minibus used by the club to go out to compete, and there are keys on the key plate on the wall." Poison Island chuckled, looked around the staff office and suggested, "There's a bus below." When Hirano Toda heard Poison Island's words, he immediately looked down the window and said, "Although this book is not a single heroine, it will not be too much, to avoid too much flooding behind, harem text, not a stallion, the school apocalypse tentatively Poison Island is a surprise, as for Shizuka Jichuan is also under consideration, If you have any opinions, you can leave a message in the comments. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 013. Yes, where are you going? Shizuka Jukawa heard the words of Poison Island Surprise, and Hirano Toda walked to the window and looked at the bus parked outside, and nodded uncontrollably. Let's go and check the safety of your family first, go around everyone's home in order of near and far, take your family away if necessary, and then go to find a safe place. Komuro Takashi, who was sitting on the other side, rushed ahead and said without waiting for everyone to speak. Mon frowned when he heard Komuro Taka's words. Other people's lives and deaths have nothing to do with him, seeing that they are in danger to save it. Being a nanny, Mon has no interest, and it is already good not to kill them directly to complete the task. Thinking of this, Mon couldn't help but open his mouth and said to Komuro Taka, "Do you go around it all? It's going to be dangerous." But Komuro Takashi doesn't know how to refute. Indeed, the urban area outside is likely to fall into turmoil. If you want to enter the city to search for your family, you are likely to fall into the siege of dead bodies. He is not a fool. This thing is unthinkable and cannot be the protagonist of the original book. What's wrong? Takashiro Saya noticed Miyamoto's uncalm behavior and asked with some doubt. What is this? Miyamoto Rei stared at the TV in the staff room and said with a very frightened expression. Seeing Miyamoto Rei's appearance, Poison Island Rinko turned up the sound of the TV, and everyone turned their heads to look at the TV together. At this time the leaders on the TV were saying that this was a violent thing, so that everyone could rest assured that they would stay at home and not go out. What a riot! A riot! Komuro Takashi was very angry when he saw this, and slapped the table with red eyes and shouted. Chief, she declares that the current state of affairs is an extraordinary state of affairs. Suddenly, the reporter's words were interrupted by a gunshot. Shot, the police finally shot. The camera turned, and at this time, a very terrifying scene appeared in front of people's eyes. Two corpses that were put into body bags actually sat up again. Ah! No way! Stay back! Help! The picture was chaotic, and then the report was cut off. Mo asked to look at these speechlessly. Modern society has said what big things are small for stability, until finally harmonious, but can such a serious thing be harmonious now? Everyone fell silent for a while, then Komuro Takashi broke out first, and then everyone began to discuss fiercely. Saya Takashiro proposed the concept of pandemic, and everyone debated again. Mon and Poison Island Junza watched speechlessly. It was all this time, discussing these did not have much effect, escaping was the only truth. Mogen didn't want to listen to their boring words anymore, and actually said that he would wait for the dead body to decay naturally. Is this possible? Mon shook his head and walked aside, rummaging in this office. Maybe there would be something in this office that would help him escape later. Mo asked June, how can we discuss it together? Poison Island looked at Mogen, who was rummaging through the cabinets in the office, and strolled to his side and asked. The only thing we have to do at the moment is to stay alive and escape this school. There is no point in discussing this now like they did. Mon looked up at the Poison Island and said. Poison Island nodded. What you said too, it's just, what are you looking for now? I want to see if there is anything of value here, and if so, maybe it will play an unexpected role in the next escape. Mon did not hide his thoughts, and said bluntly. I'll help you find it together. Poison Island Kaihuza pursed his lips and laughed, and then walked to the side and rummaged around. I don't know if Mon's luck is too bad, or if there is nothing good in this faculty office at all. He searched with Poison Island for a long time, and found nothing else except for some thumbtacks. Mo asked a little silently, handed over the found pushpins to Hirano Toda one by one, and then looked at Komuro Takashi and Ioi, who were still discussing, and couldn't help but step forward speechlessly and said, well, is it useful to discuss these now? It's better to get out of here, since there is a car. Let's go. Well, Mo Wenjun is right, but there are so many of us here, it may be dangerous if we act alone, let's go together in a team. As Komuro said, everyone has relatives, so going out to find them will minimize the danger. Poison Island surprise suggested when he heard Mo Wen's words. I have no opinion, Mo Wen shrugged indifferently, although the plot of his relationship has changed a little, but it is generally the same, according to the development of the plot, it is still very powerful for him. What should I do if I meet someone on the way? Miyamoto suddenly spoke next to her. Then take it, I don't know what the world will become. One more person, one more strength. Komuro said solemnly. Mo asked the stall hand, how the world ended up has nothing to do with him, anyway, he just came to steal the origin of the world, and when the last origin is almost stolen, he will leave, and then take away the people who have a relationship with him. There is no need to say whether those are useful or not. In that case, let's go now, there are more and more of those monsters outside, I don't want to die here. Gao Cheng Saya pushed his eyes. Okay, everyone put away their things, let's go immediately, Jing Hanaga nodded. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 014. Mo Wen looked at the people who packed their belongings, and couldn't help but look around and said, Rinko and I are opening the way in front, Miyamoto Rei is on the left, Hirano is on the right, Komuro Takashi and 2 Kanaga are guarding our rear, as for Saya and Shizuka. Stay in the middle. After all, those two have no combat power to speak of, so it's better to stay in the middle. Where do you get out? Miyamoto Rei thought about it and asked everyone. If you go to the parking lot, take the nearest main entrance. Gao Cheng Saya thought about it and said, the main entrance? Usually there is a lot of traffic, which means that there are a lot of dead bodies. Let's go. No matter how Mo Wen goes, it doesn't matter to him, although he is not an invincible existence, but beyond the physical quality of special forces several times, as long as he is not surrounded by dead bodies, he will not be in any danger. Mo Wen stepped forward and opened the office door and took the lead and walked out. Several dead bodies walked in front of him, Hirano Toda solved a few with the pushpin gun in his hand, and the remaining one was beheaded by Mo Wen's sword. Don't fall in love with war, go quickly. Mo Wen whispered and led everyone towards the stairwell. Ah! At this time, there was a sudden scream, although Mo Wen did not want to be a nanny, but not to the extent of indifference and ruthlessness, seeing death and not saving, and just promised that the Poison Island would save the survivors on the road. This integrity Mo Wen still has. Moreover, after saving people, you may be able to get origin point rewards, so why not? Seeing this, he hurriedly quickened his pace and found that several surviving male and female students were surrounded by dead bodies around the corner of a staircase. You guys be careful, I'll take a look. After hearing the shouts and saying a few words to the side, Mo Wen jumped directly from the stairs, landed behind a dead body that was about to pounce, and kicked it down the stairs. Poof! Just as Mo Wen was lifting the sword to kill the dead body on the other side, he only heard a clear sound of poof, and there was suddenly an extra pushpin on the brain door of the dead body. Mo Wen turned his head to look at Hirano Toda, who was holding a thumbpin gun, gave a thumbs up. Thank you, said the girl who was saved by Mo Wen gratefully. Be quiet. Before she could finish her words, she was stopped by the Poison Island who came forward from the rear, and after scanning several students, she asked in a low voice, has anyone been bitten here? No. The girl who spoke just now quickly shook her head to deny it. It seems that there is indeed no problem. Miyamoto Rei stepped forward and carefully examined it and said, we're going to escape from here, do we want to go together? Komuro asked them, and several people quickly nodded, they didn't want to stay here. Mo Wen took a deep breath and secretly asked the auxiliary program, Xiao Mo, have you obtained origin points? Yes, I got 5 points, Xiao Mo's voice sounded in Mo Wen's mind. Mo asked looked around, and after seeing that there were exactly 5 people he had just saved, he couldn't help but ask Xiao Mo, isn't it just 20 points for one person, why is there only 1 point for one person? These are characters who can die at any time, and they have little to do with the original plot. And whether they are dead or alive, they do not shake the origin of the world much, so the system can only steal so little, Xiao Mo explained. Mo nodded inquiringly, and didn't ask more, and said directly to Poison Island and the others, let's go, it's been delayed for a long time. Ian. Teaching building, staircase entrance on the first floor. Komuro looked at the densely packed dead bodies in the hall, and couldn't help but feel numb and said to everyone, there are so many dead bodies at the door, how should we get out? I thought about it just now, these dead bodies can't be seen by eye, they rely on auditory induction, as long as we quietly walk over. Gao Cheng Saya pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a confident look. If you guessed wrong, we won't be completely destroyed. Komuro Takashi looked at Takashiro Saya suspiciously. Can't you just try? Gao Cheng Saya pouted disdainfully. Me? No kidding, if you guess wrong, I'll die below. Komuro Takashi said a little helplessly when he heard Takashiro say's words. Mon couldn't help but smile when he heard their words. In the original book as Komuro Takashi went down to test, maybe most of the dead bodies now are the reason why he killed with the Poison Island. Komuro Takashi is not as bold as the original. Mon looked around at everyone and spoke, his eyes stayed on the body of Poison Island Takayako, and then spoke, I'll go. Mon Jun. Hearing Mo's words, Shizuka Jukawa and Poison Island Surprise shouted at the same time. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if Gao Cheng Shei's guess is wrong, are you still not assured of my strength? Mon signaled the two to rest assured, and walked directly to the hall after speaking. Everyone on the stairs looked at Mon standing in the hall, they didn't dare to make a sound. Mon smiled at them, there was no nervousness at all. Looking at the dead body walking in front of him in the hall, Mon raised his hand and waved in front of their eyes, and the dead body completely ignored his presence and continued to step on small broken steps. Mon walked to the trash can next to him, and then threw it hard into the distance. Mon didn't want to throw it a little far away like the original Komuro Taka, and then was chased by someone who inadvertently made a movement and ran after them. Bang! The sound of the garbage can hitting the ground instantly lured all the dead bodies in the hall out. Mon looked at the dead body that had walked away, raised his head and waved to everyone on the stairs, directly opened the door and walked out. But Mon ignored one point, that is, the object. Although the shoes of Xiaomuro Takashi in the original work are clothes, but they can't attract the dead body outside the teaching building, but the garbage can he threw out is different. The sound of the garbage can landing on the ground is like a thunder in the ears of the dead body, whether it is the dead body outside the teaching building, or the dead body in the distance. Hearing this bang, all converged. Looking at the movement outside the door, Mon was stunned, and then turned back to everyone who had just come down with a wry smile on his face and said, run. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 015. Poison Island Kaihuzi and the others heard Mon's shout, and quickly ran out of the classroom and hugged Mon's side. Mo asked and looked at everyone, then pointed not far away and said, that is the bus that will be taken later, you go there and wait for me, I will lead them away. Saying that, he held the wooden sword and stabbed it into the throat of the dead body in front of him. Come on! Mon didn't want to let the Poison Island Surprise fall into a heavy siege, although the Poison Island Surprise is the strongest among everyone besides him, but it is inevitable that there will be some accident. He roared loudly, and the dead bodies wandering around the campus looked towards him, and then collectively roared low and approached him. Mon took advantage of the movement, constantly attracting the dead body to his side, and then ran to the trash can just now, lifted him up again, and still went out to the other side. Bang! Looking at the dead bodies running towards the sound of the trash can again, Mon secretly sighed with relief. Fortunately, these dead bodies have no intelligence and no vision, otherwise they would really play big, and they should pay more attention next time. Turning his head to look at the Poison Island and the others who were about to approach the bus, he swung his wooden sword, cut a few dead bodies beside him, and chased after the Poison Island and the others. Mon, just as Mon ran towards the bus, Poison Island Kiazi, who was already close to the bus, suddenly stopped and greeted Mon with a wooden sword. "Stupid, get in the car," seeing that everyone else had already got into the car, leaving her alone rushing towards him, Mon couldn't help but scold. He didn't want Poison Island to be hurt at the last moment. "I'll cover you." Poison Island ran to Mon's side and said, lifting the wooden sword and slashing and killing. Blood covered her plain face without powder, but at that moment it was extremely gorgeous. "Silly woman." Feeling very warm in her heart, Mon took her hand and ran to the bus, and finally, both of them got on the bus. "Mo Kyunjun, are you okay?" Jichuan Shizuka pulled Mon's arm with an excited look, and the others also looked excited. After all, Mon took a great risk just now to lead away the dead body. "It's okay." Mon smiled, and at the same time released his left hand that was holding Poison Island's Jitsi, but he didn't notice the slightly disappointed look of Poison Island Jitsi behind him at all. "It's okay, then let's go." Shizuka Jukawa looked left and right, and after Jian Mo asked if there was really anything wrong, she couldn't help but exhale, patted her huge snow peak and said. Mon smiled, nodded to everyone, and then walked to the co-pilot's seat and said to Shizuka Jukawa, "Mr. Jukawa, you come and drive." But I can't drive this bus." Shizuka Jukawa walked to the driver's seat and looked at it, and said a little nervously. "Don't be nervous, don't you have your own car? This bus is similar to a car, we all believe in you," Mo asked to look at the nervous Shizuka Kumagawa and encouraged in an affirmative tone. Wait for us." At the moment when Mon's words fell, dozens of figures suddenly ran out at the gate of the teaching building, shouting while running towards the bus. "What people?" Komuro Takashi and the others looked over to the source of the voice. When he saw the person coming clearly, Poison Island couldn't help but speak. "It's the Wisteria teacher of Year 3 Class A. Koichi Wisteria." When Miyamoto heard this name, her face changed. "You can drive, at this time?" Shizuka Jukawa, who had already figured out the bus, said in due time, which should have been encouraged by Mochien just now. "Please wait a minute," Komuro shouted. "There are also dead bodies coming ahead, and if there are too many gatherings, this bus will not be able to move," said Shizuka Kumagawa, looking at the more and more dead bodies gathered in front of her. "Just crush them." Komuro looked in the direction of the front of the car. "This kind of car can't press so much, it will turn over." At this time, Gao Chengsaya pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose and analyzed. Komuro heard Takashiro say's words and hurriedly rushed out of the car. Miyamoto Rei, who was with Jing Hanaga, saw Komuro Taka's action, her face changed suddenly, and then quickly pulled Komuro Taka's arm and said, "Ignore him, go quickly." "Rei, how can you do this?" Komuro shook off Miyamoto's hand and looked at Miyamoto Riedo. "No need to save him, that kind of guy, let him die." Rei Miyamoto approached Komuro and shouted. Mo asked to sit in the co-pilot's seat, left the Wisteria Koichi outside, and was also entangled for a while. Looking at the original, this Wisteria Koichi is not a good thing at all, but if you save him, maybe there will be an origin point. For a while, I don't know whether to continue to wait for him, or directly let Shizuka Jukawa drive. And Jing Hanaga, who was sandwiched between Miyamoto Rei and Komuro Taka, was also entangled, looking at the two, not knowing what to say at all. Komuro Takashi looked reproachful when he heard Miyamoto's words, and he didn't say anything more, walked directly to the bus entrance, and shouted to the outside, "Wisteria-sensei, hurry up. You'll regret it." Miyamoto saw that Komuro Takashi did not listen to her advice at all, and couldn't help but go to the other side and sit down angrily. Jing Haoyang sighed secretly, walked to Miyamoto Ari's side, hugged her and said, "Can you tell me what happened? Let that bastard of Koichi Wisteria get in the car, you will definitely regret it." Miyamoto Rei looked up at Shimwahiro Shido. Meanwhile, the other side. "Everyone hurry, you can definitely be saved." Wisteria stopped and shouted while directing the crowd. "Yes, teacher. That being said, it's still a problem that you can't get to it like this." Wisteria looked at the bus in the distance, and thought to himself while directing everyone to escape. At this moment, a student wearing glasses running behind couldn't help twisting under his feet, and suddenly fell to the ground. "My foot twisted, Wisteria teacher help me," the student grabbed Wisteria's leg. "Oops! Is it? Then that's the end of it." Wisteria turned his head to look at the others with a smile, and when he saw that the others were not looking at him, he couldn't help whispering to the student, and then kicked the student in the face. The sudden scene made the student wearing glasses have no time to react, and was suddenly kicked by Wisteria, and the glasses suddenly burst open, and the fragments pierced directly into his eyes. "Eyes, my eyes!" the student screamed, loosening Wisteria's pant legs and covering his eyes. "The previous world is over. And those who have no power have no value in survival." As he spoke, Wisteria jerked his legs up and ran towards the bus. And because of the pain in his eyes, the students' screams immediately attracted the dead bodies, and after a while, they were drowned in the group of dead bodies. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 016. Mr. Jukawa, seeing that Koichi Wisteria and many students had all boarded the bus, Komuro quickly closed the door and shouted to Shizuka Kumigawa, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Shizuka Kumigawa quickly started the car and rushed out. What should she do when she sees the dead blocking the car and shouting? "Bump in!" After Mon got into the car, he glanced at the Wisteria Hiroji who observed everyone, and then said to Shizuka Jukawa, "Ah!" When Shizuka Jukawa heard Mojien's words, she immediately screamed, ran directly towards the dead bodies, drove the car, slammed open the closed gate of the school, and rushed out. "Well, Mr. Jukawa-sensei is good. Finally escaped." The car drove to the gate. Everyone in the car couldn't help but cheer loudly. Mojien shook his head slightly. "What is there to be happy about? A small campus has so many dead bodies, let alone outside. They just ran out of the campus from a small cage to a large cage, and this is just the beginning. The back is not only the dead body, there may be a similar human beings." Looking at the smooth road, Komuro couldn't help but sigh and said, "Finally escaped." "Well." Hirano Toda snorted. "Saved, is it the Poison Island classmate who is the leader?" Koichi Wisteria pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and walked up to Poison Island and asked. Poison Island looked at Mo Ching, and then wiped the wooden sword while saying lightly, "We don't have a leader, we just help each other to survive." "This can't work. To survive, the leader is a must. In this situation full of monsters, it is difficult to survive without a leader." Wisteria looked at the Poison Island and made the whole car here. "You'll regret it, you'll definitely regret saving him." At this time, Miyamoto Rei got up from Io Hanaga's arms and whispered to Komuro Takashi, who was sitting next to him. Mo asked, listening to the remarks of the Wisteria. Koichi frowned, closed his eyes and asked the auxiliary program Xiao Mo, "How many origin points do I have now?" 25 o'clock master. "So little?" Mo asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, the master saved Hiroji Jing to get 20 points, and after saving 5 students, he got another 5 points, a total of 25 points. Xiao Mo calculated and said. "Wisteria Koichi, didn't they get origin points after they got in the car?" "Yes, master. I know." Mo Jian pondered secretly for a while, "Then if I didn't let him get in the car just now, would I have obtained origin points? If Wisteria Koichi dies in the school, maybe the owner will get some origin points. After all, Wisteria Koichi still has some supporting roles. If he dies early, the world origin will be a little different. Xiao Mo explained. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Mo Wen suddenly regretted a little. He already knew that he should not hesitate to let Shizuka Jichuan drive directly, but there is no regret medicine in the world, and it is useless to regret it. Then now that Wisteria Koichi is dead, will I get the origin? Yes, but it doesn't have to let him die directly on campus. You can still get origin points without quests. Is this also a way to obtain origin points? Xiao Mo said approvingly, yes, Master, any action that changes the plot will gain origin points, so the Master has to cheer up. I see, Mo Wen nodded, thinking to himself, it seems that my current ideas are still a little immature. And I will pay more attention to some things in the future. In the city, at this moment, I don't know who shouted, and all the people in the car looked out the window. At this time, there was a mess outside the window, and from here, the city was filled with screams. Che, I said, if you go further, you will only be involved in danger. Besides, why should we accompany the small room and them? But you decided to go back to the city without authorization. Don't you just find a safe place in the school? A yellow-haired student in the car looked at the scene of beacon smoke outside the window, and couldn't help but complain. That is, find a place to guard it, just like that convenience store just now. A weak-looking student said with a look of horror. Kaji. Suddenly, with a sharp break, Shizuka Kumagawa unfastened her seatbelt and shouted at the weak-looking student and yellow-haired student, stop messing around, this tells me how to drive. The yellow-haired student and the weak-looking student suddenly quieted down and looked at Shizuka Jukawa. What? The yellow-haired student said without admitting defeat. So what do you want? At this time, the poisonous island who was wiping the wooden sword on the side couldn't help but speak out. I'm not happy, I can't get used to this guy. The yellow-haired student pointed at Mo Wen and said loudly. Mo asked for a moment, looked at the yellow-haired student who got on the bus with the wisteria, and then left the wisteria who was standing on the side pushing his glasses and silently watching the development of the situation, and said, what am I sitting here hindering you? Just see how unhappy you are? Why should you sit in the co-pilot? You should let senior sister Poison Island or Wisteria teacher sit. The yellow-haired man secretly looked at Wisteria, and then stood up from the bus seat and said. Mo Jian immediately understood at this time, this was obviously the Wisteria order to find fault, and couldn't help but sneer and spoke, if you are not happy, let me get out of the car. Snap. Syllable. 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 A series of applause came from the carriage, and Wisteria came forward from the rear, clapping while saying, it's really wonderful, great teamwork, this classmate is also from our school, such a dispute proves the correctness of my opinion, we really need to be the leader. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 017. Mo Wen sneered secretly, got up from the passenger seat, walked to the wisteria, and looked at the wisteria condescendingly with a head of 1.85 m, you mean to let you be the leader, right? Looking at Mo, who was a head higher than himself, Wisteria suddenly secretly swallowed his saliva and said, I think this classmate you misunderstood, I don't mean this. I'm not a student in your Fujime Academy, so you'd better not make me any moths here. Mo Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of essence. How can you talk to teacher Wisteria like this? This car belongs to our school, since you are not from our school, let me get out of the car. The yellow-haired student looked at Mo Jian's appearance, although he was a little afraid, but when he thought of so many people in the car, Mo Jian didn't dare to treat him, and couldn't help but speak. What did you say? Mo Man waved the wooden sword in his hand, the tip of the sword directly touched the tip of the yellow-haired student's nose, and said coldly. He asked himself that he was a person with a good temper, although he had the idea of obtaining the origin point to save these people, but most of the reason was that he was also a human being, and some couldn't bear to see them die in front of their eyes, but who knew that they were actually used as an excuse to find fault. The yellow-haired student smelled the smell of blood coming from the tip of the sword, and his face suddenly turned snow-white, and he slumped directly on the seat. Mon snorted coldly, his eyes looked around the bus, and seeing that everyone's eyes were dodging when they looked at him, he couldn't help but say to the Poison Island who stood up next to him with some interest, "Surprise, come with me, I don't want to stay here." "Where to?" Poison Island did not ask why he left, but simply replied, "Go to a place where you can be yourself." Mon said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Where to be yourself?" Well, although Poison Island listened to the clouds, he nodded and agreed. Mon looked around at everyone again, suddenly laughed, directly took the hand of the Poison Island and walked out under the bus. Wait for me." Just as Man and Poison Island were about to step out of the bus, Shizuka Jukawa, who was sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly stood up, opened the door beside him, and jumped down. Mon and Poison Island looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and took Shizuka Jukawa with them and walked into the distance. "Yang, let's go too." Miyamoto Rei looked at the back of Mon and the three, and suddenly said to Jing Hanaga next to him. Jing Hanaga first looked at the wisteria, then at Miyamoto Rei, gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay." A smile appeared at the corner of Miyamoto's mouth. "Go, follow senior sister Jiaozi and them," saying that, he pulled Jing Hanaga and jumped off the bus. "What, a good bus doesn't sit, but you have to walk, really?" Gao Chengshe complained, got up from his seat, and followed Jing Haoang and the two to chase after Mon. Hirano Toda chuckled, clutching his homemade pushpin gun in both hands, and without saying a word, he ran out of the bus with Saya Takashiro. Inside the bus, Komuro Takashi looked at Mon and the others who left one after another, thinking of Miyamoto Rei's words at that time. He suddenly regretted it, stood in place slightly and gritted his teeth, and ran out with him. "Why did you all come down?" Shizuka Kumigawa asked as she looked at the people chasing after the bus. "I don't want to stay with that bastard of Wisteria," Miyamoto snorted coldly. Jing Hanaga smiled, did not speak, holding Miyamoto Rei's hand. Everything was silent. "What about you?" Shizuka Jukawa looked at Hirano Toda and Takashiro Saya curiously. "It's safer to follow you." Saya Takashiro pushed his glasses and said. Hirano Toda looked at Takashiro Saya, nodded gently, and said in approval, "Saya is right. It's not safe here, let's hurry up," said Poison Island as he looked at the people standing at the intersection and talked. "So where do we go now?" Shizuka Kumigawa looked back at the bus that was getting farther and farther away and asked Mo. "Yo, how many beauties are here? How about playing with your brother?" Just as Shizuka Jukawa's voice fell, a voice with ruffle came into everyone's ears. Mo asked a few people to hear the voice and looked over there, only to see a bald head with several people, holding a gun and looking at the women unscrupulously. Gao Chengshe said to several bald heads with a look of disgust, "Who wants to play with you? Let's go." The bald head who spoke ignored Gao Chengshe's words, looked directly at Mo Jian, the tallest among the people, and said, "Boy, give you a chance, give these girls to Laozi to play, how about Laozi allowing you to join us?" Miyamoto Rei heard the bald head's words and said angrily, "When is it now, are you still like this? Fuck off." Mo asked and pouted when he heard Miyamoto Rei's words, "Is this useful? The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds, not to mention the current chaotic era, even in the era of peace, this kind of thing is very common." Mo asked, squinted his eyes and said to the bald head, "Is there any benefit to joining you?" The bald head heard Chu Tian's words and thought that Mon agreed, and nodded with satisfaction and said, "There are more benefits, money, beautiful women, if you want to kill, you can also kill casually." "Haha. Oh yes? But now in this world, money? Nothing useful. Well? Didn't you see how many of me were around? Why bother?" Mon looked at the bald head like an idiot and said unhurriedly. You are looking for death. The bald head saw that Mon's eyes were angry, and he didn't talk nonsense, and directly raised his left hand holding the gun to shoot at Mon. Bang! A muffled sound sounded, but Mo asked where he was standing intact, but there was a small blood movement on the head door of the bald head on the opposite side, and he fell to the ground in response. Jukawa Shizuka, who was standing behind Mon, straightened her arms and grabbed the pushpin in her hands, her body trembling and muttering, I killed someone. It turned out that at the moment when the bald head pulled out the gun just now, Shizuka Jukawa, who was standing next to Hirano Toda, actually subconsciously snatched his pushpin and shot a thumbtack towards the bald head. Boss! At this time, the few people behind the bald head reacted, shouted loudly, and quickly raised their guns to shoot at Mon and the others. Humph! Poison Island and Mo asked the two if they would give them a chance to shoot, and at the moment they raised their guns, the two of them held the wooden sword at the same time, one left and one right directly slashed, poof several times came out. And several heads with open eyes flew out like footballs. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 018. Sayataka Shiro and Rei Miyamoto looked at the flying head, as well as the bodies of several people who had no heads and spurted blood from their necks, and couldn't help but scream with pale faces. Although they had killed several dead bodies in the school, after all, they were people in front of them, and the more they looked at it, the more wrong they were, and they immediately squatted on the ground and vomited. Mon's stomach is also tumbling, but he still endured it. In order to future, he had to make a choice. The mission also mentioned that he needed to kill the original 6-person squad. Such a task will definitely not be rare in the future, and it is inevitable to become a strong person to kill. This little thing can't be done. It's better to find a place with no one and no dead body with the Poison Island to spend the rest of your life peacefully. Mon forced down the discomfort in his heart, turned his head to look at Jing Hanaga and others who comforted Miyamoto Lee's 2 daughters, and then looked at Shizuka Jichuan, who was pale and squatting on the ground muttering, thinking of the scene where she killed for herself just now. Mon's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of warmth. People's hearts are made of flesh, after all. Shizuka Kumagawa killed people for him. After Mon stood in place and hesitated slightly, he couldn't help but step forward and hug her in his arms, comforting her in a low voice. It's okay, that bald head is no longer a person, it's good to kill a guy like that. Don't think about it. I kill. Finish. As if she hadn't heard Mon's words, Shizuka Jichuan trembled in Mon's arms, and after a while it subsided. She looked up and asked Mon, how could they be like this? It's such a mess outside, shouldn't you help each other now? Mon looked at Shizuka Jukawa's miserable white cheeks, and couldn't help but caressed her pink back. This is the human heart, the changeable human heart. Some people will burst out with unimaginable power to protect and help those in need in desperate situations, while most people will be disoriented by various selfish desires in desperate situations, thus destroying, plundering everywhere. Is it? So what kind of person are you? When Shizuka Jukawa heard Mo's words, she couldn't help but look up from his arms and asked. Mo asked to see Shizuka Jukawa's appearance sweating, just killed someone and looked like he was going to die and live, this is restored? Maybe it's too fast. However, after hearing Shizuka Jukawa's words, Mon did not answer immediately, but remembered the Wisteria group just now, remembered his immature performance, and then spoke again, I'm neither. I only protect my lover, friends, and other people's lives have nothing to do with me. Speaking of this, Mojian's mind was clear for a while. In the future, like this kind of thankless thing to save people, he will not do it again. He is not a savior, nor a nanny, for the sake of the people around him, but also for himself. He has to throw away some of his previous style. If he refused to let Wisteria and others get on the car at the beginning, like Miyamoto Rei, would something happen later? If he had been decisive at the beginning and killed Wisteria and other stirring sticks, would there be anything later? Obviously, no. If he is more decisive at the beginning, there will be no subsequent series of things at all. And even get benefits, get the origin point stolen by the system. Russell. Listening to the voice coming from nearby, Poison Island couldn't help but say to Mon and everyone, the gunfire just now attracted the dead bodies around, everyone get out of here first. Where to? I looked at it in the car just now, the whole city has fallen, and there is no place that is safe, Izunaga asked while holding Miyamoto Rei comfortingly while looking up at the Poison Island. Yes, just now on the bus, I saw that the upstream bridge was set up with protection, everyone's home is across the river, and now there is no way to cross the river. Komuro Takashi's eyes scanned Shimoto Rei, and then looked at the poisonous island who was looking at Mon. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, and then slowly spoke. Mon pondered for a moment, looked at Joken Saya and Miyamoto Rei, who were weak due to vomiting, and slowly spoke, I think we should find a place to rest at this stage. Rest. Poison Island was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes swept over Shizuka Shimoku, Saya Takashiro, and Rei Miyamoto, and suddenly said, Mon-jun, that's right, we should find a place to rest first, with everyone's current state, we can't go far at all. And it won't be dark soon, and now there are dead bodies everywhere outside, so how can we hold out in the dark until tomorrow morning? Poison Island's words are undoubtedly to the point, breaking the primary issue that everyone is considering at this stage. Everyone suddenly fell into a dilemma, so where should we go now? That. While everyone was thinking, Shizuka Jukawa, who had recovered a lot in Mon's arms, said in a humble voice, I have a house nearby that I can live in, and if I walk, I will be able to reach it soon. Boyfriend's house. Gao Chengshe's face was slightly stiff and he looked up. Shizuka Jukawa's face turned red, and she waved her hand in panic, no, it's not. It is a house for female friends. Because of my work, I often have to go to places like airports. So she left the keys with me and asked me to go there for ventilation and cleaning and so on. Is it an apartment? What's the neighborhood like? Hirano Toda asked. Well, it's a house built along the river, and there is a convenience store nearby. Oh, right. There is a four-wheel drive vehicle like a combat vehicle. Shizuka Kumigawa opened her hands and gestured in a big motion. Suddenly, the two white rabbits in front of her chest shook violently. The four men present all looked sideways. Indeed, everyone is exhausted today. It's also good to find a place to take a good shower. Poison Island Junzi ran his thumb across the corner of his mouth and mused. Okay, since we have already decided, then we will go, and it will be troublesome to hear the dead bodies coming from the gunshots to surround us. While speaking, Mo asked as he pulled Shizuka Jukawa up from the ground. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 019. Mon-jun is right, let's go, Poison Island nodded. Mo didn't say much, pulled Shizuka Jukawa, turned his head to everyone, and said, let me open the way, Shizuka follows behind me to show me the way, Rei you are centered, Yang, Komuro, you two plan on both sides, after the surprise is broken, Hirano, you use a thumbtack to grab attention to our mistaken dead body, don't let them get close. Yes. Everyone didn't say much, and directly followed Mon's arrangement, and tacitly cooperated. With Shizuka Jukawa's guidance, and it was not the first time that everyone cooperated, although there were many dead bodies blocking the way along the way, with the cooperation of everyone, it only took dozens of minutes to smoothly arrive at the residence pointed to by Shizuka Jukawa. This is a high-end villa area, each of the villas here has a tall guardrail, and the zombies cannot climb the wall, which is a good barrier to the invasion of zombies. Outside the next door of the villa, a domineering Humvee buggy is parked. A Humvee like this lengthened and widened is enough to carry everyone. Hiss. When everyone rushed to the other courtyard, 4 zombies came out of the courtyard. At the same time, nearby zombies also gathered towards this side. Seeing this situation, Komuro took out a baseball bat fiercely and said with great momentum, "If you want to live here tonight, you need to clean up the zombies nearby. Don't forget to cover each other." After saying this, he also specially glanced at Miyamoto Rei in Jing Hanaga's arms and Poison Island Junko in the rear. Seeing this, Mon frowned, looked at the dead bodies wandering around and said, "Return me and I'll come, you guys go first, I'll lead the dead bodies around here." Saying that, Mon's figure moved, and he quickly pounced on several zombies. The sword light danced straight, and the dead bodies were like cabbages, which were cut off by Mon. It only took 5 minutes before and after, and more than 30 zombies nearby all fell to the ground. "Why don't you go in?" After solving the dead bodies dangling around, Mon just arrived at the door of the villa and saw the Poison Island and everyone blocking the door and said, "Everyone is worried about you." Everyone looked at each other, and Komuro couldn't help but speak. Mon nodded, "I'm fine, you guys go first, I'll be on guard outside, and I'll go in when I'm sure it's safe." "Your strength is getting stronger and stronger." Poison Island walked to Mon's side and looked at him deeply. "Where? I just have a handful of strength, and I'm not your opponent in terms of swordsmanship alone," said Mon with a smile. "It's only a matter of time before your swordsmanship surpasses me." Poison Island shook his head. Mon chuckled and said nothing. During this time he followed the Poison Island to learn kendo. He had already seen that he was not suitable for this kind of light sword as a weapon, but suitable for the kind of thing that dropped 10 wisdom as a weapon, such as knives, axes, hammers and the like, and sword-light weapons could not exert his power at all. And according to the auxiliary program Xiao Mo, his strength will become more and more in the future, and if he uses a light weapon such as a long sword at that time, it will be completely worth the loss. In addition, Mon himself does not like swords very much, although the sword is very ethereal. But he still likes a domineering knife, a knife down, open the mountain and crack, the landslide cracks, this is what men should use. Poison Island Junzi pursed his lips and smiled, did not say much, and walked directly towards the house with his sword. The other women looked at the poisonous island and led the door to enter, and couldn't help but cheer, and ran to the inside. Gao Cheng Saya shouted, "There is still blood on the body. Go in and take a shower." "I'm going to do it too." Mon looked at everyone's backs, chuckled, and then remembered the scene in the original book where the women had no clothes to wear after taking a bath, especially the Poison Island Yuzai was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and couldn't help but pat his head, turned around and walked to the clothing store he just passed. Before you know it, it's night. On the street, from time to time, you can hear the barking of dogs. At the same time, in the bathroom of the villa, Miyamoto Rei and other women washed their tiredness while whispering about what happened during the day. In other words, don't ask June today. Without him, I am afraid that I would not be able to easily enter this house. I don't know how he appeared at school, at this time, Miyamoto Rei said very seriously. I know, he seems to have come looking for Jiko, Shizuka Kumagawa said blankly. I know, Sayataka Shiro called softly. No wonder Mon-jun is always with senior sister Kaiuzi, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Did you live together? Miyamoto Rei looked at the Poison Island with a curious look and said. Don't talk nonsense, Poison Island said with a slight blush. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 020. Why is it nonsense? It was originally it. I see that Mon-jun is very good at taking care of senior sister along the way. Miyamoto Rei looked at the rosy cheeks of the Poison Island and couldn't help but speak. Senior sister, what kind of person do you think Mo Wenjun is? Gao Chengshe asked thoughtfully. It's a good person, Poison Island said with a coy smile. While the women were happily bathing in the bathroom, at this time, Mo Wen had also collected a lot of clothes from outside, and had already regarded Poison Island Kizai as a private forbidden him, but he didn't want Poison Island Kaiza to come out of the bathroom half-naked like the original. If it was just him and one man, he would definitely not be looking for any clothes, but now, there are 3 other men in the house, and along the way, Mogen found that Komuro Takashi's guy had a problem with his eyes, like Miyamoto Rei, anyway, they had a period before, but this guy actually stared at the Poison Island, which Mogen couldn't bear. Mo asked Senior, you are back. Mo Kyunjun, come and see, what we found. I didn't expect that Mr. Jichuan's friend's house had such a powerful firearm. The fat man Hirano Toda had an exaggerated expression on his face, holding a long black gun in his hand. Although the Springfield M1A1 Supermatch is semi-automatic, like the M14 automatic rifle, it is just a waste of bullets if it is fully automatic. NES State Route 25 Sniper Rifle, no, that thing can't be obtained. This is the State Route 10 after a complete remake. The magazine can hold 20 rounds, which is already prohibited in Japan. Seeing Hirano Toda, who was in a state of madness, Moen, Komuro Takashi and Io2 could only look at each other and smile bitterly. Shaking the bag in his hand, Moen explained, I saw a clothing store on the road just now, and I think everyone has no clothes to change, so I went out to find some for everyone. Saying that, he saw Poison Island come down from upstairs, carrying a bowl of curry soup in his hand. Cooked something, Mo Kyunjun, are you hungry too? Boy, you came just in time, this is a change of clothes for you, after fighting dead bodies for so long during the day, I think you need these. Thank you so much, we were still looking in the room just now. The Poison Island boy smiled gently, and then came to Mo Wen's side and said, give, just cooked. Well, okay. This was my mistake and it was not well thought out. But in case the zombies break in later. Mo Wen said with some concern, but the afterglow of his eyes was a little reluctant to move away. Thank you, boy, by the way, what about the others? Mo Wen looked left and right and asked. Hirano-kun is studying firearms, Saya is watching TV in the living room to find out the situation outside, and Naga, Komuro, and Rei are together. As for Jukawa-sensei, speaking of this, Poison Island was a little helpless, the cute teacher was actually directly drunk, and went crazy in one of the rooms. Mo Wen nodded, and was about to say something when a loud roar suddenly came from the second floor of the villa. Xia room, why are you like this, forever still there, you? We grew up together, we. Hearing this figure, both Mo Wen and Poison Island Surprise paused for a moment, and a trace of disgust flashed in Poison Island Surprise's eyes. After Mo Wen stood in place and thought for a while, he looked up at the Poison Island and said, let's go up and take a look, they are so loud, it's not good to lure the dead bodies outside. Yes. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 021. Not only Mo Wen and Poison Island Yuko heard Miyamoto Rei and Komuro Takashi arguing, but also Jing Hanaga, who is Miyamoto Rei's boyfriend, also heard it. Due to the reason that during the day at the school Jing Haoyang's arm was hooked on the neck of the dead body, the arm was full of the rotten smell of the dead body, and after the women took a bath, he left Miyamoto Rei and rushed into the bathroom to rinse, who knew that as soon as he entered the bathroom, he heard the quarrel between Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei outside. Seeing this, Jing Hanaga could only suspend the idea of cleaning himself, directly opened the door of the bathroom and walked out. Who knows, When he opened the door, he suddenly saw Komuro Takashi on the second floor while knocking Miyamoto Rei. Moreover, looking at Komuro Taka's appearance, it was as if he wanted to forcibly kiss. Seeing this, Jing Hanaga was suddenly angry, and rushed directly without thinking. However, although his movements were fast, Komuro Takashi was also dissatisfied, and his mouth was already kissed the moment Ioji stepped out of the bathroom door and rushed towards him. At the same time, downstairs, I heard the normal MON and Poison Island Yuzai upstairs, and also happened to be at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, hitting the scene where Komuro Takashi kissed Miyamoto Rei. Due to the line of sight problem, Jing Hanaga couldn't see in the back room, but MON and Poison Island went upstairs, but he could see it. Seeing this, the eyes of several people froze at the same time, standing in place, and the atmosphere seemed embarrassing. Mon Wen looked at Komuro Takashi dumbfounded. What is this? Full of lust desire, this has just arrived in a safe place to occupy the time, he is. Bang! Just as Mo Ching and Poison Island were stunned, Jing Hanaga, who rushed out of the bathroom, slammed a punch on Komuro's face. Bastard, what did you do? Komuro's face turned red and he wanted to defend something, but Jing Haoyonaga, who was cuckolded, would not listen to his explanation, and before he could finish speaking, Jing Hanaga punched him in the head again. Let's go. Mon looked at this farce helplessly, and turned to the Poison Island and said. Poison Island Kyoko's gaze flashed with disgust when he looked at Komuro Taka, and then nodded, without saying much, followed Mon directly past Komuro Taka's three and walked towards the rooftop. Miyamoto Rei looked at the backs of Mon and Poison Island Takeko, and then looked at Jing Hanaga, who was wrestling with Komuro Takashi, opened her mouth slightly, and then stepped forward and pulled Jing Hanaga and said, Yang, forget it, Rei, don't worry about this, Komuro, I've put up with you for a long time, you trademark, you just now. Jing Hanaga looked at Komuro Takashi with a dark face, and even stepped forward again in disbelief and kicked a few feet. Miyamoto Rei quickly pulled Jing Hanaga away, while holding Jing Hanaga's body to prevent him from messing around, while saying to Komuro Takashi, filial piety, this is the last time you are called so, we will never have anything to do in the future, you know, I am Yang's girlfriend, we will never be possible, you don't have this kind of thought. Komuro Takashi was beaten by IOAI, and looked at Miyamoto Rei with a blue nose and a swollen face, looking very pitiful. Jing Hanaga looked at Komuro Taka's appearance, without the slightest mercy, constantly struggling in Miyamoto Rei's arms, wanting to beat up the bastard in front of him again. He just went to take a shower, and after coming out, he would actually find such a thing, a man can't stand it. Yang, Miyamoto Rei knew that her strength was not as great as Jing Hao Yang, and she couldn't help but cry out loudly, and then said, Yang, don't be like this, I won't be alone with Komuro in the future, don't worry, this won't happen in the future. As he spoke, even his usual nickname changed, and he directly addressed the other party with his surname. Looking at Miyamoto Rei's tearful look, Jing Hanaga kicked Komuro Takashi again, and then pulled Miyamoto Rei and walked directly into the side room, out of sight, out of mind. On the other side, Mon and Poison Island Kazai, who left Miyamoto Lee and the three of them to come to the balcony of the villa, suddenly became embarrassed. The two looked at each other, and for a while, they didn't know what to say. Silent. At this moment, there was a burst of dog barking outside, and it was very loud. Hearing this voice, the embarrassment between Mon and Poison Island was immediately relieved, and he couldn't help but turn his head at the same time to look at the source of the voice to see what happened. Trouble, the barking of the puppy below attracted the dead body. Mon said slowly. While Mon was speaking, except for Komuro Takashi, everyone else in the villa was also attracted by this dog barking. It's not a matter of so many dead bodies gathered here. Hirano Toto picked up the sniper rifle he found in the villa and tried to raise the gun to kill the dead body downstairs. It was at this moment that Mon took the lead in interrupting his move. Don't shoot, the gunfire will only attract more zombies. Moreover, the lights in the house will attract more survivors. And we don't have the ability to save too many survivors. Mo Jian's words in the second half of the paragraph are self-evident. The constant sound of gunfire will attract zombies, but also survivors. What if survivors see that there are people in the house and that the environment is safe? Mo Kyunjun, look over there. Poison Island raised his finger and pointed down at the place where there were 3 or 4 villas away from them. Hearing the words of the Poison Island, including Mo Wen, all the others looked over there, and saw that a middle-aged white-collar man with a delicate and cute little loli asked a family for help. But after knocking on the door several times, no one opened the door. For his daughter's safety, the man had to try to knock the door open with a shovel. Just then, the door was opened. But he was greeted not by welcome, but by a fruit knife. The fruit knife pierced the man's chest sharply. Everyone who saw this scene clenched their teeth, and Mo Qing was no exception. In the face of the end times, the inferior nature of human beings has really been brought to the extreme. The person who killed the middle-aged man was really infuriating. Didn't they push the little girl into the abyss in disguise by killing the little girl's father? Seeing this scene, Mo Wen also understood. That little girl must be Siri Alice. In the original work, she and the pet dog are both members of the 6-person squad. It's too much. Sayataka Shiro squeezed the handle on the balcony with an angry face. His fingers turning white from excessive force. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 022. Seeing that the zombies were about to surround the little girl, at this time, Hirano Toda couldn't stand it, and killed several dead bodies with sniper rifles. Ping Yi, cover me, I'll go down and save that little girl. Mo Wen's eyes flashed, mixed with anger, and said, although he understood a little, not a virgin, but seeing the little girl die in the group of dead bodies, he still couldn't do it. As he spoke, Mo Wen took a few steps back, and with the help of the space on the balcony, one jumped to another villa, and leaned over to the place where the little girl was at the top of the villa. Mo Kyunjun won't be in danger, so many dead bodies. Gao Cheng Saya looked at the street surrounded by dead bodies below, and couldn't help but ask nervously. A good woman respects the consciousness of men. Poison Island stared at Mo Wen's back, and said with one hand holding the handle of the balcony. Mo asked a few ups and downs, jumped to the villa where the little girl was, looked down at the dead body rushing towards the little girl, casually broke the antenna at the top of the villa, used the aluminum alloy antenna as a weapon, and directly penetrated the dead body closest to the little girl. At the same time, Mo Wen's body was also above the high villa, jumping in front of the little girl. Bang! 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 There is no weapon in hand, all rely on fists and feet, in order to ask the physique far beyond ordinary people, punch by punch, not to mention smashing the dead body, at least they can break their limbs and make them incapacitated. Are you all right? After Mo Wen solved the dead body surrounding the little girl, he walked to her, lowered his body, and asked softly. Big brother, my dad is dead. Woo! The little girl just glanced up at Mo Jian, and looked down at the man on the ground crying. Mo asked with a sigh, the world is already like this, maybe like what happens in front of him every moment, so what can be done? Life is still the same, the difference is just to go out and kill a few dead bodies every day. Mo Wen reached out and touched the little girl's head and said, don't be sad, your father will watch you in heaven, and he doesn't want you to go on like this. Well, big brother. Dad will look at me, I'll be strong. The little girl sobbed twice and looked up at Mo Wen and said. Mo Wen nodded, looked at the white sheet next to him that was hung to dry before the outbreak of the dead body, and after involuntarily removing the man covering the ground, he turned to the little girl and said, go with big brother, it's dangerous here. The little girl took a deep look at the man whose body was covered by a white sheet, and nodded to Mo. Mo didn't say much, picked up the little girl, and was about to jump on the villa and return to the poison island when a dog barked at his feet. Woof! Mo asked when he heard the dog barking and smiled gently. He almost forgot if he didn't see it just now. Wasn't it this dog that attracted everyone's attention to the outside world just now? In the original work, it is very human, such a smart puppy. If you teach it to cultivate, it may not necessarily evolve. Seeing this, Mo beckoned to the little white dog who was barking wildly towards the dead body, and after the puppy came to his side, he held the little girl with one hand, grabbed the puppy with the other hand and jumped on the villa, a few ups and downs, and instantly returned to the poison island and others. Perfect! So handsome! Hirano Toda gave a thumbs up. Gao Chengsaya also looked amazed, and exclaimed one after another. Although poison didn't make a sound, her expression said it all. After returning to the villa with the little girl, Mo breathed a sigh of relief, touched the little guy's head, and said to the poison island, "Gzi, I will trouble you to take care of this little guy tonight." Poison Island was stunned, and then nodded with crimson cheeks. "You two have an adulterous love." Looking at the expression of the Poison Island surprise, Gao Chengshay couldn't help but whisper a laugh in the Poison Island surprise's ear. "Well, yes, and how?" Poison Island surprise doesn't care what others look at her. For her, as long as she likes it. Poison Island surprise boy instead laughed at Gao Chengsaya came. "Are you jealous?" "Where?" Gao Chengshay left Mo, and saw Mo standing on the edge of the balcony, looking at the dead body downstairs. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said with some loss. Although she has only been in contact with Mo for a short day, Mo's figure has long fallen in her eyes this day, but whether it has developed to like it is not certain, but at least there is a good feeling. Which girl is not pregnant with spring, and which girl can be immune to powerful heroic figures? Mo stood on the edge of the balcony, although he looked at the dead body outside the villa, but with his physical fitness, how could he hear the conversation between the two women, especially when he heard Poison Island Kazai admit that he had feelings for him in disguise, and his heart suddenly became excited. It's just that although he was excited, Mo didn't show it. There were dead bodies outside, and it wasn't the time to talk about love. He couldn't help but turn to Poison Island and the others and said, "Surprise, you take this little girl down to take a bath." "What about you? You didn't bring a weapon just now, and your body was full of dead blood," asked Poison Island as he looked at Mo. "I'll go back later, you can help this little girl wash it first," Mo asked and pointed to the little girl. "Good." Poison Island nodded and carried the little girl directly back to the villa. "I'll go first." Looking at the Poison Island and leaving, Jao Kengshay's face couldn't help but turn red, and he didn't know what he was thinking, and directly dropped a sentence, followed behind the Poison Island and walked into the villa. Mo smiled warmly, and then walked to Hirano Toda's side and took care of him with him. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 023. The next day, early in the morning, a group of 9 people plus a humane dog in the living room sat on the sofa and held a captaincy election. Through yesterday's performance, Mo finally won the true trust of everyone. In the election for the position of captain, Mo also undoubtedly passed unanimously. Jing Hanaga and Komuro Takashi were looking at each other after last night's events, and they didn't have the heart to choose any captain, and the women such as Poison Island Yuko chose Mo Ching without thinking. Who is the strongest Mo? As for little Alice, of course, it was Mo Jian. Now in little Laurie's heart, Mo Jian is an almost godlike existence. She will never forget that scene last night. Well, through everyone's vote, in the end, Mo Sr. was elected as everyone's captain by a unanimous vote. Hirano Toda spoke loudly about the final election results. Well deserved. Poison Island Junza smiled gently, and looked at Mo's gaze infinitely softer. "Hey? Is it over?" When do we cross the river? It may be that she drank too much alcohol last night, and Shizuka Kumigawa looked like she hadn't woken up, snoring and asking in confusion. Okay, let's not be polite. The captain is only a temporary replacement, and to really act, everyone still needs to unite and help each other. Mon said with a chuckle. After everyone talked and laughed in the living room for a while, Mon looked at Gao Chengshe, who looked a little anxious, and asked, "What's wrong?" "This." Gao Chengshe heard Mo's question a little difficult to say. She wanted to go back to find her parents and family, but she didn't dare to go back herself. She wanted everyone to go with her, but after looking around, it was still very safe here, and she didn't want everyone to risk it again for her business. Mo asked, looking at Gao Chengshe's appearance, thought for a while, immediately understood her thoughts, and couldn't help but speak. "Say, do you want to go back to find your family?" "Yes." Gao Chengshe heard Mo's words, a little embarrassed, and she really wanted to go back and see. "Then let's go." Mo asked to see Gao Chengshe's appearance and smiled. Where is an important plot in the original work, no less than in the school, and so many people in Jao Kengshe's family gathered. If you save those people in the dead body siege, maybe you will get a lot of origin points. That place Mon does not want to give up. "Really? Then thank you, Mon-jun." Gao Chengshe looked at Mo gratefully and asked. "Why don't you ask June?" "We're going to." I don't know when Poison Island. Saya has already sat next to Jao Kengshe, thinking about Jao Kengshe's ridicule last night, and couldn't help but say, "Thank you." Gao Cheng Saya did not refute the Poison Island as he did last night, but stood up from the sofa very seriously and bowed to everyone. "We're all going home, you don't have to," Komuro said slowly after glancing at Rei Miyamoto and Koinaga, who were sitting on the other side, and after an intriguing glint flashed in his eyes. "Good, everyone pack up and let's go." Mo asked and nodded. Then the group got ready, packed their bags and got into the Humvee SUV like a steel behemoth outside the house. The one in charge of driving is still Jukawa Jinsen, and Komuro Takashi is arranged to guard with Hirano. No way, who let him have a problem with Jing Hanaga? Except for Komuro Takashi and Hirano Toda, everyone else was crowded into the carriage of the Humvee. Therefore, Jing Haoang sat in the co-pilot, but Mon was happily squeezed in the center of the three people of Poison Island: Junzi and Jao Kengsaya Memory Miyamoto Rei, and hugged a lowly Alice in his arms, which was simply Yan. "Shay, where is your home?" On the way, Mon sat in the center of the women and asked Gao Chengsaya beside him. "My home is across the river from Higasaka No. 2 Street, but it's hard to cross the river now," said Takashiro Saya with a sigh and slowly spoke. "Indeed. There are too many people on the Mibutsuwa Bridge and the Bedmaster Bridge, and the other bridges are blocked, and if you don't leave quickly, you will fall into the siege of dead bodies." Mon nodded and looked up at the others. Protecting them Mon could still do it, but that was too much work. "Wait. If it's a Humvee, you should be able to drive straight through the river. However, water depth is a problem." Miyamoto Rei frowned when she heard Mojian and Takashiro Saya's conversation, and expressed her opinion. "Yes. Rei Miyamoto's idea is good. I know that there is a place where the river is not very deep. It should be possible for the Hummer to drive over." Shizuka Jukawa, who was the driver, seemed to remember something, and suddenly stood up and said happily loudly, "So what are you waiting for? Mr. Jukawa, let's drive." "Sit down." Shizuka Jukawa smiled cutely, then suddenly increased her speed and sped towards the river she knew. In fact, most of Japan's rivers are artificial rivers. The bottom of the river is paved with cement. No matter where the river is not very deep, but Shizuka Jukawa's cute personality, so that she will not pay too much attention to other things. The reason why she knows that a river is shallow is completely because it is close to her friend's villa. After a while, everyone came to the shallow river channel under the guidance of Shizuka Jukawa. "This river should be able to pass," Hirano Toda, who was sitting on the roof of the car, said to the people in the car after observing the depth of the river. "Then what are you waiting for? Drive over." After crossing the river, it was not far from her house, so Jiao Kengshe shouted a little impatiently. "Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders." Chapter 024. Hearing Takashiro say's words, Shizuka Kumigawa slammed on the accelerator and drove straight down the river. It's just that no matter what kind of artificial river, no matter how shallow the river is, it will not be shallow, so when crossing the river, the Humvee is directly submerged for most of the half, and when it arrives across the river, everyone splashes a lot of river water, so as not to be embarrassed. After arriving on the other side of the river, the Humvee could no longer drive directly onto the dam. In desperation, everyone had to pack up their bags and get off the Humvee, and Shizuka Jukawa drove the Humvee alone to dash with all her might to rush up the river dam. Looking at the women who got out of the car and wore translucent costumes and held mechanical guns. The beautiful legs and beautiful body of the white flower caused the men present to whistle. "It's really ridiculous. It seems that this river has not stopped the spread of the virus." After looking at it with a telescope, Gao Chengsaya said in a somewhat heavy tone. Poison Island Junzi nodded and sighed. "The news says that catastrophes have occurred all over the world. Think about it. Will you go directly to Gao Cheng's house next?" On the Humvee, Shizuka Jukawa poked her head out in confusion. "I really didn't expect that the person who drove the Hummer so fiercely just now turned out to be such a natural existence." "Yes." Mon didn't say anything more, and nodded directly silently. In this way, the group continued on the Humvee. In the car, Poison Island Jiaozi, who was sitting next to Mon, suddenly took out a sandwich and sushi from his bag. Mon asked June, "Are you hungry?" "I haven't eaten breakfast yet." Poison Island Takashi handed the sushi to Mon's hand, which aroused the envy of Hirano and Komuro. Among the people, the best cooking is not the Poisonous Island surprise. Of course, the point is that she is the most attractive royal sister among all the women. Komuro Taka's gaze was a little unwilling. But when he thought of this Mon's powerful strength, he couldn't help but be discouraged. Looking at Jing Hanaga and Miyamoto Rei in the car, his heart suddenly set off endless unwillingness. "The dead body is coming, I'm going to accelerate, everyone sit tight." The road that was empty just now, but unexpectedly, in the process of approaching the Jiao Kengsaya house, the number of dead bodies gradually increased. In order to highlight the encirclement, Jukawa Shizuka had to speed up the car, and the Humvee rushed to a fairly fast speed, rampage in the dead body. "Hey! There seems to be something ahead." Miyamoto Rei narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Mo asked to look at the place where Miyamoto Lee was looking. There was actually a barbed wire fence blocking it at the intersection in front. Mo asked to pat his head. How to forget this plot, trouble. Mon hurriedly shouted into the car, "Shizuka, quickly turn the car sideways. Barbed wire at the intersection ahead, be careful." Well. Ah! Shizuka Kumigawa exclaimed, quickly slammed the steering wheel, and turned the Humvee sideways, and the car crushed the nearby dead body into pieces of flesh and blood during the rapid turn. Mon looked at the scene outside the car like an azure field, as well as the blood and flesh splashed on the window, and quickly held Alice tightly in his arms and covered her eyes and shouted, "Can't look. Oops. It's so slippery. Can't stop." The wheels spun rapidly under the lubrication of human flesh and blood, and Shizuka Kumigawa screamed in panic. "Put the brakes off, step on the accelerator a little, turn around and brake again." Mon sat in the center of the two people of Poison Island and Jiao Kengshe, although the car dangled and enjoyed it very much, but at this time he didn't feel the slightest, not that Mogen didn't lift it, but he didn't have the heart to think about it at this time. Well, Shizuka Jukawa was surprised, but she didn't expect that Mogen still knew how to drive. But it was done immediately, and the car came to a sharp stop against the barbed wire fence after a period of taxiing. Although the car stopped at the edge of the barbed wire, under the inertia, Miyamoto Rei, who was sitting on the far left, was careless, slammed the car door and threw it out from afar. There was such a big movement, and the dead bodies naturally moved by the wind and surrounded Miyamoto Rei. Komuro Taka, who was sitting on the roof of the car and tightly grasped the handle, saw his Miyamoto Rei fall out of the car, and in a panic, he rushed down with a gun, and several dead bodies that tried to pounce on Miyamoto Rei were blasted in succession, and quickly rushed to Miyamoto Rei's side. "Go away!" Izunaga got down from the co-pilot, flashed in front of Miyamoto Rei, and while pulling Miyamoto Rei, he glared at Komuro Takashi with anger. "Nima, when is it, still brushing the sense of existence here, and there is no mistake?" Mo asked the speechless forehead, greatly embarrassed. "This guy is really for the beauty not to lose his life. If you rush in like this, you will have to be surrounded by zombies. And Rei Miyamoto's boyfriend is still there, can't you be stable? Damn, that's too much, isn't it?" Seeing the densely packed dead body, Morosia was horrified. At the same time, he did not forget to ask Miyamoto Rei with concern, "Rei, are you okay? Can you still stand up?" "Ah. No." Miyamoto tried it, her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a pained expression. Jing Haoang's face was like a pig's liver, although he wanted to beat Komuro Takashi again, but it was obviously not the time, looked at the dead body that came up, and could only half pull and half hold Miyamoto Rei to shoot at the dead body that surrounded over there. Shhhh. H. At the critical moment, Hirano Toda accurately killed several dead bodies and rescued the three of Io Hanaga in crisis. However, the number of dead bodies around them is still increasing dramatically. And the guns in the hands of Jing Hanaga and Komuro Takashi ran out of bullets after a few shots. In an instant, the situation was once again in crisis. "Junzi, let's go down together. It seems that this car is not wanted." Mon picked up the military knife found from the villa last night and quickly jumped out of the car. When Poison Island heard Mo Jian's words, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Mon Jun, let's try it out to see who has more dead bodies of hunters, just let me see how your recent kendo practice is." "Okay, the competition is okay, look at the progress of my cultivation, then forget it, what I use now is a mountain opening knife, not a sword." Mon stood next to the Poison Island and smiled, although the surrounding area was full of dead bodies, if he led people to escape, he could still do it, so Mon was not worried at all. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 025. I have long seen that you don't want to practice swords, it's just a pity, if you keep practicing swords with your talent, the future will definitely be extraordinary. Poison Island Kaihuza glanced at Mojian's open knife in his hand. "My strength is great, and sword practice is wasted," said Mon with a smile. "Then let's simply try to see who kills more," Poison Island said. "Happy to accompany." Mon smiled slightly, held the opening knife and swung towards the zombie. As a result, the two figures continued to move gorgeously in the zombie group, and one by one the dead bodies were instantly harvested. Mo asked to suppress with force, one after another sword light flashed, horizontal chopping, slashing, under the heavy blow, the dead body was all very violently knocked away, either missing arms, or missing legs, very bloody, domineering. And the Poison Island is just the opposite of Mon, the sword technique is very gorgeous, as if dancing in the group of dead bodies, under the rotation, it takes away the lives of several dead bodies, coyly and colorful. "The engine of the car can't start, what should I do?" Shizuka Kumigawa started the car one after another, but the Hummer was always stalled. "I can only get out of the car." Gao Chengshi shook his head depressedly. Hirano Toda hugged little Alice and handed her to the other end of the grid. "Alice, jump to the other end of the grid with the puppy." "But what about everyone?" Will everyone follow right away? Alice frowned, looking at Mogen in the battle, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Don't. When Dad died, he also had the same expression as his big brother. It didn't matter if he said it, but he died in the end. Don't. Alice wants to be with big brothers and big sisters forever. Little Alice shook her head vigorously. Saya Takashiro hugged Shizuka Kumigawa, tears couldn't stop flowing. I'm sorry everyone. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Although Moen was competing with Poison Island Surprise, he had been paying attention to Shizuka Jichuan and the others at the moment, and when he heard their crying, he couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? Trust me and Jiaozi, hurry up. Everyone lie down on the spot." Just as Moen's voice fell, a beautiful female voice came into everyone's ears. Mo asked for a startle, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Coming? I thought you weren't coming. If you don't come again, you really have to open the killing ring. Boom! A powerful column of water slammed out the dead bodies surrounding Moen and Poison Island, and in an instant, a blank space was cleared. Hurry over now. We'll help you bring the car in later. One firefighter climbed onto the roof of the car and hit the surrounding dead body with a water column, and the other firefighter was responsible for guiding Shizuka Kumigawa and others to climb inside. How many were killed? Moen looked at Jichuan, Shizuka and the others all climbed over the steel wire fence, and couldn't help but ask the Poison Island. It's too short, only 41 killed, how about you? A trace of color flashed in Poison Island's eyes, and he turned to Mo and asked. Unfortunately, 42, one more than you. Moen said with a chuckle. If you win this time, I'll win it back next time, said Poison Island arrogantly. Okay, wait for you, Moen smiled, then pointed to the wire mesh and continued. Let's go too. It's all right here. After guiding Moen and Poison Island Yuzai to climb over the steel wire fence, the firefighter said. Thank you so much for saving us. Miyamoto Rei was still a little numb in her legs because she threw out the car, and leaned on Io Hanaga's arms to thank the firefighters. This is what I should do. The firefighter slowly took off his helmet, revealing a face similar to Saya Takashiro and continued, for my daughter and her friends. Are you Mrs. Takashiro? Miyamoto looked in amazement at the beautiful woman who was smiling in front of her. She had met Saya Takashiro's mother before. Mom! Saya Takashiro cried and threw himself into her. In my mother's arms, she cried loudly and vented her grievances in her heart. Ah, saved, Shizuka Kumigawa said suddenly. Moen looked at Shizuka Jichuan speechlessly, and then stepped forward and pulled Shizuka Jukawa and said, It's okay, don't be afraid. Yes, it's okay, but it's really exciting just now. Poison Island turned his head to look at the dead body that was grasping the barbed wire and constantly roaring inside, and said softly. Thrill what? They were all scared to death just now, in addition to Moen and the crying Jao Kengshe, the other women, including little Alice, all shouted in unison. Hee, everyone come with me. Mrs. Gao Cheng covered her mouth and laughed softly. Moen and Poison Island looked at each other, smiled at each other, followed behind Mrs. Gao Cheng with several others, and walked inside. Jao Kengshe's parents are worthy of being a prestigious family in the city, and their parents are military figures. After the outbreak of this dead body, they can actually establish such a large temporary base in a short period of time. Along the way, Moen can see that the masses inside this base suddenly have a calm smile on their faces, which is rare outside. Moen and the others walked to the inside of the base, and from a distance they saw the figure standing outside the gate to greet everyone. And a few figures by the gate also saw Moen and his group in the distance, among which a middle-aged man wearing a black Japanese military uniform and a katana hanging from his waist walked towards them. Gao Chengshe, my daughter, welcome home. Humph! Gao Chengshe snorted coldly and ignored the middle-aged man. he was not embarrassed, and directly turned to Mo Cheng and said, "My name is Gao Cheng Zhenichiro, thank you for sending my daughter back." After speaking, he directly bowed to Mo Wen and the others. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 026. You're welcome, I'm a friend of Shay, here's what I'm supposed to do. According to the original plot, Mo Wen knows the identity of this Gao Cheng Zhuang Ichiro in front of him. This guy is a complete left-winger, and Mo Wen will not care about his courtesy, but the appearance on the surface still has to be pretended. Guys, my daughter has just come back, we want to get together and have something to say, can you avoid it? Takashiro nodded to Mo Wen, pretending to be sluggish. This is the long-term love of people, of course. Mo Wen nodded repeatedly when he heard Gao Cheng Zhuangjikiro's words, and sighed secretly, pretending to be really like that. Gao Cheng Shay's hatred of you can be seen by everyone. After Takashiro turned his head and whispered orders to a middle-aged man behind him who looked like a butler, he said to everyone again, "This is our housekeeper, go down and rest." "Thank you, Mr. Gao Cheng," Mo Wen nodded, glanced at everyone, followed behind the butler, and walked into the mansion. Halfway down, Mo Wen pondered for a while, then turned to the others and said, "Now that we have arrived at Shay's house, then our next target is a friend of Mr. Jukawa. Mr. Jukawa, we stayed at your friend's place last night, and we don't know your friend's name, do you know where she is?" Oh, my friend's name is Minami Satoka, I usually work at the airport, as for where I am now, I don't know." Shizuka Kumagawa seemed to have just reacted, tilting her head and thinking for a while before speaking. "Then remember your friend's number, the phone should still be able to get through now, you can call and ask," Mo Wen said after thinking about it. "Allah, how did I forget about this kind of thing? But I forgot my phone at school. Use mine." Rei Miyamoto handed her his phone. "Ah, thanks." Shizuka Jukawa happily took it and pressed the number, 1 here. 2 here. 3 here. Mo Wen helplessly lowered his forehead and spoke, "Let me help you press it. I'll forget the number. Don't bother me." Shizuka Jukawa pressed the number seriously. A few minutes later. "Hey!" The phone finally got through. "Ah! Rika, you're still alive. We borrowed some guns. I also encountered a lot of tragic things." Shizuka Jukawa looked surprised, and the giant rabbit in front of the chest also trembled. "Besides, where are you now?" "My room?" Nan Rika's voice came from the phone. "Shizuka Kumagawa, we've left there. I'm looking for you now, where are you?" "Stupid! Who wants you to find me? I'm very dangerous here, you quickly find a safe place to hide, I will come to you then." Shizuka said with a look of indifference, "Don't worry. People have made a very good friend. He killed the dead bodies in a few strokes, and he took us out of danger several times." "What friend? Male? Female? Male. What about others? Won't look at you pretty and lie to you, right?" Nan Rika's suspicious voice came over the phone. Shizuka Jukawa secretly looked at Mo and asked, "No, the others are very good. I'm at the sea airport right now, since your friend is so powerful, then you come to me. I'll pick you up when I can." "Well, I'll go with my friend," Shizuka Jukawa nodded thoughtfully, and then hung up the phone directly. Mo asked helplessly, "This Nizai is too cute, it's just a cute thing, call it, it's not a video phone, what do you nod, people can't see it there." Looking at Shizuka Jukawa, who hung up the phone, Komuro couldn't help but ask, "When are we going to find Mr. Jukawa's friend?" Mo asked and looked at everyone, his gaze stayed on Shizuka Jichuan for a moment before speaking, "After the scene of the death body siege just now, I think everyone is also physically and mentally tired, let's stay and rest for the night first. It is not unreasonable for Mo to do this, except for the thrilling scene just now, although they spent the night peacefully in Nanlixiang Villa yesterday, except for Shizuka Jukawa, none of the others slept peacefully, and even Mon himself fell asleep after tossing and turning for a long time last night. After all, there were too many things that happened at the end of the day yesterday. The end of the world and the escape of the campus are all challenging everyone's nerves. Fortunately, everyone had some insomnia last night, just here to replenish sleep. Poison Island pursed his lips and smiled. Then, everyone who discussed the next way to go did not say much, and under the leadership of Gao Cheng's butler, they each assigned a relatively spacious room. It may be that seeing the steel wire mesh protection around Gao Cheng's house, knowing that the dead body will not break through the protection so easily, coupled with the fact that everyone did not rest well last night, as soon as they were taken into the room by Gao Cheng's housekeeper, everyone turned their heads and fell asleep. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 027. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. Mo, who was lying on the bed and sleeping heavily, opened his sleepy eyes, stretched out at the end of the bed, and said, "This sleep is full, Xiao Mo, what time is it, how long have I slept?" "Master, it's 4:30 in the afternoon, and you've been sleeping for 7 hours, Xiao Mo's voice sounded from Mo Wen's mind. 7 hours. Mo Wen rubbed his temples, got up from the bed, and after moving his body slightly, he asked, "After I slept, nothing major happened to the Gao Cheng family, right?" "Everything was calm, host." Mo nodded, walked out the window, opened the curtains, looked at the sunset outside, and sighed secretly, "The sunset is infinitely good, it's just near dusk, this world has also reached dusk, Xiao Mo, when can we leave this world?" "You can master at any time, the genetic evolution system does not limit any decisions of the master, but the master you have not obtained many origin points now, Xiao Mo still hopes that the master can stay in this world for a while." Mo Wen rolled his eyes, "I didn't say I'll get out of here now." Peng peng. Just as Mo Wen was chatting with Xiao Mo while looking at the sunset in the sky, there was a slight knock outside the bedroom door, as well as Gao Cheng Shei's call, "Mo Kyunjun, are you awake? Get up, what's the matter?" "Shei?" Mo Wen was startled, then walked to the door, opened the door and asked Gao Cheng Shei, who was standing outside. Gao Cheng Shei looked at Mo who opened the bedroom door, his face showed a hint of pink, and then smiled lightly, "This. My mother prepared dinner to thank you for sending me back, so I came to call you." Gao Cheng Shei didn't say, he didn't think. After dinner, Mo Wen suddenly felt that his stomach was indeed a little hungry, and he couldn't help nodding and said, "Well, what about the others, just call me one." "Yes." Gao Cheng Shei lowered his head, touched his feet, and said a little shyly. Mo looked at the shy Jiao Keng Shei, thought to himself, and nodded, "Then let's go." Mo and Gao Cheng Saya walked all the way to the living room of Gao Cheng's house with a smile. The first thing he saw was that Mrs. Gao Cheng was standing there and didn't know what she was thinking, although I saw it outside the barbed wire fence in the morning, it was just a slight brush and didn't care much, and now I feel how delicate she is, just looking at her appearance does not look like a mother at all, she looks only about 24 or 5 years old, her demeanor is graceful and luxurious, and her temperament is elegant and elegant. Mrs. Gao Cheng saw Mo and Gao Cheng Shei come in, and smiled at Mo Wen, "You are the Mojian that our family Shei hangs on his lips." "I am Sei's mother, my name is Yuriko Takashiro." "Hello Mrs. Gao Cheng," said Mo Wen, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. "It's too outrageous to call Mrs. Jiao Keng, I see that you are not too old, just call me aunt." Gao Cheng Yuriko looked Mo Wen up and down and said, after speaking, he walked in front of Mo Wen, motioned for Mo Wen to sit down, turned to Gao Cheng Saya and said, "You go and bring the dishes to the table, and get some wine by the way." Mo Wen looked at Jiao Keng Yuriko's eyes, and a black line was immediately hung on his forehead. How is this similar to his mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law? But although he thinks so, Mon does not show too much, and directly said I see that Mrs. Jeokeng is so young and called an aunt will not be called old. Then you can call sister when no one is around. Women are always very sensitive to their appearance, and said with a smile on their faces when they heard Mon's words. Mo Ching was also not polite, and directly used this sister title, that sister, why did I come alone? I heard Shay say, you helped her a lot, this meal is a good thank you. As for the others being arranged elsewhere, rest assured. Gao Cheng Yuriko couldn't help but pause when she said this, and then looked at Mo Jian again, and said, Mo Jian, it's hard to say anything in this world, my daughter has been spoiled by me since she was a child, please don't care, she is this child's temper, I am always afraid that she is so rude in front of others, you should help me in the future should her child's temper. This, sister, did you misunderstand something? Before Mo Jian's words were finished, she was interrupted by Yuriko Takashiro, and she waved her hand and said, knowing the daughter Mo Nyomu, I can see that she likes you, although she herself may not understand it now, but I believe you will not let your sister down. After speaking, the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law and looked at Mo Jian again. Mon heard her words, and now he really didn't know what to say, but at this time, Gao Chengshe had already taken the meal out of the kitchen and touched Mon's embarrassment, what are you talking about? I'm hungry, let's eat. Mon was relieved to hear Gao Chengshe's words. Yuriko Takashiro smiled embarrassedly, oh, I'm so happy, I forgot everything, Mo asked, saying that, he directly took Mon's hand and walked towards the dining table. After taking a seat, Yuriko Takashiro first raised her glass and said, welcome Mo Jian came to our house for the first time today, and you can treat this place as your home in the future. Come, let's have a toast together. After speaking, he winked at Mon charmingly. Ripe. The woman's wind is not comparable to those green astringent girls, this feminine charming eyes instantly electrocuted Mon. Mon awkwardly picked up the wine glass, and covered up, sister is really beautiful like a fairy, and the temperament wind rhyme is incomparable. No, Ren Lao Zhu Huang, Gao Cheng Yuriko nodded with satisfaction when she saw Mo Jian's appearance. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 028. Sister. Gao Cheng Saya looked at Mo Jian and Takashiro Yuriko in surprise. How? Can't I be Mon's sister like this? Yuriko Takashiro glared at the surprised Takashiro Saya and said. How come, hehe, when my mother used to go out on the street with me, everyone else said so, although Takashiro Saya did not deal with his Takashiro Shishiro, he still got along with Yuriko Takashiro, and although Mon's name for his mother was a little strange, it was still within the acceptable range. In fact, I am already 34 years old, I got married early, married at 16, and had Saya at the age of 17, with good family conditions, nothing to worry about, cheerful personality, plus I often exercise, so that I cover up my actual age, of course others will misunderstand, Yuriko Takashiro explained when she heard Saya Takashiro's words. Mon nodded and spoke, yes. I saw that my sister was about 24 years old at most, but I didn't expect my sister to be so young, and her appearance was about 10 years younger than her age. If you go on the street like this, others will definitely misunderstand. Hearing Mon's words, Gao Cheng's mother and daughter suddenly laughed, both of them are very beautiful, can be described as jade color double radiance, pearlescence, flower jade skin, can be called a pair of peerless beauty. And the personalities of the two have their own characteristics, one is naive and wise, the other is gentle and elegant, and they are really a pair of you things. Don't just talk, eat vegetables, don't ask, my sister's dishes are still to your taste. Yuriko Takashiro picked up the dishes on the table and put them in Mon's bowl and said. Mo asked and nodded repeatedly, great, the taste of the food made by my sister is speechless, it's great. During the dinner, Yuriko Takashiro proposed to drink happily. She had a bad premonition, she might not have the opportunity to drink like this next time, and got the consent of Mon and Saya Takashiro. Yuriko Takashiro looked at Mon and Saya Takashiro sitting on both sides enjoying the happiness of heaven. It may be a rare opportunity to have such an opportunity. At the dinner table, laughter continued, frequent toasts, and it didn't take long for Gao Cheng Saya to be drunk on the dining table, and was sent into the next guest room by Mon. And Joking Yuriko has always been in high spirits, and after sending Joking Saya away, she kept clinking glasses with Mon. I don't know how long it took, even Yuriko Takagi was drunk and gaff. I saw her face red, her eyes were hazy, probably the dry heat on her body, unconsciously unbuttoned her coat, stood up and actually said that she wanted to dance, although her steps were messy after drinking, but because of her graceful figure, her willow waist swayed frequently, and her posture was very beautiful. Joking Yuriko is like this, but Mo Ching is even more unbearable. He was just an ordinary otaku before crossing. Where will there be a good amount of alcohol, even if it is now strengthened by genetic optimization liquid? The amount of alcohol is not comparable to Joking Yuriko, who often socializes outside. After Yuriko gaffed and danced for a while, Mon was also infected by this atmosphere and jumped with Yuriko Takashiro at the dining table. Mon, who was dancing with Lily Joking, under the influence of alcohol, Hoermeng suddenly stimulated. Looking at the fullness under the buttons of his coat, Mon's heart was excited and blurted out, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Takashiro Yuriko seemed to find Mon's strange eyes staring at her front chest. Her pink face was bright red, red like a ripe red apple, full of infinite coquettishness. Gao Cheng Yuriko exclaimed with a drunken coquettish, "Look there!" Under the influence of alcohol, Mon suddenly fell into the coquettish shyness of Yuriko Joking, and subconsciously kissed her pink little mouth. Went on. Harmony. At midnight, the moonlight shone on the Joking base, laying a silver white coat on the base. In the room closest to the restaurant at the Joking base, Mon looked at Joking Yuriko lying next to him. His eyes showed a complicated and unspeakable look. "Drinking is wrong, I didn't expect me." Perhaps hearing the movement beside him, the eyelashes of Yuriko Joking, who was lying next to Mon, suddenly moved, but he did not immediately open his eyes, lying quietly in place. His heart was very complicated. Mon, who had been looking at Yuriko Joking, looked at her trembling eyelashes, and immediately knew that Yuriko Takashiro had also woken up at this time, but she couldn't face him, so she pretended not to be awake. Mon couldn't help but smile bitterly, and thought to himself, "It seems that she doesn't know how to face herself, too. Who can say good about this situation? It's just..." Perhaps sensing Mon's thoughts at this time, he has not taken the initiative to come out of the auxiliary program, but at this time he took the initiative to emerge. "Master, you don't need to be entangled with this. As the host of the genetic evolution system, the future is destined to be the most dazzling one in the 10,000 worlds. You have such an innate advantage. It is normal to have a few more women. Which of the strong is not a group of wives and concubines? You should not be so entangled, so thirsty." Just when Mo asked, not knowing what to say to Xiao Mo, Gao Cheng Shi, who was first drunk and sent into the room by Mo and Yuriko Joking, whispered in his sleep. Although this murmur voice was low, but for Joking Yuriko lying next to Mon, it was like a thunderbolt. Hearing Joking Shi's voice, she couldn't pretend any more, quickly started from Mon's side, and said to Mon with an anxious face, "Don't go quickly, do you want Shi to see it?" Mon turned his head to look at Takagi Yuriko, and then looked at Joking Saya, who seemed to be waking up, took a deep breath, and nodded, "Okay, I'll leave first, and when the sky breaks, I'll come to you again." "Let's go, don't say more, Shi is waking up soon." Yuriko Takashiro looked anxious. Mo didn't say much, put on his clothes 3 or 2, and strode out of the bedroom. Gao Cheng Yuriko looked at Mon's back with a complicated face, sighed silently, and secretly said, it's really wrong, I actually did this kind of thing. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 029. Mo, who left Joking Yuriko, asked, returned to the room assigned to him by the housekeeper during the day. His face also showed a complicated color, and said to Xiao Mo in his heart, Xiao Mo, how do you say I should face her? Mo Wen just asked casually, did not think to ask the auxiliary program to return to this question. After all, he is just a program, does not understand human emotions, but what the auxiliary program said, but greatly exceeded Mo Wen's expectations. This is to ask the master your heart. Oh, my heart. How do you say this? Mo asked. You can imagine if Yuriko Takashiro was lying in Takashiro's arms at this time. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Mo Wen's mind suddenly presented a picture of Yuriko Takashiro and Takashiro together, and his heart suddenly soured, and then he was shocked. No, she is mine now. At this moment, a strong desire to possess have welled up in Mo Wen's heart. It's this feeling, the owner has to remember this feeling. The genetic evolution system itself is for stealing, plundering, possession. Prepared with the origin and resources of each world, as the host of the genetic evolution system, you have always had a huge deficiency, and you have always had no desire. How do you travel and plunder through the planes and worlds? Mo, who came back to his senses, asked. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, he said with some tears and laughter, I just asked you to make a little suggestion on the matter between me and Yuriko. Why are you involved in the genetic evolution system again? Women are also a resource, can also be counted as plunder, stealing the list. Forgot to tell the master you, just now you accounted for. When there was Yuriko Takashiro, he obtained 20 origin points, and I hope that the master will continue his efforts. How can there be so many? It's all the same as the task of saving people. Mo asked for a while. The origin point of the gene evolution system is very precious, don't look at it, only a few points, a dozen points, but if it is used to exchange items, it can be exchanged for a lot of good things. For example, a desert eagle with unlimited bullets only needs to pay 10 origin points, and a demon fruit in the One Piece world is only between 500 points and 1000 points, and this 20 points into the account is really a little unbelievable. It's like I just said, women are also a resource, the master you occupy. With Yuriko Takashiro, it has changed the trajectory of the next plot, and even changed Yuriko Takashiro's life. It is normal for the origin of the world to be shaken. Mo asked and nodded, this is also a disguised change of plot, right? Yes, master, if there is a chance, the master should do more of these things. Mo asked a little crying and laughing, does Xiao Mo mean to let himself find more women? The sun rose and the moon set, time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the night was spent under the conversation between Mo Wen and Xiao Mo. Early the next morning, Mo asked, looking at the sunlight and outside the window, couldn't help but stretch out, cut off the communication with Xiao Mo, opened the door, and walked towards the place where Yuriko Joking was. Since the decision had been made last night, it was time to talk to her about the matter between the two of them. This kind of thing is not good for anyone, it is better to solve it directly. However, what disappointed Mo Wen was that when Mo Wen came to the guest room with Joking Yuriko last night, the building was already empty, and even the little girl of Joking She did not know where she went. Mo asked Mr. what happened. Just as Mo Man was about to leave to ask others, the owner of the Takashiro base, Takashiro Chang, walked up from elsewhere. Mo asked as he looked at Takashiro who walked in front of him, his mind turned, and he couldn't help but speak, it's nothing, just take a look casually. Oh, by the way, why didn't you see Shay this morning? She and my wife went out early in the morning with the escort to look for the victims. Do you have something to do with her? Takashiro thinks that Mo Man wants to pursue her daughter Takashiro Saya. A trace of contempt couldn't help but flash in his eyes. It's nothing, I just didn't see her, since she has gone out with her mother, then forget it, Mo asked directly ignored Takashiro Ichiro's eyes. His wife gave it to herself. Do you care about this contempt? Then, just as Takashiro was about to say something, a sudden noise came from the courtyard outside, interrupting him. Takashiro swallowed what he was about to say, looked outside, and said, I have something to deal with. Mr. Mo asked himself at will. There is a voice of Hirano here, is there a conflict with the others? Mon frowned, and followed closely towards the outside of the compound. In an inconspicuous corner not far from the house, Hirano Toda was surrounded by several men in black military uniforms. Hirano Toda can be said to be fascinated by firearms to a certain degree of fanaticism: a sniper, an automatic rifle, a shotgun. These three powerful bolts have been carried by him since they entered Takashiro's house yesterday, and other firearms are all hidden in the room as if he were forbidden. But he was going to go out for a walk in the morning, but he ran into trouble. One person occupying so many weapons, it is absolutely impossible in this last world, so unfortunately, Hirano was blocked by several people from the Joking family. Hand it over. One of them wanted to reach out and pull off the gun in Hirano Toda's hand, but he was held in his arms by Hirano Toda and couldn't pull it out at all. Hey! Small brother, why are you a child with so many guns in this situation? Come, hand it over to us, we will use these weapons to protect you. Another man who seemed to be the captain of the squad stopped the man from wanting to rob him before, and said to Hirano Toda in a good voice. No, these weapons are borrowed, and none of you here can use them better than me. Hirano Toda lowered his head and protected the gun in his arms with his body, and his words were very resolute. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 030. Stinky Boy. Brother Yoshioka wants to tell you well. You actually make these excuses again. The man who was ready to rob at the beginning looked at Hirano Toda and said through gritted teeth. I said we're going to protect everyone here, too. The man known as Yoshioka frowned slightly. Leave him alone so much. At the same time, a Mediterranean Sea on the other side is directly ready to grab it. Yoshioka saw that the other was ready to rob again, and stopped making noise. After all, whether it was public or private, in their opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Hirano to occupy so many firearms alone. What are you arguing about? Hirano. Two voices came at the same time, and the person who came was Mon and Takashiro, who met in the living room. It will. President. Seeing that Mo asked and Takashiro Ichiro arrived, those who surrounded Hirano suddenly stopped their hands and looked at Takashiro and exclaimed a little surprised. Hirano, how are you? Looking at Hirano Toda squatting on the ground, Mo couldn't help but step forward and pull him up from the ground. What the hell is going on here? Looking at those people, Soichiro Takagi couldn't help but say, his voice was very majestic and loud. President, the little ghost actually hides the bolt, this is not a toy. Soichiro Takajo asked. Yoshioka, who looked like a squad leader, couldn't help but take a step forward and said to Soichiro Takashiro. Hearing Yoshioka's words, Soichiro Takagi couldn't help nodding, looking at Hirano Toda, especially the bolt that Hirano Toda held in his arms. It was even more eye-catching, raised his foot, and walked towards Hirano Toda. Mr. Takashiro. This is, looking at Soichiro Takagi who came over, Mon frowned, wanting to say something. After all, in saying this, Hirano Toda was also his companion for a short time, but he was stopped by Soichiro Takagi. Mr. Mo asked, just leave it to me here, I will deal with it. Nodding at Mon, Takashiro said. Hey! Looking at Soichiro Gaocheng, Mo didn't know what to say for a while. Soichiro Takagi walked directly to Hirano Toda's side and looked at him condescendingly. The domineering power of a person in power is undoubtedly revealed. And under the momentum of Soichiro Takashiro, Hirano Toda is about to collapse. Who is Soichiro Takashiro? The leader of the entire left. The long-term official prestige and the imposing and fierce domineering of the superior are not something that Hirano Toda, a small high school student, can bear. Boy, what's your name? Looking at Hirano Toda for a long time, Takashiro Soichiro said, his voice was very majestic and domineering because of the domineering of this body. Ping. Flat. Hirano Toda. Private Fuji Miwan 2nd year Class B, student number 32. Although Hirano is cowardly, he is also considered hard, and he is not weak under the momentum of Takashiro. Although he looks a little cowardly, his voice is domineering. Little brother Hirano. You must have experienced a lot of suffering before, right? Hearing Hirano Toda's words, a smile appeared on Takashiro Soichiro's serious face. Hirano Toda looked at Mo and did not say, but the meaning was already obvious. Why don't you hand over your gun? Soichiro Takagi continued to press Hirano Toda and said. Mo asked looking at Takashiro Ichiro, his brows suddenly furrowed, pulled Hirano Toda, and interjected, Mr. Takashiro. I think you have already passed. Why do you have an opinion, Mr. Mo? Takashiro Cheng Genichiro's face frowned, and he who himself had no good impression of Mo, was interrupted by Mo, and couldn't help but say with some dissatisfaction. It's not a good idea, but I want to ask Mr. Takashiro, do you want to seize our weapons like your subordinates? Mo Kyunki ignored Takashiro Cheng's dissatisfaction and said directly. Don't you think it's dangerous for those of you who haven't graduated from high school to carry so many weapons? Takashiro squinted his eyes, and did not return to Mo's words, but asked again, I know that because of the relationship between those dead bodies outside, you don't feel much security, but you are safe now, join us. These firearms are handed over to us professionals, can't it better protect you? I think Mr. Takashiro got one thing wrong, we never said we wanted to join you, the reason why we came here was simply to send Saya home, besides, Hirano's marksmanship is better than most of the soldiers here. This is also the reason why he has not received much training, if he is training, he is definitely not weaker than the people here. I believe he can protect himself and those around him. Mo said unhurriedly. Oh. Takagi Soichiro was very angry with Mo's first sentence, but after listening to it, he couldn't help but look at Hirano Toda more. If Mo's words are true, then Hirano Toda is a gun genius, which makes Takagi Soichiro can't help but want to accept him. In this world, a bolt genius can definitely play a big role. Dad. What Mo-jun said is true. At this time, Takashiro Saya and Takashiro Yuriko also returned from outside, and they had just returned to the base, when they heard the conflict between Mo and Takashiro Shoichiro, and Yuriko Takashiro couldn't help but rush directly to Takashiro Saya. Although Saya Takashiro has always ignored Hirano Toda, who has a crush on him, he is still very sure of his strength. Especially on the bolt, during the period of escape, they began to see with their own eyes the shooting ability of Hirano Toda. And Poison Island Surprise, Shizuka Jukawa and others were also gathered at this time, and now it can be said that the members of the entire squad have arrived. Mo asked Senior, everyone. Hirano Toda looked at Mo who stood out for him and the people around him with emotion. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 031. You're back. Hearing Takashiro say's words, Takashiro turned to the mother and daughter of Yuriko Takashiro who came from a distance. Gao Cheng Yuriko looked at Mon with a complicated look. She was not ready to meet Mon because of last night's events, she didn't expect to see it so soon. Mon also looked at Yuriko Takashiro in a complicated way, although he wanted to find her to make things clear, but there were too many people here, and the most important thing was that his husband Takashiro was also here. He didn't care, but he couldn't let others say that Yuriko Takashiro didn't abide by women's ways and so on. Dad, what Mon-jun said is true, Hirano's marksmanship is indeed very powerful. Saya Takashiro walked up to Takashiro and repeated what he had just said. Takashiro turned his head to look at Mo asked, then looked at Hirano Toda, nodded gently, and said to Hirano Toda, I understand, Rob, you can stay. I hope you can be a genius like Saya said. If you want to learn professional knowledge, you can come to me. Saying that, he turned around and walked out with Yuriko Takashiro. Today is the third day of the apocalypse, and as the supervisor of a base, there are too many things to do, and for him, there is no need to waste time here with Mon and others here for a few guns. Poison Island looked at Takashiro's back, then turned to Mo and asked, when do we leave? Mon looked at Yuriko Takashiro, who deliberately avoided himself and followed Takashiro to leave, and then spoke, I still have some things to deal with. In the afternoon, we will leave in the afternoon, everyone will have a good rest. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. This is. Including Mon, everyone was startled by this sudden voice. Mon raised his head and stared at the white smoke rising in the sky, and slightly recalled the plot. The nuclear bomb exploded. What? Nuclear bomb explosion? Are you sure? Poison Island exclaimed when he heard Mojien's words. Whether it's a nuclear bomb or not, you will only know if you look at the electronic instruments. Mon naturally wouldn't say that the nuclear bomb explosion was known to him after reading the original book. Does electromagnetic scrambling chaos attack EMP? Saya Takashiro, who did not leave with Takashiro Ichiro, quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and while operating, muttered and explained, Hain called an ultra-high-density nuclear explosion. After detonating a nuclear warhead in the upper layer of the atmosphere, the gamma shot line will pump all the electrons in the atmospheric molecules to trigger the Compton effect, and a large number of flying electrons will cause electromagnetic interference within a considerable range through the Earth's magnetic field, and its effect is fatal for electronic devices. Yes, really, after fiddling with the mobile phone in vain for a while, Gao Cheng Saya finally gave up and very helplessly admitted the nuclear bomb explosion that Mon just said. After thinking about it with a frown, Mon said his thoughts, maybe we will face not only the inability of electrical equipment, but also the evolution of those dead bodies to a higher level. No, it's just a nuclear bomb, how can a dead body evolve? Miyamoto Rei is really unwilling to accept such a thing. Originally there are enough dead bodies. Although not as powerful as adults, but they are all in groups. If they are allowed to evolve, then human beings still have space to live? Mo asked Xia Miyamoto Li's shocked appearance, couldn't help but shake her head, and directly opened her unrealistic fantasy. Wake up, do you think it's possible? It's just a nuclear bomb. There must be a country that took the lead in launching a nuclear bomb, and other countries followed, thinking that as long as it is a nuclear bomb placed on the launch frame, it has already been shot. Even if this is the case, it does not mean that the dead body will evolve. Komuro Takashi said. Haven't you heard of nuclear radiation? Ah. So what do you say we should do? And nuclear radiation also works on human beings. Hirano Toda's face is a little pale, it's scary to think about. The dense array of evolutionary dead bodies was besieging them, and he couldn't help but shiver. Mo shook his head, what to do? Cold mix, the world has become like this, are you still afraid of nuclear radiation? At most, it will become an ice age, or a dark age, and creatures will always find a way out. Mo Kyunjun, you said that creatures will always find a way out? Does it mean dead bodies? Hearing Mo's words, Poison Island asked thoughtfully. Yes, don't look at them like this, doesn't the explosion of the nuclear bomb give them a way out now? If they evolve a few times and become intelligent, aren't they new species? Although Mojian doesn't know if there will be this opportunity to let the dead body evolve, but it is very likely at present. How is that possible? Besides, they are also dead things, right? How did intelligence evolve? Miyamoto Li looked unbelieving when she heard Chu Tian's words. Mo Wen heard her words and sneered, existence is the truth, they are dead things, but don't forget, what species they were when they were alive. Human. Poison Island Surprise and Gao Cheng Saya looked at each other and exclaimed, if it was really like Mo Wen said, it would be too terrible. Well, don't think so much now. That's just my guess. How could you guess these things? The others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Mo Wen's words. It turned out to be guessing, and they asked Mo Ching a little speechlessly. Biological evolution. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 032. Biological evolution. Mo Jian would not tell them that these were not just speculations, but that what Xiao Mo said was really what would happen next. And Mo Wen doesn't want to hit them, even if the dead body does not evolve, then the nuclear radiation after the outbreak of the nuclear bomb is not so easy to spend. I didn't expect you to study this thing, said Poison Island Surprise, rolling her eyes. Mo Wen chuckled, he didn't understand the so-called theory of biological evolution at all, so he just said it to round out those remarks just now. Okay, don't think about it too much, it's time to rest, we'll leave in the afternoon, pack your bags, especially Ping Yi, you put away all the guns, don't always hang on your body. Mo Wen shook his head slightly. I know. Hirano Toda nodded. Mo didn't say much, and after arranging everyone again, he walked in the direction where Yuriko Takashiro had just left. Gao Chengshe looked at Mo Wen's back, gritted his teeth, and then followed. Mo Wen turned his head to look at Gao Cheng Saya who followed, and then looked at Poison Island Saya and the others who walked into the big house to pack up their things, and then asked, what's wrong? Mo Kyunjun, you just said that you left in the afternoon, can't you stay longer? Gao Cheng Saya looked at Mo and asked with a look of anticipation. You were there when Teacher Jichuan called yesterday afternoon, we are going to pick up Teacher Jichuan's friend, you don't have to worry, Mo asked looking at Gao Chengshe, he still has a good impression of this girl, but now the relationship with her mother is not clear. Is there still a mother and daughter double acceptance? Although Mo Wen is very moved by this, but Jo Keng Yuriko has not yet been done, the Poison Island has not yet been confiscated, and if he opens another route to collect Jo Keng She, it is really a little busy. Gao Cheng Saya bit his lower lip, as if he had made a big decision, I'll go with you. You. We were originally a squad, don't try to leave me. Saying that, Gao Chengshe did not wait for Mo to answer, so he hurriedly left the place. Mo Wen looked at Jo Keng Saya's back with a wry smile, shook it secretly, turned around and continued to walk towards the place where Jo Keng Yuriko was. Jo Keng Saya can leave it alone, but Jo Keng Yuriko is already his woman, or get Jo Keng Yuriko first. Inside the high city mansion, Yuriko Takashiro sat in front of the dressing table, her eyes blank as she thought about last night's events. Mo asked who my daughter liked, how could I, alas. Mo Jian, who had just arrived outside the gate, heard Jo Keng Yuriko's words, his face couldn't help but be happy. Jo Keng Yuriko just said that he was the person Jo Keng Saya liked, but did not say anything else to die or live, indicating that he really impressed her yesterday, and she still had a good impression of herself. Bang bang! Mo asked standing at the door, knocked on the door, and said to Yuriko Takashiro on the dressing table, can I come in? Why are you here, let's not meet? Last night, Yuriko Takashiro glanced at Mo who was standing at the door of the room, and quickly stood up from the dressing table. If you want to say that last night was just an accident and that nothing happened in the future, I can't say yes. After leaving last night, after a small talk with Xiao Mo Wen had already seen that as long as it was his own woman, he would not let it go. Mo asked, we can't, you should also see it, she likes you, and I. Gao Cheng Yuriko was robbed by Mo for a while, and couldn't help choking, and then quickly said. I know, but you are already my woman after all, Yuriko, I won't give up. Mo Wen looked deeply at Yuriko Jo Keng, even the word sister from last night was omitted, and called the name directly. Mo asked, "Don't force me, okay? Last night was a mistake made under the influence of alcohol, and the two of us will be treated as a dream in the future, can we forget it? As long as you treat Shay well in the future, I will be satisfied." Yuriko Takashiro's personality will definitely not be foolish to be taken advantage of by Mo when once and posted. Since the matter has been said now, some things should be put to an end. Shay is Shay, you are you, Yuriko, you want me to have a dream, it is completely impossible. Mo Wen's expression was very serious and very resolute. Mo asked, "Let me go, I'm already old, you." Mo Wen's attitude was very resolute, and Gao Cheng Yuriko softened a little for a moment, looking at Mo Ching with a pleading expression. "Needless to say, you will be my woman in the future, and I will definitely not let go." Since he can't move him, then domineering once, thinking of this, Mo Wen pulled Yuriko Joukeng into his arms, and then lowered his head and kissed her. Mo asked, "You can't do this, do you want me and Shay to serve a husband and daughter together?" Yuriko Joukeng almost lost in Mo Wen's domineering, but with a tough heart, she quickly sobered up and pushed Mo Wen away and scolded angrily. "I have nothing to do with Saya now, if I have a choice, I can only choose you, and give up Saya." Mo Wen was telling the truth at this time, although he had some good feelings for Joukeng Shay, but the two had nothing to do with each other after all. But Joukeng Yuriko was different, had become his woman, and it was impossible for him to give up. "My daughter, I know, Shay really likes you, you can't do this." Yuriko Takashiro was moved in her heart, she was already in her 30s, she didn't expect Mo Man to say such love words, which she had never experienced with Takashiro Ichiro. Moreover, when he married Takashiro, it was a political marriage without any element of love, except for the night of the wedding. She and Takashiro had never been in the same room. "Do you want me to give up my own woman and go to be with another person I haven't fallen in love with?" Mo Wen held Yuriko Takashiro's body and kept rubbing it. "I'm sure you'll fall in love with Shay. If you fall in love, I'm your mother-in-law, how can we do this?" Yuriko Takashiro was still shaking her head very persistently, but why did a flash of excitement flash in her heart? Who can know that kind of thing? After all, this has not happened yet, but you are already my woman now. As he spoke, Mo Wen directly closed the door with his heels, picked up Yuriko Takashiro and walked towards the bed. "You?" Yuriko Takashiro was startled. She originally wanted to struggle, but at this moment she remembered the scene of last night, and at this point, her body suddenly softened, and she felt that her whole body strength was drained. Mo Wen's resolute attitude made Yuriko Gaocheng unable to find any reason to refute for a while. And even the excitement in his heart became stronger and stronger. "Shay, please." Yuriko Takashiro struggled hard for a moment, seeing that her body was still limp, but after Mo Wen had already carried her to the bed, knowing what would happen next, she couldn't help but sigh secretly, "I also ask you." "Hey!" Mo Wen didn't react at once, but the next second he revealed a monstrous surprise. "Doesn't Yuriko Takashiro mean this?" "Nerd!" Yuriko Takashiro whispered, then raised her body and kissed Mo Wen. At this time, Mo Ching is an idiot if he still doesn't understand, and howls in his heart and directly turns over and overwhelms Yuriko Joukeng. What a wrong! At the last moment when he was overwhelmed by Mo Ching and his sanity was still maintained, a helpless sigh flashed in Takashiro Yuriko's heart. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 033. What time is it now? Yuriko Takashiro asked lazily as she lay on Mo Wen's left side. Mo Wen looked at the sky outside the window, and slowly spoke, "It's about 11 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "Ah! Then hurry up. I still have something to deal with." Yuriko Takashiro didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and doing that with Mo Wen really made her nostalgic. "What can happen?" "Takashiro Koichiros? Don't go, "You're mine now?" said Mo asked, pulling Yuriko Takashiro into his arms. "You're so overbearing, that's my own business." Yuriko Takashiro to Mo Wenfan. Wan said with a glance. At the same time, a large group of dead bodies a few miles away from Gao Cheng's house was slowly approaching here, and scattered dead bodies on the side of the road also joined them in their march. The team became larger and larger, and the two dead bodies in the lead were obviously a little larger than the ones behind, and there was not a single wound on their bodies. And the two dead bodies in the lead are actually still grunting something. This is obviously wisdom, but I don't know what level of wisdom they are now. Looking at their travel speed, it is estimated that they will reach Jao Keng's house at noon. If Poison Island and others were here at this time, they would definitely scold Mo and ask, "Crow mouth, it's not good to look at the theory of biological evolution." The living room of the Gao Cheng family. A man hurriedly ran in from outside, walked to Takashiro Ichiro's side, and said breathlessly, "President, it's not good, a large number of dead bodies are advancing to this side, it may arrive in an hour, what should I do? What's going on? How could those dead bodies come here? Didn't you find out?" Takashiro asked without anger as he looked at the man who spoke. After the nuclear bomb exploded in the morning, the electrical equipment was unusable, and it was all manually surveyed, so only now did I find that there were dead bodies coming. The man wiped the sweat from running and explained to Takashiro Ichiro. "What about Yuriko? Why didn't you see her all morning? Isn't she in charge of this piece?" Takashiro Shoichiro's face turned ugly. "I'm here, it's useless for me to be in charge of this piece. Without electronic devices, I can only observe with the naked eye. Do you want me to go out and monitor the dead body?" Yuriko Takashiro came out of the corridor next door and looked dissatisfied at Takashiro Shoichiro. Fortunately, he came quickly, otherwise it was not good to be discovered by him, but Yuriko Takashiro actually has a feeling of stealing love now, which makes her want. Now seeing Takashiro involuntarily gave birth to a trace of disgust. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion sound outside the door. "Ah! Don't! I don't want to die yet." Everyone in the drawing room looked at each other and hurried out. As soon as he arrived outside, Soichiro Takashiro asked loudly, "What's going on, what happened?" "Yes, President. It's not good, the dead go in." "Come in." A young man ran from outside the gate towards the courtyard in a panic, exclaiming breathlessly. Immediately behind the young man were a group of densely packed zombies, which made everyone's faces change greatly. The young man who ran into the gate in half a step saw that he was answered by everyone, and just when he was looking happy. Among the zombies who were originally 5 or 6 meters away from him, a rapidly incomparable figure suddenly burst out from it, and came behind the young man in a few steps. Help me! Help me! Looking at the screams, being divided and eaten by the surging corpses, everyone only felt that the cold was rising. Even if they had seen it many times, it was still unbearable. "Come on and go! Close the door! Come on!" Soichiro Takagi instantly made a choice and ordered loudly, "The garrison is assembled. Don't let the dead run in." "President! Isn't this equivalent to giving up the lives of those outside?" A man standing behind Takashiro shouted in surprise. "Now it's all over without closing. Do it!" After Takashiro finished speaking, he said to the man next to him with an ugly face, "Didn't you say an hour later? How is it so fast? What do you eat? This one? We don't know." The man looked at the large number of dead bodies outside the door and stammered. "Damn it! How could it be broken through?" A certain person behind Takashiro hesitated slightly, or took out the controller of the electric door from his pocket, but what made his face change greatly was that he pressed it several times in a row, but the door did not respond. At this time, the remote control is faulty. Stupid, it has long been said that the electronics are all useless, and you still take the remote control? Isn't this electronics? I really don't understand how you became the vice president. Takashiro scolded with some gaffes. Fortunately, after Soichiro Takajo gave the order, 2 people already ran quickly to the gate, pushed the gate hard, and closed the gate in time. Only 5 or 6 zombies walking in the front ran into the courtyard and were successfully killed by several people holding weapons. Everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Mon walked out of the house with Poison Island and others. Don't be happy too early. That modern automatic sliding door won't protect you for long. Everyone followed Mon's words and looked towards the gate, and sure enough, as he said, under the increasing number of zombie attacks, the iron gate gradually became unsupported. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 034. What to do, what to do. If you let those monsters rush in, you will die. When will this homicide get better? The citizens who had just been rescued some time ago could not calm down completely in the face of this situation, and they all panicked. Mon couldn't help but smile when he heard their childish words. Now he actually still thinks that this is a disease. Is it that his eyes are blind and he can't see the dead body of half of his head walking around? Mon couldn't laugh after inadvertently glancing at the dead body, staring at the 2 tall bodies in the middle of the dead body group with a serious face, and secretly called the auxiliary program Xiao Mo Deo in his heart. Xiao Mo, have those 2 dead bodies evolved? Yes, Master. It's only been a few hours since the nuclear explosion, and a high-level dead body has been born so soon. Mon frowned. The base of dead bodies is huge, and it is normal to have 1 or 2 among many dead bodies, just like geniuses among human beings, which is not unusual. Xiao Mo's voice was as indifferent as ever. So how evolved are they now? What is the strength? Mon said with his eyes fixed on the 2 tall figures in the group of dead bodies. Because the evolution time is too short, their current strength is only 3 times that of human special forces, compared to the Master's combat strength, that is, about 3 points, the Master you can completely deal with. Mon suddenly found a little due from Xiao Mo's words. Dong couldn't help but ask, the evolution time is short, do you mean that if they ignore it, will they continue to evolve? Yes, Master, these 2 dead bodies you can see as the first evolution, can be labeled as S1 type. S1, that means there will be S2, S3, Mon said with squinting his eyes. Yes, Master, no matter what kind of life, it will find a way out. At the same time, on the other side, the vice president standing next to Takashiro Shoichiro looked at the dead body that kept rushing into the gate and couldn't help but say to Takashiro Ichiro, President, have you noticed anything wrong? Something is wrong. Takashiro didn't notice this just now, and after hearing the vice president's words, he also immediately saw that the group of dead bodies in front of him was not as chaotic as before, and now it seemed to be organized, lining up in formation to attack. Hearing Takashiro's conversation, Poison Island couldn't help but glance at the tall figure in the group of dead bodies, and exclaimed loudly, Evolutionary dead bodies! Boom! Suddenly, the gate collapsed under the impetus of the dead bodies, and one by one the dead bodies lined up like an army, and they grabbed the people inside. Help! Run! That's a lot! I don't want to die yet! Woo! The crowd in the Joukeng base instantly erupted into chaotic cries and cries for help. The man on the high platform reported to Takashiro nervously and asked, What about the president? What else can I do? Break through. Be fast. Takashiro's face was extremely ugly, and he turned his head to see Mo standing next to him who was standing on the other side and asked, Mr. Mo, I know that you are very strong. The safety of my daughter and wife will be entrusted to you, please help me safely bring it to the gathering place of the self-defense forces. Mon sneered secretly in his heart. He didn't pretend to himself when nothing happened, and now he thought of himself when something happened, but Mon himself was also preparing to leave here with Yuriko Joken and Saya Takashiro. Although this interrupted Mon's plan to save them from obtaining the origin point, for Mon, who already possessed Yuriko Takashiro, he didn't want Takashiro to live at all. Perhaps letting him die in a dead body like the original is also a happy thing, and the future of the province Takashiro found himself and Yuriko Takashiro embarrassed Yuriko. Mo didn't say much, and nodded directly to the people around him, "Go, let's rush out." While speaking, he waved his hand at the mother and daughter of Yuriko Takashiro behind Takashiro Ichiro, signaling them to follow. Seeing Mon's gesture, Yuriko Takashiro first looked at Takashiro Cheng, and then his face changed, and he gritted his teeth and pulled Takashiro Saya to chase after Mon. "Dad!" Takashiro Saya looked at Takashiro under the pull of Yuriko Takashiro, and tears suddenly burst out of his eyes. "Go quickly with your mother, I'll block it for you for a while, I'll be fine, we'll meet again after the gathering place of the self-defense forces, don't worry," said Takashiro with a smile worse than crying. Looking at the other Joken Saya who was still there, Mon rushed directly to him, pulled their mother and son, and ran towards Nan Lixiang's Humvee with Poison Island and others. In the group of dead bodies, the two tall dead bodies grunted a few words to each other, and then waved their claws, and rushed towards Mon himself, with their current wisdom, although they didn't know what Mo asked them for, but how could they let him run away when they saw their prey in front of them? "Mo Kyunjun, those two big dead bodies are coming towards us, can they see us?" Poison Island Kaihuza held the wooden sword in his hand, looked at the running big dead body, and said to Mon. "Well." Mon turned to look, "They have evolved, it's not strange to be able to see things, and I'm surprised that they're handed over to you. They are more powerful, be careful." "Well." Poison Island rushed towards the two large dead bodies with a face full of excitement. She felt that the blood in her body seemed to be boiling at this moment. Gao Chengshe looked at the tall dead body, and couldn't help but turn his head to Mo and asked, "Can senior sister Poison Island deal with those two tyrants?" "Tyrant?" Everyone else looked at Gao Chengsaya suspiciously. "Mo Kyunjun, didn't you say that their strength is relatively large, so I will name them, because of the relationship with Takashiro Shoichiro." Takashiro Saya was in a very bad mood and replied casually. "Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions." Chapter 035. They still can't afford to be called tyrants, this is just the first time that dead bodies have evolved, I call them S1, Mon squinted his eyes slightly, thinking of the appearance of tyrants in the world of Resident Evil, and couldn't help but shake his head. Another new title, but this title is also full of apt, meaning the dead body of the first evolution. Yuriko Takashiro asked as she looked at Mo thoughtfully. Mon nodded, and didn't say much, looking at the Poison Island Yuriko who was almost rushing to the 2S1, and then said to Yuriko Joken, "You know where to put the Humvee when we come, I'll help the Humvee, you take them to where the Hummer waits for us." "Yes." Yuriko Takagi nodded, since she had already identified Emoji and this person, she would think about her wholeheartedly, although she was also worried about Mon's comfort, but to paraphrase a sentence from Poison Island Yuzai to keep the dignity of men, it is the reserved nature of women. With the existence of Mon, except before entering Gao Cheng's house, when he was outside the barbed wire, Poison Island Surprise had not had much opportunity to perform, and at this time, the opportunity came, but Poison Island Surprise was inexplicably excited. Jehekup. Near the moment when the two S1s were approaching, Poison Island suddenly raised the wooden sword, and the sword flashed, sweeping across the arm of one of the S1. Bell. A muffled sound came from S1's arm, no flesh and blood, just heard, a metal collision sound echoed in the air, you can imagine how hard this S1 body is. Mo who followed closely asked, first looked at the intact arm of S1, and then looked at the wooden sword in the hand of Poison Island Kizai, frowned secretly, and said to Xiao Mo in his heart, "How many origin points do I have now, and what quality sword weapons can I exchange?" The master currently has 45 origin points. If the master is to deal with the 2s1s in front of him, you can exchange it for an alloy weapon. Alloy weapons? How powerful is it? Mo Wen asked with a frown. Cutting iron is like mud, said Xiao Mo indifferently. Mo asked, nodded and said, "How many origin points does that alloy weapon need?" "Just 3 o'clock, my master." Although Mo Wen knew that the origin point was precious, he did not expect it to be so precious, and an alloy weapon that was sharpened like mud only needed 3 points. Mo Qing did not delay, and directly spoke, exchange an alloy longsword for me." Then as soon as Mo Wen's voice fell, an invisible colored light suddenly rose from his hand, and in an instant, an alloy longsword about 1 meter long appeared in Mo Wen's hand. Seeing this, Mo Wen directly threw the long sword that appeared in his hand towards the poisonous island Yuzai, Kiazi, then. Originally because of the problem of the wooden sword, and the 2s1 stalemated poison island surprise, subconsciously with the help of the alloy long sword that Evil Moon still came over, slightly looked at the lower sword body, the poison island surprise eyes couldn't help but light up, "Good sword." As she spoke, Poison Island couldn't help but stretch out her lilac little tongue and lick the corner of her mouth, swinging her sword with excitement and slashing towards the current S1. Poof! The alloy long sword, a weapon that cuts iron like mud, after all, is not comparable to the toy of the wooden sword. I saw that the Poison Island went down with a sword, and one of the S1 heads that blocked in front of her flew instantly, and purple sauce-colored blood rose from the bowl-sized neck of S1 and sprayed outward. Gollum! The other S1 next to him saw that his companion was dead, and he couldn't help but roar a few times. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and he raised his claws to slap the pink back of the Poison Island. Touch! Poison Island surprise didn't look at it, the alloy long sword in his hand blocked behind him with his backhand, and the sword body collided with S1's claw, and the counter-shock force made Poison Island surprise take a few steps back. Poison Island Kizai, who has been in contact with Kendo since he was a child, has such rich combat experience, and at the moment of being counter-shocked, he suddenly jumped forward, his body was in mid-air, and he raised the left hand of the knife to slash at S1's head. Although S1's intelligence is not high and cannot be compared with humans, it at least knows that the companion died like this just now, and seeing this, he couldn't help but quickly block it with his arm. Poof! However, the Poison Island will not stupidly let it block, the alloy sword in his hand immediately turned, and a diagonal S1's head instantly left the body. Good job! Mo Wen stepped forward, looked at the two S1s with dead heads, and couldn't help but speak. "And thank you Mo Wenjun for this sword." Poison Island looked at the alloy kendo in his hand with excitement. Mo Wen smiled, turned his head to look at the people who had almost entered the Humvee, and then said, "If you like it, everyone has already got on the car, let's go." Well. Mo didn't say much, and directly pulled the Poison Island and rushed towards everyone into the Humvee. Although there was one more Joking Yuriko in the car at this time than when he came, he was still barely able to sit down after squeezing, but Mo asked Yan. Fuku was gone, and he sat on the roof of the car with Hirano Toda, Ioi, and Komuro Taka. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 036. Alas, once again embarked on a journey to escape. Rushing out of the Takashiro base, Komuro Takashi sat on the roof of the car, with a lamenting face. Mo asked to be speechless, "Isn't it all the trouble caused by the protagonist's aura of this guy of yours? If the Gao Cheng family did not suffer a disaster, the plot would not be able to continue. Where are we going now? Go directly to the airport to find Nan Rika, a friend of Mr. Jukawa." Miyamoto Lee sat in the car and asked Mo, who was sitting on the roof of the car. "Well, didn't everyone already say when we were at Gao Cheng's house, although we left unexpectedly, but without those dead body attacks, we should be on our way now, Mon nodded. Minami Rika is at the inner island airport, you see so many dead bodies on the road, I'm worried. Yuriko Takashiro looked worried. Before Yuriko Takashiro finished speaking, Hao Yang on the roof of the car looked around and couldn't help shouting, damn, sure enough, when I got outside, the dead body increased again. There's no way around that, is there? Hirano Toda excitedly fired and kept shooting, blowing up the dead body. The face is full of excitement. It seems that for a military house, if you have a gun in hand, it is a kind of happiness. Hirano is right, one step is one step, I believe everyone can pass safely, said Mon. Driving the Humvee, everyone went on a rampage all the way and finally returned to the river smoothly. Because in order to leave the city, everyone had to return to the other side of the river. I have to say, this is quite a depressing thing. Of course, there is something even more depressing right now. That is, if everyone wants to return to the other side of the river unharmed, they must clean up the dead bodies in the vicinity and on the opposite bank. As a last resort, everyone had to make a decision, and the strongest Mon and Poison Island Kazai were responsible for driving the road. The dead bodies that were blocked outside the river were taken away, while Komuro and the others got out of the car and stayed in a safe place to wait. For the safety of Yuriko Takashiro and Shizuka Jukawa and other women, Mo asked himself to be the right person, and such a good opportunity to be alone with Poison Island Kyoko, Mon naturally would not miss it. Boom! The Humvee burst out with a beastly neighing and sprinted down the river. Inside the Humvee, Poison Island looked through the window at the group of dead bodies that heard the sound on the side of the river and rushed towards this side, and Poison Island couldn't help but speak, so many dead bodies gathered, let's quickly drag them to the other side, otherwise you won't be able to rush out with everyone. Mon nodded, gripped the steering wheel, directly crossed the group of dead bodies, dragged the dead bodies unhurriedly, and galloped towards the other side of the river. As time passed, the dead bodies behind the Humvee also gathered more and more, and at this time, it was almost a mile away from where Komuro Takashi and the others got off the carriage. Seeing this, Poison Island couldn't help but speak, Mon-jun, I see it's almost the same, let's get rid of them. Mo asked a short question, did not say much, stepped on the accelerator sharply, the Humvee suddenly increased its horsepower, rushed up the dam, prepared to go around in a circle, and returned to Shizuka Jichuan and the others. As a result, because the speed of the sprint was too strong, the body actually went directly over the dam, rushed over the road on the dam, and slid to the landslide on the other side. Watching the body bump and rush down the slide, both of them not only screamed. When Man finally took control of the steering wheel, the Hummer buggy planted directly into the fountain in the park under the slide. Poof! The Hummer entered the water and was immediately stuck in the fountain pool. Mon-jun, let's continue the previous game. See who kills more zombies. The Poison Island looked at the dead bodies that surrounded him when they heard the sound, and couldn't help but get out of the driveway. At this time, the Humvee had fallen into the fountain, and if the surrounding dead body was not killed, the Humvee would not be able to rush out at all. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 037. Haha, then come on. How about making a bet? Last time you lost but nothing to say, this time if anyone loses, agree to a request from the winning side. Mon chuckled. No problem. The second. After responding to this, Poison Island Kaihuza killed the two dead bodies connected together in front of him. Looking at the actions of the Poison Island, Mo asked Guan Er with a smile, are you a trick? As he spoke, he also rushed directly into the group of dead bodies. The two constantly shuttled through the zombie group and launched an efficient annihilation of the enemy. But the good times did not last long, after killing more than 20 zombies in a row on the Poison Island. Her expression began to become excited, and she no longer even dodged the zombies' bite. Seeing the state of Poison Island's surprise, Mon immediately remembered the dark side of Poison Island's personality. Last time before entering Gao Cheng's house, he had already found it outside the barbed wire fence, and he wanted to talk to Poison Island Yuriko, but accidentally let him have a relationship with Yuriko Takashiro, and this drag almost forgot. Now it seems that the desire and hope of the Poison Island to kill Bloodthirsty has completely broken out. This is not okay. Once she no longer dodges the attacks of zombies, she is very likely to be infected with the virus. Tsuko, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Mon quickly rushed behind the Poison Island and solved a few zombies that tried to pounce on her, and reminded loudly. Hearing Mo ask this, Poison Island's whole person was stunned, and his expression became confused. Seeing the state of Poison Island, Mon knew that she could no longer be allowed to continue like this. He immediately grabbed her and ran towards the luxurious house outside the park. Because the residence outside the park is a high-end luxury house, when it was built, it was considered to let the people living here look at the river bank on the other side of the dam through the window or balcony, so under the mansion, there are dozens of stairs, and the steps along the way are well blocked from the activities of zombies. The two rushed along the way and finally arrived at one of the mansions. At this time, the sky outside was also close to grey. Mon rummaged in the mansion for a moment, lit a candle, and said towards the poisonous island, Junzi, I can feel that you have a knot in your heart. As a man you identify with and affirm, do I have the qualifications to listen? Poison Island Junzi was silent when he heard Mon's question, and sat silently on the other side and fell silent. Mo asked without urging, waiting silently, he believed that Poison Island Kyuza would say it. Sure enough, he didn't let Mo ask how long to wait, and after a moment, Poison Island Junzi looked up at him and asked, Mo asked June. Do you understand me? Maybe I don't know you well, but I'm willing to know your past, your future, your everything. These words are tantamount to a confession for Mon. Because if he didn't say so, the Poison Island might not tell him what happened next. So, even if I'm a murderer at heart? Oh? Why do you say that? Can you tell me? Mon looked at the Poison Island sincerely, and did not show a look of fear. Seeing that Mon's expression remained unchanged, Poison Island seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and said leisurely, 4 years ago. On the night road I was attacked by a man. Of course, I didn't lose to him. When I took a wooden knife, I slashed at the man's shoulder blades and thigh bones. When the police found out what happened, they let me go home, but it was not this that bothered me. I was happy and excited. Poison Island Junzi's eyes suddenly became frightened, apparently the whole person fell into the feeling that at that time, which made her feel that she was dirty, the appearance of a clear enemy, this matter makes me happy. At that time, after I learned that I was in an absolute advantageous position with a wooden knife, I pretended to be afraid, lured the man to move towards me, and then attacked him without hesitation. It's really happy, this feeling makes me want and can't stop. There was a silence, and by the time Poison Island Tsuko opened his eyes again, it had returned to normal. This is the real me, the nature of loving killing and wanting to fight. Do you think that me, like me, who is addicted to power without even a valid reason, deserves to have the innocence of a girl? Mo asked a flick on the forehead of the Poison Island Jitsi, and looked at the beautiful woman rubbing her forehead in front of her with a soft smile. You have been thinking about such a little thing for so long, and you haven't figured it out until now. This just means that you are a person born with a warrior's heart, not that you are a dirty woman. In ancient times, people like you would have lived very well. Mo asked with a chuckle. But now it's not in ancient times, modern society doesn't need people like me who love to kill, let alone warriors, said Poison Island Kyuza looking at Mon with some shock. Mo asked domineeringly turned the Poison Island Bunzi around, and looked at each other, but now is the end of the world, even if it is not the end of the world, and me, others don't need you, I need to. Aren't you afraid of me? Poison Island couldn't help but be stunned. Afraid? Why be afraid? Only those who are cowardly will be afraid of those of us who have great force. Haven't you heard a phrase? Mentally retarded will often pull your IQ to the same level as him, and then use his experience to defeat you. It is precisely because they are weak that laws are used to limit our capabilities. What is the crime of that man trying to spoil you? Killing him. Killing one person is a sin, slaughtering 10,000 people is a male. You should not fear this power of yourself, but face it squarely. Those weak fellows, daring to offend you, is a sin in itself. Isn't it? This paragraph, although Mon is talking to the Poison Island Surprise, but why not say it to himself? Weak is the original sin, with the genetic evolution system in the body, and the auxiliary program Xiao Mo complements, the future is destined to shine brightly. If it is still as always as passable as before, it is too wasteful of the genetic evolution system and Xiao Mo's complementarity. At this moment, Mon's ambition suddenly grew in his heart. Although his current strength is still very weak, but with the genetic evolution system foundation, the future achievements are unimaginable. The strong have never been cultivated in obscurity, but from continuous fighting, competition. It's like the matter of Yuriko Takashiro. If he doesn't take the initiative to fight for it, will Yuriko Takashiro go with him? If he had to get by and get by, Yuriko Takashiro might have died at the Takashiro base at this time. This book is uploaded to the present, an average of more than 6 every day. Cabbage knows that their skills are not good, and the tips are not much, but where are the flowers and collections, things that can be solved by doing it? Please book friends to do it, order flowers and collect, just waste a few seconds of your time, thank you. Chapter 038. Hearing Mojian's words, Poison Island surprisingly did not refute, but stared at him motionlessly, and his eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Mo asked to look at the Poison Island Surprise with brilliance in his eyes, knowing that the Poison Island Surprise was already emotional. Where would he hesitate? Immediately, he hugged the sexual body of the Poison Island and kissed the red lips domineeringly. The lips of the two were so close to each other that they could even feel each other's heartbeats. For a long time, Mo, when separated from Poison Island, grabbed her shoulders, looked at each other, and said affectionately, "Jitsi, from the first time I saw you, I liked you. I swore in my heart. Be sure to conquer you and make you my woman." Poison Island's cheeks turned red, his eyes rippled with layers of mist, and his delicate body suddenly softened. Looking at the touching gesture of the Poison Island, Mon's heart suddenly rippled. He who had just taken off his first brother at Yuriko Jokeng, where could he endure it, and couldn't help but turn over and look at her with burning eyes. Poison Island slowly relaxed, looked at Mojian in confusion, and said in a trembling nasal voice, "Mon-jun, you want me? From tonight, I will belong to you." Phew! The words of the Poison Island were like the fuse that ignited the bomb, directly igniting the spark that was on the verge of explosion, and then picked up the Poison Island in front of him and walked towards the bedroom of this mansion. Poison Island buried his head in Mon's arms shyly, letting Mon's actions. A sleepless night. This night, even if it was the first time to cloud rain with the Poison Island. But this thing was so tempting that Mon couldn't resist cultivating a few more times. As a result, the next day, Poison Island was played. Broken, walking bumpy and limp. "It's okay, Tsuko. It's okay, it's lucky to be able to serve Mon-jun." Poison Island Surprise showed a beautiful smile, and his expression was full of satisfaction. The idea of having a wife and asking for such a husband suddenly welled up in Mon's heart. Although the Japanese people hate it, but the Japanese women are still quite virtuous. Mon-jun, Poison Island Kyuza looked at Mojian with confused eyes, suddenly stood on tiptoe, tapped on Mon's mouth, and then said, "It's very happy to be with you. I'm also surprised, but your title should be changed, call me my real name, or I ask. Mojian doesn't want to be called Jun and Jun by his own women all the time. Then I'll tell you to ask brother, said Poison Island with a smile on his face. Well? Mo asked and nodded. Poison Island chuckled, looked at the sky outside, and then spoke, then, it's time to join everyone, and if they haven't returned all night, they must be worried. Can you go now? Mo frowned. Yes. After thinking about it, Mo nodded and said, well, don't do it after you go out, the dead body outside will be handed over to me to deal with. Although Mo really wanted to let the Poison Island take a break, they really came out for too long, and the few people who stayed on the other side of the river waiting for their return must be in a hurry. If they delayed any longer, it would not be good if there was a problem over there. I see. Poison Island Kaihuzi enjoyed Mo's care very much. Mo nodded, and without saying much, he directly took the Poison Island Jiaozi out of this mansion that made Kiazi return to his heart and him, and walked towards the arm park. Although there are dead bodies blocking the way, the dead bodies that have not evolved are simply stress-free for Mon, as long as they are not surrounded by groups. It is not a problem to protect the Poison Island and take out the Humvee trapped in the fountain. Taking out the Humvee that fell into the fountain, Mon and Poison Island Kaihuza drove the car, rushed directly to the river dam, bypassed the dead body that was dragged over yesterday, and followed the original road, and after an hour, they returned to the place where Yuriko and the others were located. Mon Jun, senior sister of Poison Island, looking at Mon and Poison Island Junza who got down from the Humvee, Gao Chengshe and the others immediately walked up. Gao Chengshe asked relatively, Mo asked, are you all right? It's okay, I was surrounded by dead bodies when I led away the dead bodies yesterday, fortunately there are houses on the road to hide, this is not a night to hide, let you worry, Mo asked and smiled apologetically at everyone. Senior sister Poison Island, what's wrong with your leg, do you want to ask teacher Jichuan to help you see? Miyamoto Rei looked at the walking posture of the Poison Island and couldn't help but speak. Hurt. Shizuka Jukawa looked at everyone blankly. It's okay, it's just that I twisted it just now, just for a while. Poison Island's face turned slightly red, and then he quickly made an excuse. Hearing the words of the Poison Island, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay. Only Gao Cheng Yuriko, who came over, looked at the walking posture of Poison Island Yuko, and couldn't help but step forward and pinch Mon's waist, whispering in his ear, that's why you didn't come last night. Mon smiled awkwardly, and then quickly changed the topic, it's been delayed for a long time, let's go quickly, and the friends who want to come to teacher Jichuan are also in a hurry. Yuriko Takashiro pouted, although she was jealous, she didn't say much, she knew sooner or later that there would be such a day, especially after recognizing Mon's domineering and strong desire to possess have. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 039. As everyone converged again, the group continued to drive in the direction of the sea airfield. Mon and Poison Island Kaihuzi and others frolicked all the way, but the dead bodies on the road did not become their trouble at all, although they also encountered evolutionary dead bodies similar to S1 during the period, but for Man and others, it was still a little inadequate. All the way to the pressure, most of the day's work they have come to the opposite shore of the inner island airport. Wow, so big! Shizuka Jukawa stood on the banks of the river on the inner island and sighed as she looked at the building towering in front of her. Yuriko Takashiro looked around the topography of the inner island, turned to Mo and said, it's so big here, I don't know where Nanrika is, how to find it. The mountain people have their own tricks. Mon chuckled, although he couldn't find it, but the genetic evolution system could, only need to pay one origin point. It was enough to locate the specific location of Nan Lixiang. When Poison Island and the others heard Mojian's words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes and were collectively speechless, but little Alice didn't understand what it meant to hold the white dog and asked, Big brother, did you come down from the mountain? When everyone heard Alice's words, they covered their small mouths and chuckled, and Mon touched Alice's head a little helplessly and said, children just have to watch. But if my mother doesn't understand, she has to ask. I didn't understand what the big brother meant, so I asked, isn't that right? Alice looked at Mo Ching innocently, but Mo Wen didn't notice the hint of cunning that flashed in Alice's innocent little eyes. Mo asked, looking at the women who were smiling fancily, as well as Hirano Toda and others who wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh, isn't this little Alice dismantling her own platform? Mo asked in his heart, reminding himself that she was just a child and could not see her in general. Ignoring the laughter of the women, he directly asked Xiao Mo to locate where Nan Lixiang was at this time. After a while, Xiao Mo's indifferent voice sounded in Mo Wen's head, the master has found it, that woman named Nan Lixiang is on the second floor of the airport lobby. Mo Wen nodded, cut off the connection with Xiao Mo, turned his head to look at the women who were still laughing, and his face suddenly turned dark. Okay, don't laugh, we should go in and find someone. Yes, listen to you, said Takashiro Saya, covering his mouth to keep himself from laughing. Mo Wen shook his head, didn't care about them, and directly took the lead on a small yacht on the shore. Let's go too. Poison Island smiled, and with everyone, he boarded the yacht and galloped all the way to the airport on the opposite shore. Maritime Airport second floor lobby. Kill me. Minami Rika, I don't want to become wandering around on the road with such a dead body, said a man in a criminal police uniform, covering the wound on his arm, towards a woman in a trench coat half crouched in front of him. Don't be so negative, there will definitely be a way, not necessarily bitten by a dead body will become their kind. The woman known as Nan Lixiang looked helplessly at the man in police uniform in front of her. There were originally more than 30 criminal police officers at the sea airport, but in the past few days, they have been fighting with dead bodies, either dead or wounded, and this is already Nan Rika's last colleague. This is incurable, haven't you seen that after being bitten by those dead bodies, it will become their kind in less than half an hour? I've been bitten for 20 minutes, quick. Kill me. The man in police uniform said to Nan Rika with a sad look. Nan Lixiang saw his appearance, a few tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes, she watched her friends and colleagues leave her, and she killed them with her own hands. She hated the world now. She picked up the pistol in her hand and put it on the head of the man in police uniform and said, "You. Quick. I can't control it." The man in police uniform did not wait for Nan Lixiang to finish speaking, he directly held the muzzle of the gun and yelled at Nan Lixiang. Bang! Nan Lixiang looked at the man in police uniform, who fell to the ground with a smile on his lips, picked up the shotgun next to him, and constantly shot wildly at the dead bodies who heard the sound walking around. Tears ran down her face, and Minami Rika was crying silently. Time passed slowly, leaving Nan Lixiang alone, frantically using a shotgun to continuously bombard the dead body that heard the sound surrounding him. The shotgun ran out of ammunition, replaced it with a machine gun, the machine gun ran out of ammunition, replaced it with a pistol, one fought with the dead body, while retreating to the rear. I don't know how long it took, Nan Lixiang casually shot a few more shots, killed a few more dead bodies, leaned her back against the wall, panting slightly, and after continuous fighting, she had begun to get tired. Looking at the densely packed zombies on both sides of the road, a wry smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect so many dead bodies to appear here. I'm running out of bullets. The body is also almost at its limit. Looks like I'm going to end it too. Bang bang! After Nan Lixiang used the last bullet to kill a dead body, she picked up the butt of the gun in her hand, smashed the heads of several dead bodies next to her, and looked downstairs not far away. It seems that you can't escape. There is an oil depot in the square outside the lobby on the first floor, and if it explodes, the hangar will explode together. This area will be moved to the ground. At the same time, on the square outside the sea airfield. Gunshots, there are gunshots over there, Minami Rika should be over there, said Yuriko Takashiro as she looked at the airport building. Just take a look at it. Mon nodded. With the positioning of the genetic evolution system, he knew where Nan Lixiang was for a long time, but he couldn't tell them. I hope Nanrika won't have an accident. Although Shizuka Jukawa has always been very cute, her head is not stupid. After such a long time of fighting with dead bodies, she has also gained a lot of experience, and when she heard the gunshots from upstairs, she couldn't help but worry. Let's go. Mon squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the airport building. There are only 2 changes today, and there is something at home, I hope you understand. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 040. Boom. While Mon and Poison Island Yuko and others walked towards the airport building, Nan Lixiang, who was preparing to go to the oil depot on the 2nd floor of the airport, was blocked by many dead bodies at this time on the 2nd floor rushing to the staircase on the 1st floor. The bullets in the firearm have been completely consumed, and her physical strength has gradually been consumed under this constant fight. She leaned on the handrail at the entrance of the stairs, looked at the dead body that kept approaching her, and secretly said sadly, "Is it about to end? Shizuka. I'm sorry. Looks like I can't pick you guys up. I really want to see what the man you are talking about looks like. What a worrying fellow, I hope that man didn't cheat on your feelings." Thinking of this, Nan Lixiang, who did not have much physical strength, collapsed directly to the ground, looked at the dead body that was already close at hand, slowly closed her eyes, and recalled in her mind her comrades who fought with her and colleagues in the airport. "See you in the next life, everyone." And Shizuka. Not good. Mon and the others, who had just stepped into the airport lobby, looked at Nan Lixiang, who was sitting at the entrance of the stairs, closing his eyes and waiting for death, and the surrounding dead bodies, and his face couldn't help but change slightly, and then Mon quickly said to Hirano and Poison Island, "Hirano machine gun support, Pingzi, come with me." While speaking, Mon directly lifted the mountain knife, and then rushed directly to where Nan Lixiang was. Poison Island followed suit, pulled out the alloy longsword pinned to his waist, and with a little foot, he rushed towards the staircase at great speed. Bang! 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 Hirano Toda's eyes on the bridge of his nose reflected a glimmer of light, and the machine gun on his shoulder, belching white smoke, constantly shot at the dead body close to Nanrika. Although Mon's body host has exceeded several times the special forces, the speed of running is still not as fast as the speed of firearms, and at the moment when Mon and Poison Island Kaihuza both galloped towards the staircase, a series of machine guns suddenly came from behind, surrounding the dead body in front of Nan Lixiang, and his head instantly burst. Mon secretly praised, galloped without distractions. With the help of the speed of running, he got up, directly stepped on the head of the peripheral dead body, flipped into the encirclement of the dead body, and landed in front of Nan Lixiang. Brush! A sword light flashed, and the dead body in front of him was instantly swept out by Mon's open knife. The stump and broken arm flew horizontally, and several mutilated heads were peeled off from the dead body, and the end was extremely bloody. Rustling. On the other side, although the Poison Island Yuzai does not have Mon's physical fitness, her skills are not comparable to Mon, who has only been practicing for more than half a month, and she can't jump into the circle of dead bodies with the help of momentum, constantly killing dead bodies one by one outside, surrounding Mon delaying the footwork of the dead bodies. A series of movements was too big, another gunshot, and the sound of swords not entering the dead body. Nan Lixiang, who closed her eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Mon, who was blocking the dead body for him in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, "You are?" After Mon asked a sweep and repelled several dead bodies in the surrounding area, he walked to Nanrika's body, stretched out his hand towards her who was sitting at the entrance of the stairs, and said, "My name is Mon, I'm Shizuka's friend, are you okay?" When Nan Lixiang heard that Mon was Shizuka's friend of Jukawa, her eyes suddenly lit up, and with the help of Mon's palm, she stood up from the ground, looked at Mo slightly and asked, "You are the man she said on the phone. What about Shizuka? Didn't come with you?" Mon nodded, signaled Shizuka Shimajukawa to be outside the gate, and spoke, "This is not the time to speak, let's go out from here first and find a safer place to talk about it." Nan Lixiang looked at the surrounding dead bodies, and then looked at the opening knife in Mon's hand, and couldn't help nodding. "It's okay, do you still have a weapon?" Mon took out a handgun from behind his back and said, "This gun was still found in your house, and now the thing has returned to the original owner." As he spoke, Mon directly turned around and slashed at the dead body that rushed in front of him again. Nan Lixiang took the handgun handed by Mon, looked at Mon's appearance of turning around and slashing and killing the body again. Her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she thought to herself, "Good skill, is Shizuka's girl so respected on the phone?" Thinking of this, Nan Lixiang no longer delayed, opened the safety of the pistol, and directly cooperated with Mon to kill the dead body. Although there were quite a few dead bodies at the entrance of the airport stairs, under the siege of Poison Island, Kyoko, Hirano Toda, Mon, and Nan Lixiang, there were no waves, and after a while, a road to the hall was opened up in the dense dead body, and returned to the people at the door of the hall. "Nan Lixiang, it's really good that you're okay." Shizuka Jukawa looked at Mon and Nan Rika, who rushed out of the dead body encirclement, and couldn't help but tremble her huge chest, and rushed towards Nan Rika. Minami Rika opened her arms and picked Shizuka Kumagawa up, while pinching his chest and saying, "Oops! Every time I see your big chest, I can't help but want to pinch it." South. "Minami Rika, don't be like this, there are so many people here." Shizuka Jukawa blushed slightly and glanced at Mo, asking, "You girl knows how shy." Nan Rika, who originally thought that she would die here, saw Shizuka Jukawa's appearance, and also made a rare joke. "Please take a leave, today it will be changed, tomorrow the day after tomorrow will break out, these 2 days have something, not at home, the laptop is in the code, the manuscript is on the desktop computer, sorry everyone. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions." Chapter 041. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening again. At the sea airport, in the accommodation area not far from the runway, Mon and others sat opposite each other. Mo asked Senior, "Since Mr. Jukawa's friend Nan Rika has been found, can you help me find my family tomorrow?" Izunaga hugged Miyamoto Rei, looked at Nan Rika, who was sitting on the other side, and chatted quietly with Shizuka Kumagawa, paused slightly, and spoke. Hearing Jing Hanaga's words, the eyes of Miyamoto Rei and Komuro Takashi suddenly darkened. It is no wonder that the two of them are like this. It turns out that Mon and the others had already visited their home before coming to the sea airport in the morning, but they never found their relatives, presumably dying under this terrifying apocalyptic wave. Mon's gaze swept over everyone, especially after seeing that Poison Island and the others had no opinion. He couldn't help but speak, "Well, then I'll leave with you tomorrow morning." Speaking of this, Mon couldn't help but turn his head to look at Nan Lixiang and said, "Nan Lixiang, do you still have weapons and ammunition at this maritime airport?" Hirano has no ammunition left in his hands. Nan Lixiang pondered for a moment and said, "There should be some ammunition in the guardhouse, but it is already surrounded by dead bodies, and it may not be so easy to go in and get weapons and ammunition." "Where is the guardhouse? Are there a lot of dead bodies over there?" Mon frowned. "The guardhouse is on the south side of the airport, and there are at least 500 dead bodies inside," Minami Rika meditated. "Why so much?" Miyamoto Rei exclaimed and asked. Nan Lixiang sighed secretly, and said with some bitterness, "When the disaster broke out, the remaining passengers in the airport basically poured there, and no one expected that several of them were bitten by dead bodies, and finally." Hearing this, everyone understood, the maritime airport is only a small airport, the guard room is no bigger than big, the dead body erupts in the crowd, the people who avoid the disaster in the guard room, all squeeze in such a small place, under the chaos, people will squeeze to death, not to mention that there are dead bodies in the middle of the trouble, the result can naturally be imagined. After thinking about it a little, Mon slowly spoke, "Surprise, you guys clean up the room, I'll go to the guardhouse first." Poison Island was stunned. "Are you going alone? Let me accompany you, and then I will have a care. I'm just going over there to find out the situation, and I won't necessarily enter the inside of the guardhouse, so you don't have to worry." Mon shook his head. "Then you be careful, we will wait for you to come back." Poison Island nodded. Mon smiled, got up from his seat, his eyes scanned Yuriko Takagi, and after nodding, he turned and walked out of the door and walked towards the sea airport south of the airport. Poison Island looked at Mon's back worriedly and was silent. Looking at the worried look of Poison Island, after thinking about it, Yuriko Takashiro got up and pulled Saya Takashiro and said, "Surprise, you go to the door and take a look, the room will be handed over to us to clean up." "Well," Poison Island Yuriko nodded, and did not be polite to Yuriko Takashiro, and directly got up and walked out. Yuriko Takashiro shook her head slightly, and said to Shizuka Jukawa and the others beside her, "Let's go clean up the room." Saying that, he led Saya Takashiro to the bedroom on the side. Jing Hanaga looked at Komuro Takashi, who was sitting on the other side, snorted coldly, and pulled Miyamoto Ryadeo, "Let's go and help Saya and them clean up the room together." Mo asked the senior and senior sister to go out, "Then I will go out of the roof to guard." Hirano Toda pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, picked up the sniper rifle placed beside him, and walked onto the rooftop. "Shizuka, you wait here with them, I'll help Hirano go to the guard together." Nanrika looked at everyone with their own arrangements, and after saying something to Shizuka Kumagawa, she followed Hirano Toda to the rooftop. Komuro Takashi looked at the scattered people, couldn't help but hesitate, and chased after the place where the Poison Island Yuko left. After Mon's moisture rising, today's poison is so beautiful and gorgeous that it is suffocating. Compared with Miyamoto Rei, whether it is body or appearance, or temperament, they are obviously better. At first glance, both Rei Miyamoto and Rinko Poison Island are rare beauties. But when the two come together, the gap is born. First of all, Miyamoto Rei is only 164 cm tall, while Poison Island Tsukiko has a tall and perfect body of 174 cm compared with the long legs of Poison Island Surprise. Miyamoto Rei's leg shape can only be barely counted as good-looking. What's more, Poison Island's fair and flawless skin, whether in terms of skin color, elasticity, or softness, is much better than Miyamoto. In the end, the mature and gentle temperament of the royal sister type of Poison Island is not at all comparable to a little girl like Miyamoto Rei. Coupled with the relationship of Jing Hanaga, he knew that he could not win Miyamoto Ria Fang's heart, and he directly started the idea of Poison Island Surprise. Chasing the Poison Island to the small chamber outside the door, Xiao Xiao looked at the Poison Island in the distance, hesitated slightly, and stepped forward. "Senior sister of the Poison Island, is there any movement outside?" "No," said Poison Island without looking back. Looking at the appearance of the Poison Island Surprise, Komuro Takashi gritted his teeth, walked to her side and stood still, smelled the fang fragrance on the Poison Island Surprise, and couldn't help but thump his heart. "Komuro, is there something wrong with you?" Poison Island Akiko glanced at Komuro Takashi, who was standing beside him, strangely, and then looked into the distance again. Komuro Taka, who had originally had a bad idea about Poison Island, saw that there was no one around at this time, and couldn't help but pluck up his courage and revealed his heart. "Poison Island Senior, I like you. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders." Chapter 042. Poison Island Senior, I like you. Outside a building in the residential area of the sea airport, Komuro Takashi seized an opportunity to bravely express his heart. Hearing Komuro's confession, Poison Island first covered her cute red lips in surprise, and her lazy eyes blinked. Then he shook his head unmoved. Hee, I didn't expect Komuro Takashi to confess to me, which really surprised me. Senior Poison Island, I really like you. Seeing that the Poison Island was unmoved, Moro Takashi did not need to aggravate his tone. The corners of Poison Island's mouth raised slightly, and a trace of disdain in the corners of his eyes was very cleverly concealed. Oh, you confessed to me, so Lee. As far as I know, you liked her very much, and last time it was just a mistake, a misunderstanding. Komuro Takashi looked a little flustered. Oh, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Misunderstand? Poison Island looked majestically at Komuro Takashi with a scrutinizing gaze. Komuro was speechless, his body trembled twice, and he continued to work hard intermittently. Senior of Poison Island, last time was indeed a misunderstanding. I. Don't say any more, Komuro Taka, was it all fake that we all saw last time at Minami Rika's house? Poison Island sneered, and the disgust revealed in his eyes couldn't help but become stronger. Looking at the disgust in the eyes of Poison Island, Komuro Takashi was suddenly startled, like a basin of cold water pouring from head to heel, making his pounding heart suddenly calm down. I'm sorry, Poison Island Senior. I was rude just now. Poison Island pouted, directly turned his head and continued to look in the direction of the southern guardhouse, and no longer paid more attention. Komuro Takashi looked at the Poison Island sadly, and turned around and walked into the house in distraction. Sensing that Komuro Takashi turned around and walked back to the poisonous island in the house, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but hang a hint of mockery. When Komuro Takashi kissed Miyamoto Rei a few days ago, she already looked down on this guy very much, but she didn't expect that this guy was not dead, and actually hit the idea on herself. This made Poison Island feel very incredible. Don't say that she is already Mojien's person at this time. Even if she is still single now, he will not choose someone like Komuro Taka. At the same time, Mon, who left everyone's side, had already arrived on the square not far from the guardhouse. Looking at the densely packed and wandering dead bodies outside the guardhouse, Mon suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Good fellow, there are no less than 500 at this glance." It seems that Nan Lixiang still said less. This time it's all crowded at the gate of the guardhouse. How can I go in and get weapons and ammunition? Although Mojien has a genetic evolution system, he can exchange origin points for some thermal weapons, but how precious this thing is origin point, and how can he waste origin points to exchange for these things that will not be used later? Mon thought and looked left and right, and inadvertently noticed the car parked next to the airstrip in the distance, and immediately had an idea to pull out the plug. The handgun behind the waist, a jump, dodged to the range, raised his hand and shot towards the fuel tank of the car. Boom! A loud noise came from the edge of the runway. And the light of the fire illuminated half the sky. Roar! The hundreds of dead bodies surrounding the guardhouse, hearing this huge roar, suddenly surged and rushed towards the explosion one after another. This should be able to attract most of the dead bodies. Mon looked at the group of dead bodies that rushed to the explosion like a tide, chuckled in his heart, then flipped around, and went straight to the guardhouse from another road. Hey! Coming closer, Mon walked very lightly, although most of the dead bodies were towed away by the explosion of the car, but there were still a lot left inside and outside the guard. Mon did not want to be careless, died in the encirclement of dead bodies. Although ordinary dead bodies can't do him much damage, accidents are always everywhere. There are too many dead bodies here, and it doesn't hurt to be careful. Roar! When Mon approached the door of the guardhouse, and was about to open the door to enter the interior, a very tall dead body suddenly emerged from the roof of the guardhouse, and the huge body exuded endless anger, and the blood-red skin made people shudder at a glance. S2. Looking at the figure at the top of the guardhouse, Mon's eyes suddenly shrunk, and he subconsciously flashed back a few steps. How can S2 appear? This is only the first few days. and let the humans of this world not live. No wonder Mon is so surprised, to know that the dead body S1 that has evolved once, its overall strength is at most 3 times that of ordinary special forces. Ordinary people are careful, if there are weapons in the body, they may be able to deal with it. But the S2 is different, unless it has a powerful weapon, such as a heavy weapon such as rockets, it does not want to leave a little damage on it. The S2, which has the worst strength, is also comparable to a special force of about 5 times the strength, and the highest is enough to have a special force's strength of about 10 times. Mo asked to look at S2 that suddenly appeared on the roof, and secretly shouted to Xiao Mo in his heart, "Xiao Mo, check its combat effectiveness." "Master, you have to be careful, the combat power of this dead body in front of you is 9 o'clock, good fellow, stronger than me." Mon's heart was shocked. After this period of training and fighting, his combat effectiveness had only increased to 8 o'clock. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 043. Roar. A loud roar came from the S2 mouth on the roof, and the dead body that was dragged away by the distant explosion turned back again in this instant. "It looks like we're going to get into a bitter battle today." Looking at the group of dead bodies who returned after hearing S2's roar, Mon smiled bitterly secretly, and then said to Xiao Mo, "Xiao Mo, I want to exchange origin points. You recommend something that can deal with the situation in front of you." Heavenly Gate soul-breaking knife, from the true cultivation plane, made of black iron, Xian stone, nether spirit crystal and other minerals, it can cut iron like mud, blow hair short, and need 40 origin points. Magical crystal fragment, from the fantasy plane, it can help people open spiritual powers, and requires 20 origin points. Black hole grenade, from the technological plane, throwing can cause a small area of space collapse, within a range of 10x10 can swallow everything, need 10 origin points. Energy armor, from the technological plane, it can withstand the full blow of 500 strong combat power, and the damage can be accumulated, requiring 25 origin points. Hearing the props recommended by Xiao Mo couldn't help but be stunned, and while continuing to guard S2, he secretly wondered. Psychic, science fiction, magic, etc., are all some of the usual fantasy existences. However, why is there no martial arts, cultivation, and the like? Mon thought in his heart. After all, as a Chinese person, the kind of feelings for martial arts in his heart were too special. System, why is there no martial arts, such as the 18 palms of the dragon descending, within the Yi Ji Sutra? According to your skills, it should not be difficult to manifest these things. Mo asked. Master, these things can indeed be embodied, but they do not meet the current situation of the master. Why? Raising his eyebrows, Mon spoke. Every world has rules for every world. This does not have any true chi fantasy things, cultivation of true martial arts items, the rules are too obstructed, so, even if the master practices internal skills, practice immortal arts, it is half the effort, spending decades to achieve little. This is different planes, different worlds in the rule constraints. Are the rules constrained? I probably got it. In the same way, if I go to a martial arts world, such as the Dragon Babu world, then the power of things like science and technology will be greatly reduced and become extremely pitiful? Mo asked. Yes, Master. Different worlds, different rules, we cannot change the rules at present, only to adapt to the rules. It can't be changed at the moment. Hehe, your words are very interesting, I am clear. Mon nodded secretly, that is, it cannot be changed at present, and it may be able to change in the future, but it's just, Xiao Mo, there is no special energy in this world, so it is also useful to exchange this kind of thing for energy crystal fragments. Mo asked the last bit of doubt. Master, you are wrong, no matter which world or plane, there are special abilities, but the strength of the special energy is different, and this fast energy crystal fragment can naturally be used in this world. Every world has powers? How can it be? Mo asked. The master should not think of the power too high, no matter what kind of power is just a mutation or evolution of the body and spirit. The master should have heard of the telepathy between the twins, foreseeing death after an accident, etc. This is a manifestation of the power. Is telepathy between twins also considered supernatural? So, Mo asked with some curiosity. Roar. Before Mo could finish speaking, S2, who was standing above the guardhouse, suddenly roared and jumped off the roof. Seeing this, Mo immediately swallowed what he wanted to say, and quickly said to Xiao Mo, "Exchange energy armor for me, and black hole grenades." As he spoke, Mo directly gripped the mountain knife and opened some distance from S2 again. Although Mo wanted to exchange the energy crystal fragment to open the energy at this time, but at this time there was no time to absorb this thing. In the face of the current situation, the first thing to do was to protect himself and not let S2 and the dead body group hurt themselves. At this time energy armor is naturally the first choice. And the black hole grenade is only in case of time to exchange, although I don't know how powerful this thing is, but it takes 10 origin points to redeem something. Can it be simple? Origin points are very precious. Yes, Master. As Xiao Mo's voice fell, a conjoined armor flashing with white light quietly appeared on Mo's body, and at the same time, a black ball the size of a baby's fist also appeared in Mo's left hand without holding a knife at this moment. Mo first looked at the armor that stretched from his neck to his legs, and then looked at the black ball in his left hand. These two things are energy armor and black hole grenades. I don't feel powerful. High tech is really not something I can understand. How to use these two things, Xiao Mo? The energy armor does not need to be activated, it will automatically open the protection when worn on the body, and the black hole grenade, just need to rub a few times and throw it out. Xiao Mo's voice came out in Mo's mind. Mo asked to look at S2 who was about to approach him, and then looked at the black hole grenade in his hand again. Can this black hole grenade kill S2? Yes, Master, don't say it's just S2, even S3 can be directly killed. Mo nodded, and then hung the black hole grenade on his body. While carrying the opening knife to S2, he secretly thought to himself, it's better to try the specific strength of this S2 first. If you can kill him, this black hole grenade can be saved. It's a shameful waste. 10 origin points can be exchanged. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 044. At the same time, inside a certain residence in the accommodation area of the sea airport, the Poison Island Yuriko and Yuriko Takashiro, who were scattered inside and outside the room, were all concentrated on the rooftop at this time. Everyone heard the explosion and the two roars just now, said Minami Lika, standing at the edge of the rooftop, holding a telescope and looking towards the guardhouse in the southern part of the maritime airport. It's so loud, it's hard not to hear it, Saya Takashiro said, pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose. That roar is the same as the two S1 shouts encountered in Shei's house. It seems that Mogen Sr. is in trouble, said Jing Haoang with a frown. Poison Island looked in the direction of the guardhouse, tightened the alloy longsword in his hand, silently turned around and walked out under the rooftop. Why are you going? Yuriko Takashiro noticed Poison Island's movements and couldn't help but shout. One more person and one more help. I want to ask brother if he needs me now. Poison Island nodded, said without looking back, and strode off the rooftop. Surprise, wait for me, I'll go with you too. Yuriko Takashiro took out 2 handguns from her waist and shouted at the back of Poison Island Yuriko. She was already a woman who had long been Mogen, and she had long wanted to go to Mogen to find out where to find out, but Gao Chengsei was on the side, and she didn't want Gao Chengsaya and others to find out about the abnormality, and she could only endure it deeply. No one took the lead, and she could only do it in a hurry. And at this time, Poison Island Surprise took the lead. She had no scruples, and going to sea with Poison Island surprise was also considered to help friends, and it would not seem so abrupt. "Mom, I'll go with you too," Gao Chengshe quickly followed. "No, you stay here, I'll just go over with the two of you to take a look." Yuriko Takashiro turned back to Saya Takashiro and said, and then chased Poison Island Saya and walked out. "I'll go over and take a look." Jing Hanaga looked at Takashiro Saya, then at Miyamoto Rei who was standing beside him, and then picked up the shotgun that was set aside. "Yang," Miyamoto Rei looked at Jing Hanaga with a worried expression. "Don't worry, it will be fine, besides, my life was saved by Mojian Sr., and now he is in danger, I can't not go." Jing Haoang looked resolute. "I'll go with you too." Looking at Jing Hanaga's resolute look, Miyamoto Rei knew that she couldn't persuade, and couldn't help but grab the wooden gun she had made during the day. "No, Rei, you stay to protect Saya and Jukawa-sensei." Don't say it, I still have to keep up with senior sister Poison Island and Aunt Yuriko." Iko Yang interrupted Miyamoto Riedo. Miyamoto Lee gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then you be careful." "Yang, I will also go with you." Mo asked the seniors to help us so much along the way, and we, Hirano Toda walked to the two of them with some trembling. "Everyone is gone, who stays to protect Saya and them?" "Hirano, you stay with Rei, I'm leaving." Izunaga glanced at Hirano Toda's body, and saw his trembling appearance, and couldn't help but speak. Saying that, Jing Haoang walked out of the rooftop directly with a shotgun. On the other side, Komuro silently looked at the people who left one after another. His eyes stayed on Miyamoto Rei for a moment. And his eyes flashed with an unspeakable light. Nanrika put down the binoculars in her hand and glanced at Komuro Takashi, who was standing silently on the side. Even the timid Hirano Toda had the courage to leave here to help. This Komuro Takashi was actually silent. It was really. It's just that what Nanrika doesn't know is that the reason why Komuro Takashi is silent is completely because he wants both Io Hanaga and Mo Man to die on the side of the guardhouse. In that case, Miyamoto Rei and the Poisonous Island Jiko and the women will all be his. It's just that the more he is like this, the more he can't get the hearts of all the women. Even if Mon and Jing Haoang really die, he won't have any chance. At this time, his performance is completely a cowardly performance in the eyes of others. Which woman likes such a person? Chop! Mon was holding a mountain opening knife, a little under his feet. A flashing body came directly to S2's body, and in mid-air, he suddenly slashed down vertically and directly cut down towards S2's huge head. Roar! The huge roar was endless, and when Mon's Kaishin knife was about to slash at S2's head, I saw S2 suddenly raise its dark arm and punch towards the blade of the Kaishin knife. Dang! The collision of knives and fists should have been a blurry scene of flesh and blood, but there was a sound of metal interlacing, which made Mon feel that his opening knife seemed to be slashed on a diamond, constantly without the slightest inch, and even made his hand holding the knife numb by the counter-shock. Such a hard body, such a strong fist, is this the strength of S2? Mon saw that the blow was not hit, and with the help of the power of the counter-shock, he rolled in mid-air, retreated sharply for several jong, and looked at the S2 Dao in front of him with some uncertainty. Roar! Without waiting for Mon to think more, S2, who was slashed by Mon, although he did not suffer any damage, but it caused him to start a fire, like a wild beast, rampage directly towards Mon. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 045. Knock knock. Every step S2 takes forward, the concrete floor outside the guard room shakes. Just by looking at the constantly shaking concrete floor, you can feel the strong power contained in S2's huge body. This guy's strength is really unimaginable. Mon looked at S2, which was getting closer and closer to him, and the concrete floor that was constantly shaking, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Although Man can also step on it to make the cement shake, he can't do it every foot, which requires not only strength, but also huge physical strength and a strong physical body. Whew! It was too late and fast. Just in the blink of an eye, the rampaging S2 had already arrived in front of Mon, and his huge body was like a bulldozer, without any fancy movements, and he pounced directly towards Mon. Boom! Boom! Just as Mon was about to give S2 a counterattack, 2 gunshots suddenly sounded in the distance, directly firing 2 sparks on S2's head. Kill! At the same time, on the square outside the guardhouse, several figures were constantly fighting inward in the group of dead bodies, constantly approaching Mon and S2. Mon heard the gunshot, ready to fight back. He directly dodged S2's attack, took a few steps back, looked at the periphery. Yuriko, Jinghanaga, why did the 3 of them come? Roar! Although S2 wisdom has evolved a lot, but it still has the wisdom of recovering human beings. After being hit by this sudden bullet, he suddenly roared up to the sky in annoyance, blood-red eyes, looked at Poison Island Yuzai and others, and then jumped up sharply and rushed straight to Yuriko Joking, who had just shot at him. Not good. Mon's face changed, and he hurriedly rushed towards the place where the 3 of Yuriko and Joking were, and at the same time shouted, "You guys hurry up and dodge, this is S2, it's not something you can handle. Yuriko, protect Yuriko and retreat outside." "Ask brother, I will protect Yuriko, be careful yourself." Hearing Mon's call, he slashed and killed a dead body in front of him, and quickly retreated to Joking Yuriko, shouting at Mon while protecting Joking Yuriko from falling into the dead body. Death. S2 is strong, but the speed is much worse than Mon. Hearing the response of the Poison Island, Mon flashed, came directly to S2, blocked its way, and cut down its neck at the same time. S2, who rushed towards Yuriko, subconsciously raised its dark arm and blocked his neck, his bloody eyes, looking directly at Mon in front of him, and then swung his other arm in annoyance and smashed it into Mon's chest. Disheveled. The huge blow smashed into Mon's chest. Mon's body suddenly flew out upside down, and at the same time, a white light flashed, blocking all the impact for him. Fortunately, there is energy armor. Is this guy's weakness in the neck? Mon jumped over, stepping on the dead body's head to stabilize his figure, thinking back to his 2 attacks, and frowned a little uncertainly. Mo asked, "How are you?" Yuriko Takashiro, who was guarded by the Poison Island, looked at Mon in the center of the dead body, and exclaimed with a worried face. "I'm fine, be careful yourself." Mon patted his chest that had just been hit by S2, and after saying without turning his head, he took the knife and killed S2 again. He wants to try the idea just now, if the neck is really the weakness of S2. Then this big guy in front of him is easy to deal with. S2 looked at Mon, who rushed towards him again, and his anger couldn't help but win. The reptile in front of him not only fled in panic like ordinary people, but even attacked himself one after another. It wanted to crush the human in front of him, and then devour him. Finally, the distance between one person and one corpse got closer and closer, and finally collided together. Mon took advantage of the gap when S2 rushed over, and with a full swing of the long knife in both hands, he cut S2's neck, and he was also punched by S2 and flew out. Bang! Mon, who had energy armor to protect his whole body, although he was smashed out again, but there was no damage, half squatting on the ground while soothing his body, while looking up at S2's neck. Sure enough, its neck is indeed its weak point. Mon's eyes narrowed, looking at a light-colored white mark on S2's neck, and a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Mon got up from the ground, looked at S2 who had come to him again, and while looking down to avoid the fist that S2 swung over, he took advantage of the gap to run around it, looking for an opportunity, and shouted straight to S2's neck. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, constantly attacking the same place of S2, although S2 already has simple wisdom, but how can it be compared to Mon? Die! Dozens of times later, Mo asked about the deeper and deeper scar on S2's neck, and couldn't help but burst into a loud voice, and slashed violently with all his strength into the wound on its neck. Sting! With a light sound, the long knife finally cut deeply into S2's neck under Mo's full swing, stuck in the terrifying muscle, and it was difficult to pull it out. Roar! S2 roared violently, and this time the roar was no longer mixed with anger, but fear. Feeling the sharp pain in the head, S2 suddenly rioted, frantically waving his dark arms, smashing violently in front of him. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 046. Looking at S2, who was in a rage, Mon, who was holding the knife tightly, saw that he couldn't pull out the knife embedded in his neck, and couldn't help but loosen the handle of the knife and smashed his fist into its head. Punch after punch, constantly smashing towards its head. Boom! A crisp sound came. I don't know how long it took, and even Mon didn't know how many punches he had, only knew that his arm was about to lose strength, and his right arm finally broke through S2 Najian at this time. The hard skull smashed into its brain. The white flocculent brain pulp brought up by Mon's fist made S2 completely lose his life. The originally red bloodshot eyes also slowly dimmed down, staggered 2 steps, and pushed the golden mountain to fall down like a jade pillar. Boom! As S2's huge body fell, there was a dull crash on the ground, and dust everywhere continued to fly, thickly piling up on its terrifying body. Mon looked at the fallen S2, secretly exhaled, flicked his sore arm and said, "It's really difficult to deal with, this is just S2, if you encounter S3, you really have no power to fight back." The Poison Island and the others on the periphery of the guardhouse square looked at Mon, who had ended the battle, and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, covered each other, and leaned over to Mon's side. Mo asked, "How are you?" Yuriko Takashiro, under the protection of Poison Island Yuriko, followed behind, and asked Mo-ching while shooting the dead body with the double gun in his hand. "It's okay, it's just that the arm is a little weak, just take a rest," Mo asked and grabbed the right arm that had just smashed S2's head, kicked and flew a dead body that surrounded him, and turned to Yuriko Takashiro who was approaching his side. "By the way, didn't you wait for me to go back at the residence? How did you come over? What about everyone else? Isn't it too much noise on your side? Everyone is worried about you, so we came to find you, and as for the others, they stayed on the side of the house," said Yuriko Takashiro and Poison Island Yuriko and Jing Haoyang to Mon's side, and slowly spoke. Mon nodded, looked at the more and more dead bodies, and couldn't help but speak, "There are more and more dead bodies like this. First go to the guardhouse to see what weapons and ammunition there are, let's go back as soon as possible." "Yes." The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Then Mo asked the 4 people without saying more, directly killed in the guardhouse, cleared the remaining dead bodies in the guardhouse, rummaged through the guns left by the maritime airport guards when they evacuated, and then directly turned back to the residential area. "Don't ask, June, Senior. Mom. Forever." Looking at Jo Kengsaya, Jukawa Shizuka, and other women who were standing at the door looking forward to it, Mon couldn't help but smile softly. "We're back, let's go, enter the house, don't block the door." Well, Gao Chengsaya and the others looked at each other, their eyes wandered over the 4 of Mon, and after seeing that none of the 4 were injured, they couldn't help but nodded happily. Komuro Takashi looked at the backs of Poison Island and Rei Miyamoto, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Greedy, then looked at the backs of Mon and Jing Haoyang, and after snorting coldly, he thought with some resentment, more than 500 dead bodies. Plus 1 evolved S2, did not leave them, it is really a big life. Mo asked, who was walking in front, as if he suddenly sensed a malice, and couldn't help frowning and looking behind him, and after seeing that there was no difference, he couldn't help but secretly think, "How can you be suspicious, is it the sequelae after the battle with S2 just now?" Thinking of this, Mo couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, shook off the distractions in his mind, and led everyone into the house. What a sensitive feeling, Komuro thought to himself as he lowered his head and looked at the concrete floor under his feet. Back in the room, Mo dropped the package full of weapons and ammunition in his hand, turned to everyone and said, "You guys check these weapons and ammunition, I just took them in a bit of a hurry in the guardhouse, and I didn't look at it much." "Well," Hirano Toda said with glowing eyes. Mo smiled, and then continued, "I'll go take a shower first, I've just been fighting for so long, there is blood everywhere on my body, you guys feel free." Saying that, Mo walked directly into the bathroom. Shizuka Jukawa sat down on the sofa, exhaled, and said a little dumbly, "As soon as I come back, I will take a bath, the people who hurt me have been worried for so long, and I haven't eaten dinner yet." "Okay, Shizuka," Nanrika shook her head helplessly, and then said to Poison Island and the others, "The meal is ready, let's go eat something together." "It's fine," Yuriko Takashiro and Poison Island looked at each other and nodded with a smile. "Can you finally eat?" Shizuka Jukawa quickly got up from the sofa, and after looking left and right, her eyes fixed on Nanrika, "I want to drink, I feel like I haven't drunk for a long time, Xiang, do you want to have some?" "Then come a little," Nanrika nodded. She had been worried about Shizuka Kumigawa since the disaster broke out, but now that the two were together, and there was a strong Mo man and everyone else, she was also relieved. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 047. Shizuka, what's going on? Mo, who had washed away his bloody body, walked out of the bathroom and looked at the women eating in the hall and Shizuka Jukawa lying on the sofa. Nanrika helplessly looked at Shizuka Jichuan lying on the sofa, confused. "Drink a little wine, this girl is not good at drinking, let her drink less, she doesn't listen." Mo shook his head, walked to the dining table and sat down, looked at the full plates on the table, and couldn't help but smile and look at everyone, "It's so hearty." Poison Island smiled, got up and went to serve a bowl of rice, and handed it to Mo. "This is what I just made, try it and see how it tastes." Gao Cheng Saya took a piece of vegetable and put it in Mo's bowl, looking at Mo with anticipation. Mo asked, looking at the green and black vegetables that Gao Cheng Say sandwiched in his bowl, the corners of his eyes twitched, he wanted to refuse, looked at Gao Cheng Shay's expectant look, and nodded uncontrollably, "Well," saying that, Mo gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and sandwiched the green and black vegetables into his mouth. With the entrance of the dish, Mo's face is a little green. "Which is the dish? Obviously it is a poison is good, no wonder no one has touched where such a large plate of dishes is placed, it seems that the person who ate the crab for the first time is still himself." "How? What do you think?" Gao Cheng Shay's face was full of expectation. "Not bad," Mo asked as he looked at Gao Cheng Shay's appearance and said something against his will. "Then you will eat more." Getting the answer he wanted, Gao Cheng Shay suddenly laughed happily, and then clamped it into Mo's bowl one after another. Mo asked, looking at the pile of dishes in his bowl, full of speechless change of topic, "By the way, Yang, where is your home?" "I'm leaving here tomorrow morning, you see. It's not too far from here, about half a day's journey." Speaking of this, Jing Haoang was suddenly stunned, thinking of the outbreak of disaster. This road should not be easy, if it is just an ordinary dead body, if it encounters an evolved dead body, it is not possible to arrive in half a day. "I know what you mean, but don't worry, no matter how difficult the road is, what I promised will definitely be done." Mo nodded knowingly, the place that can be reached half a day before the disaster breaks out, in the current situation, it will take at least more than a day. If there is any accident on the way, it may not be able to arrive in a day. "Thank you Mo for asking, senior." Jing Haoang stood up from his seat and asked Mo with a grateful face. "You're welcome." Mo waved his hand, looked at the dishes in his bowl, subconsciously shivered, got up from the table and said, "I'm full, you guys eat slowly. Yuriko Takashiro looked at the bowl in front of Emojien, and couldn't help but purse her lips and chuckle. As the mother of Saya Takashiro, how could she not understand her daughter's cooking skills? Mo-wen-jun, you eat more. Gao Chengshe looked at Mo-wen's basically unmoved bowl, and couldn't help but speak. Well, I'm not very hungry, let's eat when I'm hungry. Mo-wen touched his nose, turned and left the table, the bowl of green and black vegetables, just looking at it made me feel sick, let alone eat it. After the meal, in the room of Poison Island, Mo asked and looked at the poisonous island with a smile, surprise. Did that guy from Komuro really confess to you? Poison Island was lying on his side on the bed, his expression was cold and lazy, and the wind feelings were infinite, enough to seduce and seize the spirit. I saw her seductive red lips, pouted her lips with disdain, and said indifferently, to be honest, Junzi really doesn't understand how Komuro Takashi's brain grows, he doesn't know how ridiculous he is. That day he forcibly kissed Rei first, and then confessed to me, such a person can't even look at it, let alone I have you now. Mo-wen smiled and stretched out his hand to take the poisonous island into his arms. Men are all lower body animals, my family is so fascinated people, and it is understandable that Komuro Takashi is so much. It's just that when he said this, Mo-wen's eyes had narrowed, although Mo-wen's eyes were like the Poison Island surprise, but Komuro Takashi was obviously ill-intentioned, with the experience of Hanagajing, who knows if that guy will treat the Poison Island like a strong kiss to Miyamoto Rei when he leaves. Although the strength of Poison Island is stronger than Komuro Takako, even if that guy wants to mess around, he may not be able to succeed, but he is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. If he is so indulgent, who knows what kind of trip that guy has behind his own and others. Poison Island smiled shyly, buried his head in Mo-wen's arms, and patted his chest, thank you for your praise. Husband-kun. Poison Island nodded, aren't you my husband-kun? It's good to call you brother in front of people, but in private I still want to call you husband. If you like it. Mo-wen lowered his head and kissed Poison Island's lips lightly. Poison Island looked at Mo-jien with some emotion, blushed slightly, bit his lower lip and said, husband, I want to. Hey, hey. Mo-wen chuckled, and he didn't think about directly pressing the Poison Island on the bed, since he received the Poison Island in the residential area outside the park that day, he has been eating and knowing. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 048. At the same time, inside the hall, Shizuka Jukawa, who was lying on the sofa after drinking too much wine, opened her eyes in confusion, looked down at the empty hall, blinked her thirsty mouth, and then walked to the dining table and poured a glass of water for herself, tilted her head and thought, everyone, why are the ladies of Kone gone in a blink of an eye, didn't they all eat here just now? Not. Ah. Just when Shizuka Jichuan was about to look for someone else in the room, a series of coquettish snorts suddenly came from the room of the Poison Island next door. Hearing this voice, the confused Shizuka Jukawa didn't think much, regardless of the 3721 directly to the room of the Poison Island surprise. Squeak! The moment she opened the door, the first thing that caught Shizuka Jichuan's eyes was Mo-wen's constantly floating figure pressing the Poison Island surprise, and from her angle, the Poison Island surprise seemed to be very painful, and even kept humming groaning there. Seeing this, Shizuka Jukawa didn't think much about it, and quickly walked to the side of the bed, while looking at the whole body red. Sure enough, Mo asked and grabbed it, while shouting, Mo-kyun-jun, what are you doing? You've made Poison Island classmates hurt. The two who were fully engaged in love did not expect that someone would break into the room directly at this time, and when they heard the sound in their ears, whether it was Mo-wen or Poison Island Kizai, both of them were stunned. Mo asked was even more frightened, the little guy like iron was directly frightened and relaxed, turned his head to look at Shizuka Jichuan, who was standing by the bed, sleepy-eyed, and said with some crying and laughter, why did you come in? I came in when I heard the shout, "Don't bully Poison Island-san, it may be that Jujin is not fully sober," and Shizuka Jukawa speaks completely without going through her brain, and she opens her mouth in confusion. Mon rolled his eyes and quipped, "Where is the pain? I'm playing a game with Kaiuzi." Hearing Mojien's words, the Poison Island under him suddenly turned red, quickly pushed Mojien, pulled up the quilt and hid with a crimson face. And said no. "You see, the Poison Island classmates are hiding," said Shizuka Kumigawa as she tilted her head and looked at the dodging Poison Island. The Poison Island hiding in the bed turned even redder when she heard this, although her heart was very big, but she couldn't stand being found to say something when she was in love, and quickly stretched out her little hand in the bed and pinched Mon's body, secretly. "Shame on people. Sensei Jukawa is also true, what are you doing here at this time?" Mon looked at Shizuka Kumigawa speechlessly, his mind turned, and he said with a bad smile, "We're really making a game. How about we try?" It was just a joke, but after saying this, Mo asked himself to look forward to it. This is a double and that, think about it, is exciting. Is it really a game? How do I feel that Poison Island-san is in pain? Shizuka Jukawa said with a puzzled look. No, absolutely not, she was excited just now. Mon quickly shook his head and said. Excited? Jichuan Shizuka heard Mojien's words, stood by the bed and recalled the screams and painful screams of the Poison Island just now, and the alcohol suddenly sobered up a lot, as a medical staff, although she is still a chick. But the affairs of men and women, still understand. Thinking about it, her face suddenly turned crimson, and she looked at Mon, who was a little expectant, and stammered, "This. That. What they? I still have something. Only. Just go first." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to run out the door. "What can we do now? Let's play the game together." Mo asked and pulled Shizuka Jichuan, who wanted to leave. His eyes looked directly at her. Come if he wanted, leave if he wanted, where is it so easy, and Mon's fire has been hooked out, so let her go, isn't it a pity? Besides, he was ready to accept Shizuka Jukawa early in the morning, isn't this the best opportunity now, and he took the initiative to send it to the door. This, Shizuka Kumigawa blushed shyly, struggled a few times awkwardly, and asked Mo. Unfortunately, before she finished speaking, she was directly interrupted by Mon. "Don't you want to play games with me?" "Humph, I'm a school doctor, don't think I don't know what you were doing." Shizuka Kumigawa snorted coldly and said. "Don't you like me?" Mon rolled his eyes and pretended to be aggrieved, thinking that he was still confused just now. "So shrewd now?" "I like it, but," said Shizuka Kumigawa a little anxiously when she saw Mon's aggrieved look. "It's nothing." Looking at Shizuka Jukawa's anxious appearance, Mon laughed secretly in his heart. Mon, who knew her character, did not want to force her, and directly pulled him into his arms and hugged him. "But Poison Island-san is still there." Shizuka Jukawa struggled symbolically a few times, and then buried her head in Mon's arms, looking ashamed. Astringent said. "What does it matter?" Mon turned his head to the Poison Island in the quilt and said, "You said yes, Kiazi." Poison Island surprise came out of the bed, looked at Shizuka Jichuan who was buried in Mon's arms, sighed secretly, nodded, and acquiesced to Mon's words. She who had already handed over her whole heart to Mojien, although she was still a little uncomfortable, it was not unacceptable. Seeing that the Poison Island was tacitly accepted, Mojien couldn't help but smile hee, and didn't say much, directly put Shizuka Jichuan next to the Poison Island surprise, got up and rushed towards the two. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 049. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the night was spent in the love of Mon, Poison Island Yuko and Jukawa Shizuka. Early the next morning, the first rays of light shone into the room. Mon woke up from a deep sleep, looked at the two daughters who were holding him like octopus, and couldn't help but smile softly. It's dawn, last night was really crazy. Silently waited between the two women of the Poison Island for a while, got up and stretched out refreshed, and was about to pull the two women out of bed, but the Poison Island surprise lying on the right side of Mon banged and opened his eyes. Woke you up? Mo, who was about to get dressed, listened to the voice from the right side, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Poison Island. Poison Island lazily leaned over to Mon, looked at the sunlight shining through the window, rolled his eyes at Mon, and said, "No, I'm used to getting up early, if it weren't for you, maybe I'd already be outside by now." Mon chuckled, "I can't all blame me for this, who called you such a fanty person?" Poison Island Kaihuza once again asked Mo, and did not bother him more on this issue. Entangled, glanced at Shizuka Jukawa, who was sleeping on the other side of Mon, and couldn't help but speak, "Husband-kun, aren't you going to send Hanaga home today? Let's quickly ask Mr. Jichuan to get up." Mo asked to look at the sleeping quiet face of Jichuan Shizuka next to him, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Let her sleep a little longer, and call her when she leaves. Anyway, Jichuan won't help when she gets up. It's fine. After thinking for a moment, Poison Island continued, "Husband-kun, after sending Jing Hanaga home, where are we going? Have you thought about it?" Hearing the words of the Poison Island, Mon suddenly fell silent, considering that he had been in this world for a short time, and the things that should be done were roughly done, and it was time to leave here when Jing Haoang was sent home. After thinking for a while, Mon finally made a decision and told Poison Island Kaizi about something. "Junzi, in fact, I have something to hide from you." "Hey? What does the husband have to say to Junzi?" Poison Island looked right, as the first woman to know Mon, and the woman who stayed with Mon the longest. She had long noticed some abnormalities, and always felt that Mon had some important secrets hidden in her heart, but as a woman's reserve, she never asked more, but unexpectedly, today Mon mentioned it herself. "It's like this, in fact, not a human in this world, I think I should be able to find some abnormalities with the intelligence of Kizai, such as my physical fitness, my strength, when I was in a coma in front of Kizai's house in the morning, but I was just an ordinary person, I improved so much in a short period of time, Kizai you." Before Mon finished speaking, Poison Island's face couldn't help but change, and his expression became pale and scared. She trembled and clutched Mon's arm, tears like a dam that broke the embankment, constantly flowing out of her eyes. "Husband, are you leaving?" "Tsuko doesn't want her husband to leave, don't." Looking at the appearance of the poisonous island, Mon quickly reached out and wiped the tears from her face. "Surprise, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that, although I will definitely leave, but I will also take you and Shizuka. Otherwise, I won't tell you any more, don't cry." "Woo," I was startled, I thought. Poison Island surprise breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately relaxed the hands that were gripping Mon's arm. "I thought that my husband was going to leave Kaihuzi and leave alone." "How come? I can't bear to be surprised," Mo asked and took the Poison Island in his arms. Poison Island leaned happily in Mon's arms, enjoying this warmth from the depths of his heart. "Well, you guys are so noisy, it's annoying early in the morning." Just as Man and Poison Island Yuko were hugging each other, enjoying this warmth, Shizuka Jukawa, who was lying on the other side, suddenly sat up from the bed, and the quilt covering his body slipped down directly. Just like that, his body was half-fruited, exposed in front of Mon and the two. Looking at Shizuka Jukawa's sleepy eyes, Mon and Poison Island looked at each other and smiled, and then Mon slowly spoke, "Shizuka, the sky is light, can't you get up yet?" "It's dawn, how do you feel like I'm just sleeping? I'm so sleepy." Shizuka Jukawa looked at the sunlight outside the window, and couldn't help rubbing her eyes, not caring about her exposed body at this time. Mon shook his head, took the clothes that were put aside, and while wearing them, he said to the Poison Island, "It's not early, let's get up early, don't let them wait for a long time. Then you go out first, and I'll come with Mr. Jichuan later. Poison Island nodded. As soon as Poison Island's words fell, Shizuka Jukawa couldn't wait to speak first. I still want to sleep for a while. Mon rolled his eyes helplessly. Well, now is not the time to sleep. If it is late, you won't be able to rush to Jing Haoang's home during the day. Husband Kun, let me tell Teacher Jichuan, you better go out and take a look first. Poison Island Yuzai also turned over the Moon Worship Road. Well, don't delay too long, send Jing Haoang home early, and we'll leave early. Saying that, Mo asked and turned around directly and walked out of the bedroom. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 050. Mo asked to open the bedroom door, just walked out and saw Gao Cheng's mother and daughter sitting in the hall chatting casually, and couldn't help but chuckle and stepped forward to greet. Early. It's not early, the sun is on your ass, said Yuriko Mime Takashiro as she swirled around Mon, and said angrily. After dinner last night, she was originally going to wait for Jo Keng Saya to fall asleep, and then come out to accompany Mo Chien, who wanted to just go out and heard the two women's snorts from the Poison Island's room, so at this moment, seeing Mo asked, what kind words can Jo Keng Yuriko say to him is strange. Mo asked by Gao Cheng Yuriko's words, and the look in his eyes was a little inexplicable, couldn't help touching his nose, looked at Gao Cheng Saya who was sitting on the side chuckling, walked to Gao Cheng Yuriko's side, and whispered in her ear, you will raise the bar with me this morning, right? The heat coming from his ears made Gao Cheng Yuriko's face couldn't help but blush, secretly rolled his eyes, and turned his head directly. Gao Cheng Saya was still sitting next to him, and he couldn't show too much. If Gao Cheng Saya discovered the difference between her and Mon, it would be really embarrassing. Mo asked chuckled, looked around the living room, and said, what about the others? Everyone else went out to find speedboats and gasoline, Gao Cheng Shay couldn't help but say when he heard Mo's words. Speedboat? What are you looking for a speedboat, if you want to leave the sea airport, aren't there still yachts outside? Mon turned his head to look at Gao Cheng Saya in confusion. Let me tell you. Gao Cheng Yuriko stepped forward and walked in front of Mon. This is the result of everyone's discussion in the morning. Now it is so chaotic outside, if you take the road, it must be dangerous, so everyone is ready to go to Jing Haoyang's house on the water, and the yacht is too big to drive in the inland river, so you can only choose Jiao. Smaller speedboats. Take the waterway. Mon frowned, and suddenly remembered a problem that he ignored after the outbreak of this dead body, that is, animals. In other apocalyptic novels or movies, animals will also mutate, and much stronger than human mutants. If those animals are also mutated, walking on the water is not necessarily safer than on the shore, or even more dangerous. Yuriko Takashiro looked at Mo, who suddenly frowned, and asked, what's wrong, is there any problem? It's nothing, just take the waterway. Mo shook his head and thought to himself, I hope my worries are far away, isn't Alice's puppy mutated too? Gao Cheng Yuriko looked at Mo Ching suspiciously, she didn't think much about it, she shook her head directly, and after looking at the room of Poison Island, she spoke, are the two of them awake? We should also go to the beach to join them with Jing Hanaga. Wake up, come out later, let's clean up first. It's too late for you to clean up, we've already packed up in the morning, and we're almost waiting for the three of you to come out. Yuriko Takashiro pouted. Mon touched his nose a little embarrassed, okay, when they come out, we'll go. At the same time, the edge of the airport is at the mouth of the sea. Nanrika took her Sunaga and the others to stand on the coast, pointing to the slightly old speedboat docked at sea. I don't know if this speedboat is still useful. Before the disaster broke out, we may not have used this thing for a long time. Let's try it first, if it doesn't work, then think of other ways. After Jing Hanaga grabbed the oil drum where the gasoline was temporarily stored, he strode towards the speedboat. Nanlika smiled, That's right, I'll go check its parts. Saying that, she picked up the little Alice who was following her and followed Jing Hanaga to the speedboat. Miyamoto Rei, Komuro Taka, and Hirano Toda all took the package and also stepped on the speedboat. After inspecting the speedboat for a while, Minami Lika turned to Jing Haoang who was cheering for the speedboat. There is nothing wrong with the parts and machinery on this speedboat. Is the fuel ready? Almost. I'll try to see if I can start. Jing Haoang put down the oil drum in his hand and ran to the engine of the speedboat impatiently. Suddenly, with Jing Haoang's action, the engine that I don't know how long it had not been started suddenly emitted a muffled sound. Hearing this muffled sound, Miyamoto Lee suddenly jumped up excitedly. Great, this thing looks old, but I didn't expect it to be useful. Then we don't have to walk the main road. Hirano Toda pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a smile cracked on his fat cheeks. Nan Lixiang said with a smile on her cheeks, put out the fire, this is too loud, Shizuka and a few of them haven't come yet, it's not good to attract the dead body with such a big movement. Phew! Before Nan Lixiang finished speaking, the sea water around the speedboat suddenly rolled up the waves, and what everyone didn't expect was that there were palm-sized sea fish rising up with the waves. Komuro, who had been standing silently on the edge of the speedboat, bore the brunt of the attack, and 4 or 5 sea fish shot straight into his face, one of which happened to pierce his left eye. Ugh! Komuro fell on the speedboat with his hands covered his eyes, wailing. Nan Lixiang's face changed, looking at the sea fish that kept flying out of the sea, and couldn't help but exclaim, not good. There are monsters in the water, everyone quickly leave the speedboat and go ashore. After that, he took Alice and the puppy across the coast. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 051. Let's go. Jing Hanaga was also shocked, quickly rushed from the engine to Miyamoto Rei, picked her up, and strode up to the coast. Komuro Takashi, who fell to the ground and covered his left eye, could not stand up alone because of the pain in his left eye, looked at Jing Hanaga who was holding Miyamoto Rei from behind the engine, and his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of cruelty, and when Iko was about to cross him and rush to the coast, he jerked and pulled Jing Hanaga's pant leg. But what backfired was that although Io did not notice Komuro's movements, he rushed out from the rear of the engine too fast, and when he stepped next to Komuro, he jumped directly under his feet and jumped onto the coast. Komuro's outstretched hand still stayed in the distance, looking at Io Hanaga who had rushed out of his side. He secretly hated in his heart, he didn't want to die, reached out and grabbed Hirano Toda, who also ran over on the other side, and at the same time secretly thought to himself, I'm sorry Hirano, I don't want to die. Saying that, Komuro Takashi grabbed Hirano Toda's body, and with the help of Hirano Toda's fat body, he stood up and jumped off the speedboat with his strength. Hirano Toda, who was holding a firearm, did not expect that Komuro Takashi would borrow his strength at this time, and this sudden action made Hirano Toda, who was slow to move while holding the firearm itself, be directly pushed. Fell on top of the speedboat. Plop! At the same time, the sea fish that flew out of the sea water pounced on Hirano Toda at this moment, and the 2 sea fish stabbed Hirano Toda's arm at the same time, tearing his right hand into the sea in one fell swoop. Ugh! Hirano Toda howled in pain, and his body continued to roll on the speedboat, and in just a few moments, the blood stained the cabin. Komuro Takashi, you, Nan Lika, Jing Hanaga, and others who ran to the coast looked at this scene, and their eyes suddenly widened, among which little Alice directly covered her mouth, full of horror. Brush! Just when everyone was stunned on the spot by Komuro Taka's actions, a figure suddenly jumped onto the speedboat from a distance, pulled up Hirano Toda, who fell and rolled on the speedboat, and then shouted to Komuro Takashi, who had returned to the coast, Komuro Taka, you are simply looking for death. Mo asked June. Don't ask senior. Looking at the figure who jumped off the speedboat with Hirano Toda from the speedboat, Jing Hanaga and the others suddenly recovered from their shock and quickly ran to his side. You guys take care of Hirano first, Shizuka and Yuko will arrive soon. I dealt with this guy first. Wen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Last night when he knew that Komuro Takashi this guy had bad intentions, he was ready to get rid of this guy, but he didn't expect to delay some time, and let this guy pit Hirano Toda. Tread. Mo asked 3 or 2 steps to walk in front of Komuro Taka, pulled up his collar, and lifted him up. You are really a wolf-hearted dog. How can Hirano say that he is also a classmate with you? And if it weren't for Hirano's firearms as a cover along the way, everyone didn't know how many times he died. How can you bear this? Komuro shuddered. Humph, there is really nothing to say about people like you. Go and die. Wen didn't wait for Komuro Takashi to finish speaking, threw him out, pulled out the gun behind his waist, and raised his hand to shoot Komuro Takashi in the head. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere, and a few drops fell on the puppy closest to Komuro Takashi, and everyone was stunned for a while, but I didn't expect Wen to kill so decisively. This is to kill if you kill. It's just that what none of them know is that Wen's heart is not so calm at this time, and in his mind, if he hadn't been a woman and left Komuro Takashi, Hirano Toda would not have suffered such a great disaster. At this moment, Wen grew, the growth of his heart, although along the way, under the guidance of the auxiliary program Xiao Mo, he has grown a lot, changed a lot, and has ambition, but deep in his heart there is a trace of ordinary people's mentality, so that he cannot do what he wants, and there will always be scruples in doing things. But at this moment, Mo Jian understood, and understood everything. When it was time to be decisive, he still had to be decisive, and he couldn't be so kind to a woman. Good kill. Jing Hao, who had the worst relationship with Komuro Taka, couldn't help but shout. The last time Komuro Takashi forcibly kissed Miyamoto Rei, he saw that this guy was unhappy. If it weren't for the persuasion of others, he killed Komuro Takashi early in the morning. At this time Komuro Takashi was killed by Wen, which immediately made his unhappy heart stretch. Miyamoto Rei buried her head directly in the arms of Ai Hao Yang, and grew up with Komuro Takashi since she was a child, although because of the last incident, she and Komuro Takashi were strangers, but there were still some emotions. At this time Komuro Takashi died, she still had some unbearability. And Nan Lixiang is also a burst of comfort, although Nan Lika has not been in contact with Komuro Takashi for a long time, but people like Komuro Takashi who are in danger and pull their companions to cushion their backs, she is still very disdainful. What happened? While everyone was looking at Komuro Taka's corpse, 4 beautiful figures suddenly walked in the distance, silently looked at everyone, and then fixed their eyes on Komuro Taka's body. Shizuka, you came just in time. Quickly bandage Hirano. Nanrika turned her head to look at it, and quickly shouted to one of the figures. What the hell is going on here? Komuro Takashiro Saya looked at Komuro Taka's dead body, especially the blood hole on his brain and left eye, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and asked. Don't ask first, let's go back the same way, Wen said lightly, then turned around and walked towards yesterday's residence. Looks like I can't walk today. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 052. See airports, residential areas. Saya Takashiro looked at everyone in disbelief. How is it possible? How could Komuro Takashi do something like that? Hirano's hand is the best proof of this. Nansaka looked at the incredulous Takashiro Saya and raised her finger to the Hirano Toda road, which had been bandaged by Shizuka Jukawa. Okay, how could this be? Takashiro Saya frowned tightly, and then asked the pale Hirano Toda on the other side, Hirano, how are you now? I'm okay, said Hirano Toda with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Although Shizuka Jukawa had already bandaged Hirano Toda at this time, the pain in the broken arm was still inevitable, and there were not many drugs available in this maritime airport, so it was already good to do it without passing out directly. Saya Takashiro looked at Hirano Toda with some concern. Are you okay like this? go and lie down in the house and rest, don't hold on. Well. By the way, what kind of fish was that just now, why is it so powerful? Just two of them bit off Hirano's arm. This, Miyamoto Rei thought about the sea fish just now, and couldn't help but speak. Hearing Miyamoto Rei's question, Nan Lixiang couldn't help but speak. Those are just ordinary sea fish. Before the disaster broke out, my colleagues and I used to catch them and stew them to drink, but now, maybe it's infected and mutated like those dead bodies. Originally, dead bodies were difficult to deal with, but now that even fish have mutated, do we humans still have a way out? Yuriko Takashiro said with a sad face. Mo asked and patted Yuriko Takashiro on the shoulder, I'll always think of a way to solve it. Gao Cheng Yuriko reluctantly showed a hint of a smile towards Mo Wen, and then sat there silently. Solve? Mo asked what it sounds like, but I don't know what the root cause of the formation of the dead body is so far, how to solve it. Mo asked to look at the appearance of Yuriko Joukeng, and shook her head slightly. Although she didn't know what Yuriko Joukeng thought, she could roughly guess one or two, but there were some things that could not be said with her mouth, or let her figure it out slowly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little silent at this time, Poison Island couldn't help but walk to Mo Wen's side and spoke. Brother ask, now that Hirano is injured, it won't be okay in a day or two, what should we do? Hearing the words of the Poison Island, Jing Haoang on the other side suddenly became nervous. Originally he was going to accompany him home today, but he didn't expect that such a thing happened, which made him difficult to speak again for a while. Mo Wen turned his head to look at Jing Haoang, who looked nervous, and after a slight hesitation, he turned to him and asked, by the way, Yang, I haven't asked you yet, is there anyone else in your family? Did you call after the disaster? Hearing Mo's words, Jing Hao couldn't help but speak. My parents are at home, and on the day the disaster broke out, I made a phone call with Rei and Komuro Takashi when they fled to the rooftop, and they haven't been in touch since then, and I don't know how they are now. Counting today, it's been 5 days since our disaster broke out. Can you be sure of where they are now? Or can you be sure they're alive now? Mo Jian's tone did not have any embellishment, and he asked bluntly. Jing Haoang said with a firm face. I can be sure that they are all alive now. My father has participated in the self-defense team. Usually there are no dozens of people who can't enter his body, as long as it is not the S2 that Mo asked the senior met yesterday, ordinary dead bodies can't take him. Mo Wen nodded, and suddenly fell silent. Hirano Toda was injured and could not move, but Jing Hanaga was in a hurry to go home, although he could directly leave the two of them, and directly left this world with Poison Island and others, but the bottom line in his heart could not be given up, and people could not be untrustworthy. Although sticking to such a bottom line will leave a weakness for himself, maybe it will also allow future enemies to use it to murder him, but people who have no bottom line and no faith, are they still people, and animals? How is life different? Mo Wen doesn't want to be the kind of person who has no faith and no bottom line. He can be ruthless, he can kill decisively, he can be full of ambition, but he can't be the kind of person who even loses basic faith. Since he promised to go back to his family with Jing Haoang, he will definitely do it, otherwise he will not be able to pass the hurdle in his heart. Looking at Mo Jian, who was in silence, Hirano Toda, who was leaning on the sofa, said with a pale face, I'm fine, don't delay everyone for me, Before Hirano Toda finished speaking, he saw that his neck was crooked, and he suddenly passed out and fell on the sofa. Hirano. Looking at Hirano Toda, who had passed out, everyone who was standing around and discussing suddenly gathered around. Let's let Shizuka in, and let her show Hirano. Mo Wen looked at the people who gathered around, and couldn't help but shake his head. That's right, Mr. Jukawa, come and see Hirano. Miyamoto quickly nodded and said towards Shizuka Jukawa on the periphery. Shizuka Jukawa nodded, squeezed in front of the sofa from behind, and after slightly inspecting Shimo Hirano Toda's wound, she said with a slightly worried face, Hirano's wound is infected, I'm afraid of him. Bacterial infection, or viral infection. Nan Lixiang's face changed. If the infection was okay, everyone could leave the sea airport and go to the city to find some medicine for Hirano Toda to come back. If it was a virus infection, ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 053. Germ infection, and he also lost a little too much blood. Without blood replenishment, Hirano-san may not be able to last for half a day, and he must be given a blood transfusion as soon as possible, said Shizuka Kumigawa pouting. Mon frowned. Clean up, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Yuriko Takashiro shook her head and said, everyone discussed for so long just now and didn't make any decision. It seems that Hirano helped us make a decision. Mo glanced at her, and then turned to Jing Haoang and said, from here, is there a hospital in the direction of your home? Yes, the nearest hospital can be reached in about 2 hours if you walk there, but now on the way, said Jing Haoyang meaningfully. Mon nodded, it's okay, I'll deal with what I encounter on the road, you just have to hurry. Hearing Mo's words, Nan Lixiang nodded after thinking about it secretly. Well, there is also a modified military off-road truck at the airport, which can barely sit down us, so people, you can put the car into a small freighter and take it to the other side. Isn't there a Humvee SUV on the other side, and that car is gone? Shizuka Kumigawa shifted away from Hirano's body and tilted her head to look at Nanzato curiously. Minami Rika chuckled and asked, are you talking about the one from my house? Shizuka Jukawa nodded her head dumbly. The Humvee is too small to seat so many of us, and besides, Hirano is like this now, and he can't squeeze into the Humvee, and the truck, although it is windy, can put him flat inside. Minami Rika shook her head. Oh. Okay, don't say any more, let's go as soon as possible. Mo looked at the two who were still chatting, and couldn't help but shake his head. If he delayed further, Hirano Toda would really be helpless. Moreover, he also wanted to send Jing Hanaga and them away early, so that he could return to the Dragon Ball world with several girls as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing everyone nodding, Mo couldn't help but leave the unconscious Hirano and arranged, Nanrika, you go with Yuko to drive the military off-road truck of the car airport here. Jing Hanaga, you go with me to remove a bed, make a simple stretcher for Hirano, and the others will see what else to bring, and get it done as soon as possible. The car is parked in the square outside the airport hall, I'll just go alone. Nan Lixiang waved her hand, turned directly and walked out the gate. Mon secretly shook his head and said to the Poison Island, in that case, then you can get a simple stretcher with us. I know. As Mon's arrangement fell, everyone took action. Everyone knew that Hirano Toda's body could not last long, and the movements were very fast, and in less than half a quarter of an hour, everyone had completed various tasks, driving an off-road truck to the small cargo ship parked on the coast. The only remaining S2 at the sea airport has been removed by Mon, and the other dead bodies are just ordinary goods, which cannot withstand the impact of the off-road truck, and in a few moments, everyone drove the off-road truck into the sea freighter. Perhaps Hirano suffered too much along the way, and God did not want Hirano to die like this, and in the freighter, everyone was not attacked by any sea creatures, and the road was calm without any waves. Driving on the avenue, Mon sat behind the off-road truck. Looking at the increasingly bad road conditions on the road, and couldn't help but turn his head to Jing Haoang on the other side and asked, it's been 3 hours, how long will it take to get to the hospital? Jing Haoang looked at the road signs on the street and said with an ugly face, there are still 2 kilometers to go, but now the situation on this road, I think these 2 kilometers are not easy to walk. Mon sighed secretly, the road conditions are getting worse and worse. Many places have to be careful to drive, there are abandoned vehicles everywhere, not to mention 2 kilometers of road, even 1 kilometer road requires a long time to drive a car to arrive. Hirano won't last long, said Shizuka Jukawa, who had been in charge of taking care of Hirano Toda in the carriage, and suddenly interjected, looking at Hirano Toda, whose face was getting paler and paler. Ahem. Because of the bumpy journey, Hirano Toda has not been sleeping all the time, although he has not been awake for a long time, but at this time he is in a state of wakefulness. Hearing the conversation between the three of them, he couldn't help but speak. Kill. Kill me, I don't want to become a drag for everyone, dragging. What do you say, Hirano? Said Jing Hanaga's face changed. I, said Hirano Toda intermittently. Jing Haoang quickly waved his hand to stop him. Don't talk, rest well, we will definitely save you. Mo asked the seniors, you kill me. Hirano Toda saw that he couldn't say anything about Hanaga, and couldn't help but turn directly to Mo when, with excessive blood loss, coupled with wound infection, he really couldn't stand it. Jing Haoang looked at Mo with a worried face and asked. Mo asked senior. Mo asked and waved his hand at Hanaga, then turned to Hirano Todado, hold on a little longer, there are still 2 kilometers to get to the hospital, you. Poof. Before Mo finished speaking, the off-road truck that was moving slowly in front suddenly turned off and stopped, and at the same time came Nan Lixiang's voice, the road ahead is blocked, everyone get off quickly and think of a way. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 054. Hearing Nan Lixiang's call, Mo Wen's face suddenly became gloomy, and he looked up. I saw that more than 100 meters ahead, a huge tanker transporting dangerous chemicals overturned on its side on the road, and the huge tank body happened to cross the entire road, and the 2 sides of the road were deep ditches. Oh, the road is not passable. How can this be good? Such a big tanker is not easy to move. Jing Haoang looked at the big tanker blocking the road in front of him, and couldn't help but speak. Mo Wen frowned, turned his head and looked at Nan Lixiang who came down from the cab. Nan Lixiang, do we still have explosives here? Dynamite. Nan Lixiang was stunned at first, and then said brightly, are you trying to blow up this big tanker with explosives? Good. Mo Wen nodded. But if you use explosives, will this haul all the dead bodies nearby? Poison Island walked up to Mo Wen and asked. After blowing up this big tanker, let's leave as soon as possible, Mo Wen explained. There are still some explosives here, but I don't know if the amount is enough to blow up this big tanker. After rummaging in the cab for a while, Nan Lixiang took out a package and said while handing it to Mo Wen. Mo Wen nodded, took the package and weighed it. It should be enough, you guys drive back 500 meters, and come back after I blow up the big tanker. Good. Mo Wen stood on the road, looked at the retreating off-road vehicle, and after a little silence, he stepped forward to think about the big tank truck and check where the explosive bag was most suitable. There was a pungent smell inside the big can, but the dangerous products in the tank were early glow, maybe it was a leak of light, maybe it was an empty car, the driver was still stuck in the cab, and the damage caused by the overturning crushed his head, because the weather had warmed up, and there was a swarm of flies flying on the corpse. Bang! At this moment, there was a gunshot, and Mo asked a clever lying on the large can, and the knife immediately slipped from the shoulder to the hand, and at the same time pulled out the pistol and looked ahead. 500 or 600 meters away from the big tanker, there are 5 figures, can clearly distinguish are 3 men and 2 women. Why they shot Mo Wen can't understand, because there are no zombies around them, but from their movements, it seems that 3 men want to be unfavorable to the 2 women. Mo Wen jumped off the big tanker and dived over there. 2 women dragged 2 large wooden boxes. Mo asked to understand, these are 2 large boxes full of food, 5 days after the disaster, and you can find 2 large boxes of food in this street. These 2 guys are really lucky, but it seems that they are in trouble, and the 3 men are going to rob their things. Hey, don't say that I didn't warn you 2 just now, give us these 2 boxes, otherwise the next shot will hit your fine-skinned and tender flesh. A man's eyes were lewd. Swing tunnels. 2 women, One short hair is energetic and holding 5 or 4 guns in his hand, a long hair show is very weak in the outside wisdom, both of them look like first-class products. Dead virus is very good at optimizing species, can avoid infection, are mostly excellent humans, the probability of death from infection is very high. Aren't you too daring? This is an open robbery, said the short-haired girl without fear. The lewd man who had just spoken said, yes, we will rob publicly, and after robbing the wealth, we plan to rob again. What can you do with us? You think you are a policeman? 205. The short-haired girl probably couldn't stand the arrogance of a lewd man, and she actually took out a certificate from her pocket and lit it up. I really let you guess right, I am the police, and now I order you to put down your weapons and be inspected. Behind the lewd man, a man with glasses and seemingly very quiet spoke, put down the robbery first, the disaster has broken out, human beings should unite, you see that these foods are enough for all of us, it is better for us to stop here, how to divide these foods, and avoid injury and anger. The short-haired policewoman was very annoyed, she held the gun hunched over her waist and pulled out the posture to shoot. This is what we found, fight what to divide for you, I order you to put down your weapons, otherwise I will shoot. I counted 1, 2, 3, and I actually shot without tying my hands. 1. Phew. The third man, who had been hiding behind, went around behind the policewoman at an unknown time, and he took advantage of the short-haired policewoman's unpreparedness to fly out. Bang! The short-haired policewoman was attacked and dodged, her fingers tightened in panic, and the bullet missed the food box, but she was pressed to the ground by the man who attacked her, and the gun in her hand also rolled to the side. It seems that she has not been a police officer for a few days, and she has no experience in the enemy, she will only follow the process. The third man was ruthless and accurate, and after the successful sneak attack, he rode on the short-haired policewoman, and inserted his fingers into the eyes of the short-haired policewoman. The short-haired policewoman was attacked by a sneak attack and her strength was not as good as that of the man, she was ridden to death and could not resist at all, and saw that the hooked fingers were about to cut off her eyes. Sue! A knife flew over with a whistling sound, and the man riding the policewoman screamed, and the knife was inserted right into his back, and he fell to the ground and began to convulse in a ball of hands and feet. The other 2 men were startled by the mutation scene for a few seconds, but only for a few seconds, and then they found Mo Wen's hiding place from the direction where the knife was thrown. Bang bang! The 2 men's eyes flashed, and they raised their hands and shot in a volley towards where Mo Wen was. Mo Wen sneered, using the cover of the car to avoid the shooting, and then he also raised the gun in his hand and shot at the 2. Ah! The lewd man screamed, and a blood hole suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and he fell to the ground with unwilling eyes. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 055. The remaining man with glasses, seeing this state, his eyes couldn't help but tighten, and he quickly pulled away and fled into the distance. Humph! Mo Wen snorted softly, rushed out directly from behind the abandoned vehicle, pounced on him and knocked him to the ground with a rifle butt. The man screamed in pain, "Spare your life! Spare your life! Don't kill me! I still have a 70-year-old mother waiting for food to live, next time I don't dare to rob other people's things." Wisteria teacher, we met again, how come I have never heard that you still have a 70-year-old mother to feed? A sharp look flashed in Mo Wen's eyes. Yes, the man with glasses in front of him was the same Wisteria Koichi he had met in Fujimai Academy. In the original plot, this guy in front of him died in Jao Keng's house, but I didn't expect that because of his relationship, this Wisteria Koichi has actually lived until now, and this butterfly effect is really a little difficult to figure out. Hearing Mo Wen's words, Wisteria Haoi, who had originally lowered his head and kept shouting "spare his life," suddenly raised his head, his eyes scanned Mo Wen's body, and then shouted with horror on his face, You are Mo Wen. Mr. Wisteria's memory is really good. Mo Wen's eyes narrowed, looking at the Wisteria Hao who was kneeling on the ground. Wisteria Hiroji rolled his eyes and got up from the ground and said, "Who should I be? It turns out to be Mo Wen Jun. What about Teacher Jichuan and Poison Island? Will this be your Kung Fu or anyone else?" Mo Wen sneered, raised his hand and directly put the snatch against his brain. Mo asked Jun, "What are you doing?" I, Wisteria Hao was stunned, and cold sweat suddenly slipped down his brain. There is something to say, there is something to say. There's nothing to say to people like you. Mo Wen shook his head, raised his hand and pulled the trigger. He won't forget how Koichi Wisteria forced them off the school bus in the first place, and after the Komuro Takashi incident, he didn't want to let any unstable existence around him live. Bang! A gunshot sounded, brain pulp splashed. This scene to see the short-haired policewoman and the weak woman stunned. Mo asked and did not talk nonsense with them, came to the man who was slashed by the mountain knife, still lying on the ground and twitching. He raised the muzzle of the gun to make up a shot in the man's head, one to give him a pain, and the other to not let him become dead after death. Don't! The short-haired policewoman suddenly pounced. She grabbed Mo Wen's handgun. Mo Wen's ability naturally would not let her succeed, but he did not want to fight with a woman, so he did not resist. "Are you still not human?" The short-haired policewoman asked Mo with a serious face, her expression as if she was interrogating a prisoner. Mo asked unpleasantly and said, "You can't see this, are you infected? Then I'm going to give you a shot too." The short-haired policewoman's chest was heaving, but she was not the plump kind, and Mo Wen was not much interested in appreciating it. The short-haired policewoman said, "I think you are the same as the beast, kill when you say, why do you kill indiscriminately? You have already committed homicide, do you know? I can arrest you at any time." Mo Wen was almost not dizzy, feeling that she saved her and killed innocently. This policewoman can be described as big and brainless if she has big chest, and now she can only say that she is a neuropathy. Arrest? Does she have the ability? Don't look at the gun in her hand. Judging from the fact that she was shot just now, Mo Wen can easily subdue her. Neuropathy. Mo asked to ignore the short-haired policewoman. He took out another pistol from his waist and aimed it at the one on the ground. This woman is either a nerd who has read too much or has a short circuit, and it is really strange that such a principled person still exists. The policewoman did not expect Mo Wen to be so persistent in killing. She only remembered the teaching she learned in the police academy: bad people must be punished by the law, although there is great chaos in the country now, but as a policeman she has the responsibility to stop this blatant murder. They are indeed the first to commit crimes, but such a death is really a hasty life, no matter how psychologically it is not enough. Put down the gun in your hand, otherwise I will be unkind to you. They have already committed a crime, I can't watch you also commit a crime. The short-haired policewoman's voice was a little cold, and her muzzle was aimed at Mo asked. Mo asked if she believed that there were still such people in this world. She was kind enough to save her life, she even had to help the enemy upside down. The state institutions have long been paralyzed, and even there are few human beings left. At this time she is still talking about this set? Mo Wen quickly turned back in anger, snapped. He snatched the short-haired policewoman's gun. The short-haired policewoman obviously did not expect Mo Wen's action to be so fast, and the loss of the weapon in her hand made her panic. You, why are you so persistent in killing him? He has been stabbed and lived for a short time. You killed in front of the police. This is contempt for me. If I don't stop you, my conscience will not pass. Mo Wen said coldly, if you let them rape first and then kill you, you will have a good conscience. You are no longer fit to live in this world. This person has no way to live. Even if I don't kill him, he will die. The short-haired policewoman was shocked by Mo Wen's cold voice and took 2 steps back. The weak woman was even more unbearable, and even frightened, her body trembled. The short-haired policewoman said, since he has already been stabbed, Why do you still shoot him? I doubt that you are psychologically changed. Do you like to abuse people? Mo asked. If he turns into a dead body to bite you, you know if it is me perverted or you perverted. You dare to call me perverted? The short-haired policewoman was enraged. Okay, you kill him. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 056. Poof. At this moment, the man lying on the ground and constantly twitching suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his neck was crooked, and the knife stabbed him in the heart, and the immortal was difficult to save. The weak woman next to the short-haired policewoman frowned, and her face was a little disgusted behind the short-haired policewoman. She had already seen the Wisteria Koichi who was killed, and the scene of brain pulp collapse was indeed not something that ordinary people could bear. I don't know why Moen saw her weak appearance, his heart softened. The man on the ground is dead, there is not much more of him in this world, there is no less of him, he will not come back after leaving here, even if he becomes a dead body, what can he do? Besides, he is more likely to be eaten by a dead body as food, so it is even more unlikely to become a dead body. And next to the man's body is the food box. If a shot down the food in the box is considered to be suffering, move his dead body and make up for another shot. This kind of taking off his pants and farting Mo-ching does not want to do, but if the man has not swallowed, this shot Mo-ching is bound to be hit. Thinking of this, Mo asked and ignored the policewoman who was about to run away. He put away the gun, pulled out the knife behind the man's back and turned around, but the short-haired policewoman chased after him. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to kill him? Why don't you shoot? What is this silently? There is no politeness at all. Mo asked without looking back. I don't want to shoot now, I can do whatever I like, can you take me? If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly, and I'm going to blow up the big tanker that stands in the way. No, there is a small gathering place ahead, you blow up this big tank truck will bring the dead body over, the short-haired policewoman quickly shouted when she heard Mo Jian's words. Gathering place. Mo Wen suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at the short-haired policewoman. Where are the gathering places you mentioned? How far is it from here? The short-haired policewoman hurriedly spoke. Not far away, just 2 kilometers away. If you blow up the big tanker, the dead bodies attracted over will definitely besiege the gathering place. Isn't it a hospital 2 kilometers away? Mo Wen will not forget what Jing Hunyang said on the off-road truck just now. The short-haired policewoman nodded. The gathering place is built by relying on hospitals and shopping malls. After Mo Wen pondered secretly for a moment, he didn't answer the words of the short-haired policewoman, and directly turned around and walked back in the direction of the big tanker. What are you doing? The short-haired policewoman was startled, looking at Mo, who turned around and walked towards the big tanker again, and couldn't help but exclaim, and at the same time secretly anxious, he said so much, does this guy still want to blow up the big tanker? Mo Wen pouted, ignored her, and strode towards the big tanker. Seeing this, the short-haired policewoman stopped directly in front of him angrily, can't blow up this big tanker. Looking at the short-haired policewoman who was blocking directly in front of him, Mo Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, who said that I'm blowing up a big tanker now? So what are you going to do? The short-haired policewoman looked at Mo warily and asked. Mo Wen shook his head speechlessly, my friends are still on the other side, I'll go and call them over. The short-haired policewoman was startled, jumped on the big tanker, and looked at the Poison Island and others who were looking at this side hundreds of meters away, and couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Mo Jian ignored her, directly bypassed her, jumped on the big tanker, and beckoned towards the Poisonous Island and the others hundreds of meters away. Mo asked the senior to call us over. Hundreds of meters away, Jing Haoang looked at Mo Wen, who was recruiting towards them, and couldn't help but speak. Something must have happened, and the gunfire just now. Nan Lixiang pondered for a moment. Just look at it. Yuriko Takashiro and Poison Island looked at each other, and the two walked towards the big tanker at the same time. Shizuka Kumigawa poked her head out of the back compartment of the off-road truck. Hirano-san is dying, you guys hurry up. Hearing Shizuka Jukawa's words, Jinghao couldn't help frowning, and turned to Miyamoto. Rei, let's go over and take a look, maybe we can help. Mo ask senpai. Good. Ask brother, what's going on? Poison Island walked up to Mon, glanced at the short-haired policewoman and the weak woman on the other side with a little doubt, and couldn't help but ask. Mon nodded towards Poison Island and the others, and after explaining the matter of the gathering place a little, he spoke, now this big tank truck can't be blown up, we can only walk. But just now Mr. Jukawa said that Hirano won't last long, and if I walk, I'm afraid, said Atake said with some concern. Mon frowned, turned his head to look at the scrapped vehicle on the side of the road. You guys carry Ping Yi over first, I'll see if the car here can still be used, if it can, we'll change the car. That's all it takes, there are only 2 kilometers left, I hope that kid in Hirano can hold on. Yuriko Takashiro nodded. I'll go back with Rei and carry Hirano over, and the matter of the car will be left to you, don't ask senior. Jing Hanaga scanned the road on the side of the road. Well, go ahead. Mo didn't say much, and directly took Poison Island Yuko and Yuriko Takagi to rummage through the abandoned car on the side of the road to find the car keys. Well, we have a car, you guys, the short-haired policewoman looked at Mo Jian, who was looking for car keys in abandoned cars on both sides of the road, and couldn't help but speak. Yuriko Takashiro paused, and said with a smile on her face, hello, my name is Yuriko Takashiro, I don't know what your name is. My sister, can you borrow us a car? I listened to your conversation just now, I'm really sorry, my name is Asami Nakoka, you can use the car casually. Thank you. No, you don't have to, the most important thing is to treat the wounded. Asami Nakoka's face turned red and waved her hand repeatedly. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 057. After everyone gathered again, Asami Nakoka led everyone to her car, looked at the Honda car with only 2 seats except for the main and CO driver, and said helplessly, this police officer, how many people can you seat in this car? Asami's face turned red, and she couldn't help but speak, at least let the injured comrade go to the hospital for treatment first. After Jing Haoang pondered for a moment, he turned to Mon and said, Mo asked senior, let me send Hirano to the hospital with teacher Jichuan first, Hirano can't delay like this anymore. Mon turned his head to look at Shizuka Jukawa, frowned slightly, no one knows what is inside the gathering place, with Shizuka Jichuan's cute look, he is really a little uneasy to go to the gathering place with Jing Hanaga alone. After thinking about it, Mo turned to Asami Nakoka and asked, are there still doctors in the hospital in the gathering place? And 2 doctors and a nurse, said Asami Nakoka after a moment's thought. Mon nodded, then looked at Jing Haoanong, and said bluntly, what kind of gathering place is like, no one knows, with Shizuka's character, I am a little uneasy about going there alone, it is better to do this, Yang, you and this police officer take Hirano to heal first, let's rush over as soon as possible. Nanrika also nodded, she was not worried that Shizuka Kumigawa left her side, and went to the unknown gathering place with Io Hanaga, and couldn't help but say, yes, Naga, Shizuka was not very relieved in the past. Jing Hanaga's brows suddenly furrowed, first glanced at Hirano Toda, who was placed on the ground, and then gritted his teeth and said, in that case, then Hirano will leave it to me, and I will take good care of him. Mon nodded and turned to look at Asami Nakoka, then I will trouble you to help. Asami Nakoka looked at everyone, and then at Hirano Toda on the ground. Although she was still a little worried about Mon's murder, she still nodded and said, "Saving people is what I should do, nothing troubles." Miyamoto Rei looked at Jing Hao Yang and said, "Yang, I'll go with you, we will have a care when we get to the gathering place." Jing Hanaga looked at Miyamoto Rei with some intention, "But this Honda car can't sit down." "It's okay, let Hirano lie in the back, the two of us can sit in the co-pilot." Miyamoto Rei smiled and said. After thinking about it, Jing Hanaga nodded and said, "It's okay, then trouble Miss Asami to drive." "It's okay, I'm driving you there." Asami Nakoka shook her head indifferently, and then said to the weak woman, "Sakurako, you go to the gathering place with them, I will take them one step first." The weak woman turned her head to look at Mon and the others, hesitated slightly and nodded, "Well, you go back first." Asami Nakoka didn't say much, nodded towards Mon and the others, and then directly opened the door of the cab and stepped into the car. "Here we go." Seeing this, Jing Hanaga and Miyamoto Rei couldn't help but put Hirano into the seat behind the car first, and then sat on the co-pilot together, turned his head and waved at Mon and the others. Seeing the Honda car disappear from view, Mon couldn't help but turn his head to the others and said, 2 kilometers is not far away, it won't take long to walk all the way, let's go. Yes. Poison Island Yuzai and the others nodded, without any opinion. On the way, Mon turned his head to look at the weak woman who followed everyone and said, "That." The weak woman whispered, "My name is Thousand Island Sakura, you can call us Sakurako like Asami." Mo asked and nodded, "Well, Sakurako, can you tell us about the gathering place? What do you want to know? When was this gathering place established? This disaster has only broken out on the 5th day, and a gathering place has already been created, and the people behind it must not be simple, are they made by the people of the army?" Kyandeo Sakura didn't have a little scheming, hearing Mo's words, he directly opened his mouth without thinking, "I heard that the leader of this gathering place used to come out of the self-defense forces, and the day after the disaster broke out, he began to arrange, although he was not a member of the army, but he also recruited a lot of veterans in the past few days." Self-defense forces. Mon frowned, and after pondering for a moment, his heart moved, "Then what is the surname of the leader of this gathering place? What is your name?" "The leader seems to be surnamed Jing Hao, as for what it is called, I don't know this, I only know that everyone calls him Captain Jing Hao." Kuroshima Sakura thought for a while. Poison Island was startled, and then turned to Mo and asked, "Could this person be Jing Hanaga's father? After all, his father also came out of the self-defense team." Mon nodded, and then asked Joken Yuriko on the side, "It's very possible, Yuriko, have you heard of this captain of the self-defense forces surnamed Jing Hao?" "I don't have this, in the past, the official affairs were presided over by Shei's father, and I didn't interfere." Yuriko Takashiro shook her head. "I think it should be Jing Hanaga's father, in the Bedmaster City, there are not many people with the surname Jing Hao." Gao Chengsaya pushed his glasses and analyzed. Mon shook his head, "Okay, don't think about it too much, we'll know when we enter the gathering place, anyway, it's just such a little way, let's go quickly." "Yes. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 058. Perhaps because of the close proximity to the gathering place, no dead body appeared at all along the way, and soon everyone had covered the 2-kilometer journey. Looking at the road signs left by humans at the intersection, indicating the direction of the base, Gao Chengsaya and a few other girls suddenly rejoiced, even if it was the royal sister of Poison Island. Judging from the road signs, it is only about a kilometer away from the hospital at this time, and you can see the gathering place of the hospital and the shopping mall when you turn an intersection. Everyone cheered, did not delay, directly turned to the intersection thousands of meters away. When everyone came to the intersection, they saw dead bodies killed everywhere. There were even traces of cremation in the ditch on the side of the road, and black smoke was still emitting in several places. Everyone was wondering, and suddenly there was a crisp gunshot sound above the slope. "Where are you from?" The road had been blocked at the top of the slope by a barbed wire fence behind which was some kind of building, on which a group of soldiers armed with guns was on alert and fired when they saw a human approaching the intersection. Mo asked, looking at the soldiers above the building, and his mind turned and he spoke, "We escaped from the Bedmaster City, is this a gathering place for humans?" The leading soldier said, "Yes, you come up first. Remember to check whether there are people in your team who are infected with the dead body virus. If there are people injured by dead bodies, please leave him outside. This is for everyone's good. I hope you will consciously implement it." "Okay," Mon nodded with a smile, and then beckoned everyone to walk towards the barbed wire. Only then did I realize that this was more than just a barbed wire fence. It is obvious that the barbed wire is electrified, which can prevent dead bodies to the greatest extent. After all, those things are also driven by flesh and blood, and once they are absorbed by high-voltage electricity, they are only scorched. Behind the barbed wire is a reinforced concrete wall and a large iron gate. The city wall is more than 4 meters high and 2 meters wide, and the iron gate is estimated to be very thick, no less than the Great Wall. The walls connected the buildings on both sides of the road. The doors and windows of those buildings were poured with cement, and the machine gunners on the roofs were waiting for them, and even at night there were searchlights constantly strafing, and the structure continued to the left and right to form a huge semicircle, and 2 trenches were dug at each end. The huge trenches were several meters deep, enveloping the building and forming 2 barriers against invasion. What a big hand! There must be capable people in this gathering place. This nuclear bomb exploded, electrical appliances and other things have all failed. I didn't expect that in just 5 days, this gathering place was connected to electricity again, and I think this leader is also very unusual. Takashiro Yuriko looked at the surrounding appearance and couldn't help but speak. Mon nodded, and was about to speak, when a soldier with the appearance of a squad leader walked in front of him. His gaze swept over Mon and the others, and then he spoke, "First of all, welcome to escape the calamity and luckily arrive at the survivor gathering place, where you will get the greatest help in the gathering place, but there are relevant regulations in the base that you must abide by." Mon nodded, "Where there are people, there will be fights. It is necessary to set rules, but these have little to do with him. He just confirmed a few people in Hirano. If the leader of this gathering place is really Jing Hanaga's father, then he can directly let go and leave with Poison Island and others." Thinking of this, Mon couldn't help but speak, "Thank you, sir. It's just that we came to find someone on this trip. May I ask, did a few people enter the gathering place with an injured person just now?" The soldier squad leader glanced at Mon, and then spoke, "Are you called Mon?" "Yes." Mo asked and didn't ask much, nodded directly and agreed. Since the soldier in front of him knew his name, he didn't need to think about it to know that it was Jing Haoang who told him. "Then come with me." The soldier squad leader had such an expression on his face, and then turned and led the way into the building. Looking at the building in front of them that said Municipal People's Third Hospital, Mon and the others looked at each other, and then followed the soldier's squad leader and walked in. Mon's group followed behind the soldier's squad leader and stopped outside an office gate on the top floor of the hospital building. The soldier squad leader nodded towards Mon and the others, and then knocked on the door. "Is Captain Jing Hao there?" "The person you're waiting for has arrived." Squeak! As the words of the soldier squad leader fell, a figure suddenly burst out from the inside, and his eyes swept from Mon and the others. "Mon, Senior, you guys came really quickly. I thought I had to wait a little longer." Sure enough. Looking at the figure that emerged from the office door, a smile appeared at the corner of Mon's mouth, and he spoke, "Yang, the Captain Jing Hao that this chief said just now is your father, right?" "Yes, don't ask, Senior, and everyone come in with me." said Jing Haoang with a smile on his face. How is Hirano now? Sayataka Shiro asked. Hirano is transfusing blood in the ward on the second floor, and his injury is almost stabilized, and there will be no more danger to his life. Jing Haoang smiled, and then continued to Mo Wen. Mo asked Senior, my father is waiting for you inside, let's go in. Mo Wen thought for a while and said, then bother. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 059. As Mo Wen and the others followed Jing Haoang into the office, a man about 40 years old and wearing a convenient military uniform suddenly greeted him from the inside. His eyes scanned everyone's bodies, and finally fixed on Mo Wen's body. Despise Jing Hao, you are Mr. Mo Wen, thank you for your care all the way. Looking at the man in military uniform who came forward in front of him, Mo Wen couldn't help but chuckle and spoke, where did Mr. Jing Hao say, I and Yang are also companions, you are polite. Jing Hao looked at Mo Jian, who was not humble, with appreciative eyes, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Mo asked, please sit, Yang, you go and help me take down the superb Longjing on the cabinet. No need Mr. Jing Hao, I don't know what tea ceremony, Mr. Jing Hao said if he has something, you also know that my friend is still on the second floor for blood transfusion, don't visit him, I'm a little uneasy. In that case, then I am abrupt to ask Mr. Mo, I hope that Sir can stay in this gathering place and fight this disaster with us, and the contemptible person can be awarded the position of captain of the garrison. Jing Hanaga himself was born from the defense force, and he was contaminated with the habits of some soldiers, and he did not procrastinate, and bluntly stated his purpose. Mo was stunned, and then shook his head and said, Mr. Jing Hao also thinks too highly of me, I'm just an ordinary person, how can I be the captain of the garrison? Mr. Mo Wen is humble, with Mr. Mo Wen's ability to hold any position in this gathering place, if it is not for other reasons, this position of chief cannot be wanted, otherwise this chief position is also allowed to be taken by Mr. Mo, I hope Mr. can consider it. Jing Hao looked at Mo Qing deeply. It is no wonder that Jing Hao attaches so much importance to Mo Wen. Before Mo Wen and the others entered the gathering place, Jing Haoang had already told him everything that happened during this time, and even said a word about Mo Wen's killing of S2. Although this gathering place has not been established for a long time, it has only been a few days, but it is not without encountering evolutionary dead bodies, and when they encountered evolutionary dead bodies the day before yesterday, more than 60 soldiers in the base were killed before they could be killed, and this was only S1 in Jing Haoang's mouth. Although Jing Hao does not know how strong S2 is, but the horror of S1 he has always had in mind. Mo Wen in front of him can kill an evolutionary dead body like S2, you can imagine how strong Mo Wen's strength is. Mo glanced at Jing Haoang, who was a little embarrassed on the side, and got up directly from his seat and said, can I go and see Hirano first? Of course, I just hope that Mr. Mo can consider my proposal just now, asked Jing Hao looking at Mo with some expectation. I'll think about it. After Mo Wen then said perfunctorily, he directly walked out of the door of the office with Poison Island and the others. Joke. Isn't it funny to let him stay as some kind of garrison captain? He is not from this world, unless his head is squeezed by the door, it is absolutely impossible to stay as the captain of the garrison. Even if he is a person of this world, he will not stay as the captain, this thankless thing is left to those virgin who save the suffering. Looking at Mo and the others who walked out of the door, Kuroshima Sakura couldn't help but turn to Ai Hanaga and asked, what about Asami, where is Asami now? Asami is in the lounge, I'll take you over. Jing Hanaga nodded, signaled to Jing Hao, and followed Mo Wen and the others. Don't ask senior, wait. What's wrong? Also like your father, who came to be a lobbyist? Mo asked and glanced at Hao Yang. No, don't ask senior, I'm really sorry, my father is like this, don't be strange. Jing Haoang looked at Mo Qing apologetically. He wanted to come here, but the gathering place, Mo Wen and the others would not leave like this. If there was danger in the gathering place, Mo Wen would definitely make a move, and why would he invite Mo Wen to be the captain of the garrison? It's okay. Mo Wen waved his hand. Tu Hanaga nodded, and then said, I'll send this young lady to find Asami first, you guys go see Hirano first, I'll go later. Go ahead. Mo Wen waved his hand indifferently, and went straight to the second floor with Poison Island and the others. Mo Wen led everyone to walk towards the place where Ping Yi was on the second floor, while thinking secretly for a moment, and then said to the Poison Island Yuzai, Kiazi, you tell everyone about me, after seeing Ping Yi, let's go. Poison Island's gaze swept over Shizuka Kumagawa, Yuriko Takashiro, Saya Takashiro, Sato Kaminami, and little Alice, and then asked Mo a little strangely, all of them. Of course, Mo asked if she knew what was weird, wasn't it all women, although Minami Rika and Takashiro Saya had not yet been taken by him, but it was not a matter of time. Besides, little Alice, if this little girl throws him down, it is really too unconscionable. If she leaves him alone, how can she survive in this last world when she is only a few years old? This kind of thing can't be done. And after these few days of getting along, Mo Wen still likes this little girl. Anyway, the auxiliary program Xiao Mo also said, as long as he is really willing to leave with him, the genetic evolution system will not charge any fees, completely free. Such a discount why waste it? Poison Island rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch Mo Wen's waist. Mo Wen smiled wordlessly, grabbed the little hand that was messed up by Poison Island. Let's go. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 060. Mo Wen only felt that it was dark in front of him, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in the grey space. Congratulations on your return, my master. In the grey space, a fist-sized light mass swung up and down in the space. Mo asked, looking at the light group Xiao Mo who appeared in front of him, turned his head and looked around, and after seeing that there was no one except himself, he couldn't help frowning. What about the others? In order to ensure the secrecy of the system, the others brought back by the master are in deep sleep, and after the master leaves the space, they will automatically appear in front of you. Xiao Mo said lightly. Mo Wen nodded, the system is his biggest secret. Let the Poison Island and others know that, although it doesn't matter, but if they accidentally leak their mouths, it will be troublesome, so that the privacy of the system can indeed be guaranteed. Will I still be able to go to the world of apocalypse in the future? This is the most concerned question of Mo Wen at present. Poison Island Kaihuzi and others are all from that world, although where the dead body is rampant. Okay, the mutant beasts are slowly showing their edge, but after all, it is their homeland, and it is difficult to give up their existence. If a solution to the dead body can be found in the future, maybe they will be taken back to sea. Yes, Master. I have already given the coordinates. If the Master wants to return to the world of the Academy's apocalypse, you only need to inform Xiao Mo. Mo asked his head, and then continued, help me count and see how many origin points I have gained in that world. Save Hanaga Shimwa to get 20 origin points, save Scattered Humans to get 7 origin points, raid Yuriko Takashiro to get 20 origin points, raid Poison Island Jiko to get 50 origin points, raiders Shizuka Kumagawa to get 50 origin points, rescue Minami Rika to get 20 origin points, kill Komuro Takashi to get 50 origin points, kill Wisteria Koichi to get 5 origin points, change the fate trajectory of Miyamoto Rei and Hirano Toda to get 100 origin points, bring back Saya Takashiro and Alice to get origin points 70 points, total 392 origin points. After deducting the exchange item energy armor and the black hole explosion, the master has obtained a total of 357 origin points on this trip to the plane. Xiao Mo, what's going on? That Wisteria Koichi problem, I remember killing him seems to be more than 5 o'clock. The origin points obtained are not fixed, and Koichi Wisteria is a villain in front of the school apocalypse, so killing him at that time will change the plot, and the origin points obtained will naturally be more. In the later stage of the plot, he can only be regarded as a supporting role who shows his face, an irrelevant character, and obtaining 5 origin points is already considered to be his supporting role. Mon nodded, and after thinking for a while, he spoke, there is still something wrong. How come the people brought back here are only counted as Gao Cheng Saya and Little Alice? What about them? I have brought them back, why is there no origin point? Xiao Mo explained, the gene evolution system can only obtain the origin once per shot, otherwise it will be detected by the current plane consciousness and damage the gene evolution system, so the master you have to remember that when you go to other planes to experience in the future. You must find the right time, if you miss the opportunity, the origin points will be reduced, or even not obtained at all. I see. Mon nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Mo asked, does the master want to exchange items? After thinking about it, Mon spoke, exchange that magical crystal fragment from last time. Good host. Xiao Mo's body of the light group suddenly shone, and 100 red gem fragments suddenly fell from the void and floated in front of Mon. Mon reached out to take advantage of the gem floating in front of him, looked down slightly, and asked, is this the magical crystal fragment? How to use this thing? Just put it on your forehead. Mon nodded and directly placed this energy crystal fragment between his forehead. The moment the energy crystal fragment touched the skin on Mon's forehead, the gemstone that was originally white with red suddenly burst out bursts of red light, directly covering the white part. In just a few seconds, the shining red light disappeared, and the gem fragment also turned into powder at this moment, slipping out from the gap between Mon's fingers. Mo asked and blinked his eyes, why don't you feel anything, Xiao Mo, this thing won't be expired. Looking at the silent Xiao Mo couldn't help but chuckle and said, just kidding, it's just Xiao Mo, I really don't feel anything, how can this be? Xiao Mo said lightly, this energy crystal fragment only plays attraction role, master, you try it with your mind, if the special energy is pulled out, you can use your mind to move the item. Nian Li, I understand this, Mon nodded, pulled out his pistol from his waist, and slowly tried. Zzz. As his mind turned, it seemed that an invisible force popped out from Mon's mind, and the gun in his hand suddenly moved at this moment, and then immediately returned to calm. If not for Mon's constant stare, he would not even find that the pistol had moved. Is this a power? Mon looked up at Xiao Mo Dao. Xiao Mo nodded, the energy crystal fragment is just pulling out the master's power, if you want to improve its ability, you must exercise it yourself. I see, open the property list. Yes, master. Host, Mo asked. Grade, none. Skill, mindfulness. Combat effectiveness, 9. I'm still almost able to open the level, I'm looking forward to the appearance after the combat power breaks through 10 points, I hope not to disappoint me, Mo asked after looking at his attributes, and after thinking about it secretly, he looked up and said to Xiao Mo, send me out. Yes, master. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 061. Brush. As Xiao Mo's voice fell, Mo Wen's figure instantly disappeared into this grey space and appeared in Mo Langxing's dilapidated wooden house. Before Mo could ask to stabilize his mind, Shizuka Jukawa's cute voice suddenly came from his ears. Ah, is this your residence, husband Kun? The environment is so bad, I actually live in a wooden house. Mo asked with black lines full of black lines, turned his head to look to the side. Just now he was worried about them in Xiao Mo's space. This can be regarded as white worry. As soon as he came, he ridiculed himself, although he knew that Shizuka Jichuan was unintentional, but no matter how he listened, he would feel uncomfortable. You say 2 words less. Nan Lixiang looked at Mo Wen's gradually darkening face, and couldn't help but speak. Poison Island Kaihuzi and the others also pursed their lips and chuckled on the side, completely ignoring Mo Wen's increasingly dark face. Well, don't laugh. What if I don't mix well here? I should know that I was just an ordinary person before I went to your world, and it would be nice to have a place to live in my own world, and I picked and choose. Mo Wen rolled his eyes, and at the same time secretly cursed the original owner of his body. In this highly developed planet, he actually lived in a wooden house, and it was really shameful to say it. Poison Island smiled stoically, looked at the things in the wooden house slightly, and couldn't help but speak. Husband Kun, I'll help you clean up your room. At this time, there are no outsiders, and the name of Mo Wen by Poison Island Kaihuza has also been directly changed to husband in private. After all, the people brought by Mo Wen will be Mo Wen sooner or later, so why hide it again? You guys are here casually, I'll go out to see if I can get a house. There are so many of us, this wooden house can't live in it. Counting Mo's words, at this time, 7 people and a dog had been squeezed out of the wooden house. So many people didn't talk about sleeping, and it was a little difficult to walk on their feet. Walking out of the door and looking at the sun hanging high outside, Mo couldn't help but secretly ask Xiao Mo, I've spent 20 days in the world of Apocalypse of the Academy, so how long has this world passed? The genetic evolution system is still in its first stage, and it doesn't have the ability to change the timeline. And how many days have passed in this world as you have been in the world of Apocalypse of the Academy? Xiao Mo's voice sounded in Mo Wen's mind. You mean you'll change the time later? Mo Wen grasped the key point. Yes, master. Mo Wen nodded, did not ask more, and walked directly to the place where the house was sold, although he did not have money on him at this time, but there was a lot of gold, silver, diamond jewelry. In the world of Apocalypse of the Academy, everything was lacking, that is, there was no shortage of these things. In the last days, gold and silver jewelry did not have the value of food. Looking down at the pile of gold and silver jewelry placed in Xiao Mo's space, a smile cracked at the corner of Mo Wen's mouth. Although these are common things, no matter what the world, it is difficult to move without money. Hey, little brother, we met again. Will you come to see the house? Mo Wen had just stepped into the housing trading floor, and before he had time to check the listings, a middle-aged uncle suddenly walked in. Mo Wen turned his head to look at the middle-aged uncle, and also chuckled. Isn't this uncle in front of him the same one he met on the street the day he obtained the system? A smile appeared at the corner of Mo Wen's mouth, and he stepped forward and said, What a coincidence, uncle. Did you also come to buy a house? No, I'm here to sell the house. My family is moving to an island on the other side of the planet, and the house in this city wants to sell. The middle-aged uncle said with a red face. Where is the uncle's house? I just want to buy a house. Since you met an acquaintance here again, why bother to seek distance and look for a house again? It is better to buy it in the hands of this uncle in front of you. And Mo Wen also wants to ask him about this planet. The middle-aged uncle nodded. My house is in the suburbs, too far from the city. Generally no one cares. If you are interested, I can take you to see. I like the house in the suburbs, uncle, take me to see it. Mo Jian's face was delighted. There were too many secrets on him, and living in the urban area was easy to expose, not as real as in the suburbs. In that case, then you come with me, the middle-aged uncle chuckled, and then walked out of the trading floor with Mo Wen and got into the hovering car parked at the door. By the way, uncle, I still don't know your name. My name is Mo Jian. This time uncle you are trouble. Sitting in the hovercar, Mo Wen looked at the luxurious car and couldn't help but speak. My name is Parrot, everyone else calls me Old Pa. You can just call me Uncle Pa. Parrot? Why not call it cockroach? Mon secretly complained, and then spoke, then Uncle Pa, how big is that house you have in the suburbs? There are 7 or 8 people in my family, if it is too small, it is not enough to live. Don't say 7 or 8 mouths, even if you add 10 times more, you can live in it. My house in the suburbs is a courtyard with 4 doors, don't eat at that time, let the uncle and I run for nothing, Parrot joked. Of course, there were some jokes, some truth, only he knew, after all, such a big house, not ordinary people can eat. Uncle Pa, don't worry, as long as the price is not too high, I think I can still eat it, said Mon confidently. Before returning from the world of school apocalypse, he emptied the vaults of 3 banks and the jewelry in several jewelry stores. If these combined could not even afford a house, then Mon really doubted the price of this planet. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 062. Outskirts. Mo asked his follower Parrot to step off the hovercar, looking at the huge courtyard built by the water in front of him, as well as the beautiful scenery around him, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Uncle Pa, this house covers an area of at least thousands of square meters, and this lot. Are you sure you want to sell? Yes, how is it? It's not bad. Parrot looked at Mo with a stunned face. Now this house is one of the best in the city, but it took him a lot of effort to build it, if not to move, he is really reluctant to sell. It's not bad, it's just great. Mo asked and nodded, Uncle Pa, Ming people don't say secret words, I am really satisfied here, I wonder how Uncle Pa plans to deal with this courtyard. A smile appeared at the corner of Parrot's mouth and said, as long as the price is not too different from what I expected, okay, let's not talk about this, follow me inside and take a look. It's okay, trouble Uncle Pa, Mo asked his head, although he was quite satisfied with the location and the house, who could know if this compound was an empty shelf. No trouble, I hope to sell this house sooner, if you buy it I have to thank you, Parrot chuckled and opened the gate of the courtyard, leading Mo Ching and walking directly in. As soon as he entered the door, Mo Wen's vision was suddenly clear. A blue stone avenue led directly to the inner house in the backyard, and on the left side of the gate was a huge flower bed, with various flowers bouquets blooming in midsummer, which was particularly fragrant. On the right side of the avenue is a secluded place. Hundreds of large trees are planted there, under the trees are green lawns, a winding cobblestone path through the meadow, past the bamboo forest in the corner, and then back to the door. Place. Surrounded by a quiet flower garden is a European-style pavilion, with stone steps, white-colored pillars, and high spires, which can be described as a combination of luxury and simplicity. All the way into the backyard, smelling the fragrance of flowers wafting in the yard, Mon couldn't help but turn his head to Parrot and said, Uncle Pa, don't look at it anymore, I bought this yard, let's make a price. Parrot, who was about to take Mon into the backyard house to take a look, couldn't help but muttered after hearing Mon's words, Uncle Pa, I don't want more from you, if you sincerely want to buy it, then give 2 billion moron coins. 2 billion moron coins. Mon suddenly fell silent. He had already understood the prices of this world when he had just crossed into this world. Compared to the yuan in his previous life, it was roughly the same, and it was not too expensive to buy such a large house for 2 billion. It's just that in this way, the gold and silver jewelry he collected in the world of Apocalypse of the Academy will shrink by more than half. After thinking for a while, Mon suddenly laughed dumbly. Gold and silver, these things are all for him, how much he wants in the future, why should he be like a miser? I think I still can't get rid of the dick mentality in the previous life. Thinking of this, Mon couldn't help but look up at Parrot. Okay, 2 billion is 2 billion, but Uncle Pa, I don't have so much cash now, can I slow down? This, Parrot hesitated suddenly. Originally he wanted to get rid of the house as soon as possible and rush to settle in the northern hemisphere as soon as possible, he really couldn't wait. Looking at Parrot's appearance, Mon secretly thought to himself, Uncle Pa, I really don't have cash in my hand. If you can't wait, I have a lot of gold and silver jewelry here. If you are not afraid of trouble, I can use gold and silver jewelry and other things to settle with you. 2 billion worth of gold and silver jewelry. Yes. What the hell are you doing? How can you have so much gold and silver jewelry? Parrot suddenly became suspicious. Mon shook his head slightly. Uncle Pa, rest assured, the way to come is definitely legitimate, it's just you. Looking at Mon's appearance that didn't seem to be lying, Parrot couldn't help but ponder, since the way is legitimate, then I won't ask more. If you really have gold and silver jewelry worth 2 billion moron coins, then it doesn't hurt to settle with gold and silver jewelry. It seems that this Parrot is not a simple character, but it is also, and he can travel to other planets, and none of them are simple characters. Parrot believed himself so simply, which made Mon a little puzzled, and after thinking about it secretly, he spoke, Uncle Pa, since that's the case, then I'll go back and send you something now. Okay, I'll prepare the transfer agreement for you. Parrot nodded. After Mon turned around and walked a few steps towards the gate, he suddenly remembered that he still had the most important thing to ask, and couldn't help but stop, turned to Parrot and asked, Uncle Pa, I have something to ask you, I don't know if it's inconvenient. What's going on? About this planet, about the spacecraft. Mo Ching did not shy away, and directly asked his doubts. Parrot's face changed, and then he quickly spoke, didn't I already tell you last time, this is the taboo of this planet, you can't say it casually. Mo rolled his eyes and said, last time Uncle Pa said something ambiguous, I was also a little curious, anyway, there is no one else now, I don't know if Uncle Pa can solve my confusion. Parrot shook his head and said, it's better that you don't know, the more you know, the easier it is to have an accident. But Uncle Pa, I don't know anything now, if I accidentally say a taboo that even I don't know, isn't it to cause trouble? I hope Uncle Pa can tell me, so that I can take more precautions. Parrot suddenly fell silent, looked up at Mon, who was looking at him, and then sighed secretly, come with me, I'll talk to you when I get inside. Thank you Uncle Pa. Mon's face was happy, this is the most important thing for him at present, without a spaceship, he can't get out of this moron star, and he can't reach the Earth. Since he has come to this Dragon Ball world, how can he not go to the Earth, although he has set the Dragon Ball world as the main world, but he can still get origin points, if he does not go to the Earth, he can't contact the plot characters, and how can he get the origin points without contacting the plot characters? Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 063. In the backyard, in the hall. After pouring a glass of water for himself and Mon, Parrot sat opposite each other in front of the sofa, across the coffee table, and after a slight hesitation, slowly spoke, do you know who the ruler of this planet is? Mon thought for a while, and then spoke, it seems to be a cosmic person named Harya, anyway, it's not Mo Langsings, and the forbidden things are related to him. Parrot nodded, leaned back on the sofa and pulled out a cigarette from his jacket pocket, here. Mon shook his head, didn't say much, and looked directly at Parrot, waiting for his next words. Parrot smiled, lit a cigarette for himself, and spat out a cigarette ring. Let's just say that the previous ruler of our planet was not that guy, and since that guy came, Moron Star has changed. What did that Harya do? Mo asked and looked at Parrot curiously. Several bans have been issued, which is the origin of this so-called taboo, and no one will talk about these things. Parrot took a few sharp puffs of his cigarette and sighed secretly. Mon nodded and said, is it the spaceship thing? So why did he issue this ban? Parrot looked very excited, because he wants to keep everyone in the Moran Star, and raise us Moran Star people like slaves. Didn't anyone resist? Looking at Parrot, who looked excited, Mo couldn't help but be stunned. Parrot said with a bitter face, "Resist? Of course resisted, but the people who resisted at that time had already been killed by him." Mon frowned, "So that Halia's cosmic people are very strong. I don't know how strong Haria is because he's never shot, but I do know he has a tough brother, and I remember the scene when that guy smashed several mountains with a wave of his hand." Feng, as if by trick, "You can't imagine the scene at that time, someone can actually shoot a laser from his hand, is that a special effect in the movie?" Perhaps remembering the scene, Parrot's face was full of fear. Mon looked at Parrot with a solemn face. As an ordinary person, Parrot may not know what it is, but how can he not know that it is Qi, the unique Qi of the Dragon Ball world? A guy who can destroy several mountains with a wave of his hand, his strength is at least about 1000 combat power, if such a guy is still in the Moran Star. So is Halia's brother in Moran Star? Mo asked the question that worried him the most. Parrot shook his head, "I don't know, Halia's brother hasn't been there since that day." "Oh, no one to test it? If his brother Haria is no longer there, can't everyone resist?" Mo asked with some curiosity. No one dared to try, although Halia's brother did not appear, but his brother's men stayed, patrolling outside Halia's palace every day. Everyone was afraid. Parrot shook his head. Mon frowned, and after thinking about it secretly, he spoke, "Do you know what is the name of Halia's brother?" After thinking about it, Parrot said with some uncertainty, "The exact name is not very clear, but the subordinates brought by Brother Haria at that time seemed to call him Lord Doria." "Dodoria?" Mon's heart suddenly set off a shock. This Dodoria will not be the guy under Freeshaw. If so, then it will be really troublesome. Mon looked at Parrot with a shocked face and asked, "Are you sure his name is Dodoria? What does he look like and what are his characteristics?" Parrot recalled slightly. "The body is slightly fat, the skin seems to be pink, the whole body is covered with flesh thorns, and there is an instrument on the left eye." "Really?" "Sure enough, it's that guy." Mojian's mood at this time was like riding a roller coaster, taking a sharp turn. Who is Doria? That is the existence of Freeshaw's subordinates second only to the Kinnet Special Combat Team, and in terms of combat effectiveness alone, there are enough 22,000 horror guys. Although Dodolia was only a dragon trick in the late stage of the Dragon Pearl, for Mon now, it was a mountain that could not be crossed, and with only 9 points of combat power, he did not even have the qualifications to stand in front of Dodoria, let alone others. "What's wrong?" Parrot looked at Mon's ugly face, couldn't help but ask, and then said with a wry smile, "Is it scary to you? Young people are curious is a good thing, but too much curiosity is a bad thing." "I know Uncle Pa, thank you for telling me these things, otherwise I would really be curious to ask others." Mon shook his head. Some things he knew, Parrot was just an ordinary person, telling him was not much use. It was better to go back and cultivate for a while longer, and surpass the reality of Doria as soon as possible. "That's all that can help you. I just hope you don't ask others in the future, it's not good to get into trouble." Parrot nodded. Mon nodded and looked down at the sky outside the window. "It's not early, I'll go back and bring the things, and come over in the afternoon to talk to you about the house." Parrot got up and said, "I'm also going to prepare a transfer agreement, so I'll see you in the afternoon. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 064. Xiao Mo, is there anything that can help me improve my combat effectiveness in a short time?" Walking out of Parrot's compound, Mon walked on the wide avenue, and secretly asked Xiao Mo in his heart to assist the program. "Master, you still have some residual gene optimization liquid type I agents in your body. If you use other drugs, it will have an impact on the master's body, and even lead to the inability to inject several subsequent models of gene optimization liquid. Master, you better absorb all the remaining agents in your body and exchange them completely. Xiao Mo's voice sounded in Mo Wen's mind. Mo Jian frowned. When will you be able to absorb all the remaining potions? After the combat effectiveness is increased to 10 points, it's just that the master has not taken the initiative to exercise since this time, otherwise he would have been able to absorb the remaining potions in the body. Mo Wen shook his head. In the world of school, apocalypse is full of dead bodies, but also to cover the Poison Island Yuzai, Jichuan Shizuka, and others, how can there be that time to exercise? Can only passively absorb, rely on killing. It is not bad to be able to improve your strength and be able to raise to 9 points in a short period of time. It's just that Mo Wen doesn't regret it. Jichuan Shizuka, Poison Island Kyoko, etc. are all his own women, covering them is what they should be, and at this time he has already sensed something. If he exercises, he can reach 10 combat power in 2 days at most, and then he will exchange it again. I guess nothing will happen in the past 2 days. Mo Wen thought to himself secretly, thinking of Duo Daria's tall combat power of more than 22,000 points, and couldn't help but face Xiao Mo Dao. Xiao Mo, how many points do I need to exchange the Earth's cultivation method related to Qi? 300 origin points can be redeemed. Mo asked in horror, how can there be so many? It's just a cultivation method, and it's not a secret code. As long as you go to the Earth, you can get it by looking for a cat immortal or a turtle immortal. The cultivation method of Earth-related Qi is the best cultivation method in the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world, which contains a variety of secret techniques such as hidden breath, locked breath, explosive attack, etc., and the origin point of demand is naturally more. Then what if I directly exchange the cultivation Qi cultivation methods of other planets? How many origin points are needed? Mo Wen asked again. 30 origin points is enough. That's too much difference. Mo Wen was surprised for a while. This is a full 10 times even if the Earth's cultivation method is clever, it does not need so many origin points. This is not comparable. The Earth's cultivation method of Qi is inclusive of all things, and it is the most capable of laying the foundation, the so-called high building from the ground. Without a good foundation, the future cannot climb to a higher place. Xiao Mo's voice echoed in Mo Wen's mind. Mo asked nodded, but it was indeed too expensive. After thinking about it a little, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he thought of a possibility. So Xiao Mo, the Earth's cultivation method about Qi, you give me a hidden breath, locked breath, and explosive attack, except for other abilities, how many origin points do I need? After Xiao Mo was silent for a moment, he slowly spoke. I need 150 origin points. Then exchange it for me. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, the corners of Mo Wen's mouth suddenly hooked a smile, and while instructing Xiao Mo, he secretly thought, sure enough, it can be like this, it will be half less. It seems that in the future, you need to think more about it when you exchange origin points for items. The problem here is big. Yes, Master. As Xiao Mo's voice fell, a torrent of information suddenly entered Mo Wen's mind from an unknown place, and the huge flow of information made Mo Wen, who was walking on the avenue, suddenly stop. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was just a minute, maybe a long time has passed. Mo Qing, who received the flow of information, suddenly opened his eyes, slightly checked the information in his mind, and said to Xiao Mo again, Xiao Mo, if I had just directly exchanged 300 points, what would I have more? Dance Void Technique, After Image Fist, Turtle Sect Qigong, Dongdongbo and other moves. Mo Wen nodded. In addition to the use of the air dance technique, whether it is Turtle School Qigong, or After Image Fist, etc., it is just the use of Qi. Even if he can't create it himself, he can still go to Earth Science in the future. Now the first thing is to improve his strength first, strive to be able to defeat Dodoria, get a spaceship, and leave here. Besides, with such a large number of moves, it is not necessary that you will use them, it is simply a waste of origin points, and if you use these 150 origin points to exchange for other things, it is not necessarily worse than these abilities. After Mon was slightly silent for a moment, he continued, Xiao Mo, help me exchange another piece of clothing that can automatically adjust the weight. Yes, master, portable weight suit, worth 15 origin points. To what extent can this weight-bearing suit reach? Mo asked, looking at the black clothing that appeared in his hand, and couldn't help but speak. Up to 100 times gravity. Mon nodded, and said no more, directly cut off the connection with Xiao Mo, walked to the no man's place outside the avenue, took out gold and silver jewelry worth about 2 billion from the system space, turned around and turned back to Parrot's compound. Buy Parrot's house early, or pick up Poison Island and others early, let yourself be free, have time to cultivate more, and strive to have self-preservation on this planet as soon as possible. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 065. The moon is on the eyebrows, next to a huge courtyard on the outskirts. Is this the house that the husband bought during the day? Such a scenery is really good. Standing outside the gate of the courtyard, Poison Island Kaihuza couldn't help but purse his lips and chuckle as he looked at the tall courtyard gate and the surrounding green scenery. It's really good, it only took one afternoon to find such a good place to stay, I think Mogen really used his heart, replied Yuriko Takashiro as she looked at the compound. I hope Uncle Pa won't have any accidents with so much gold and silver jewelry. Mon looked at the mansion in front of him, thinking about the deal with Parrot in the afternoon, thought to himself with a little gratitude, and then said to the women, don't stand outside the door, let's go in, you still need to clean up inside. This is our home in the future, looked at Mo who led the way into the gate. Gao Chengsaya chuckled and led little Alice. Hearing Gao Chengsha's words, the other women also said with a little feeling, yes, home. At this moment, whether it was Poison Island Yuko or Takagi Yuriko, they all remembered their original world and the disaster there. There, everything happens every moment when the family is broken and people die, but they have such a warm home, which makes them full of gratitude to Mon. Looking at Mon's back, their eyes contain a trace of affection. In addition to little Alice, including Nan Lixiang, a latecomer, is no exception. Let's go, everyone. Everyone looked at each other, suddenly laughed at the same time, held hands, followed behind Mon, and walked into the courtyard door. Listening to the voice coming from behind, the corners of Mon's mouth couldn't help but show a smile, although he didn't know how long he could stay in this Molenseing, but he thought that he would need to live for a long time, as his first home with Poison Island and others, this place is still very symbolic. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Near a beautiful round lake 100 meters away from the compound, Mon was wearing a black weight-bearing suit, gritting his silver teeth, running around the runway with great difficulty. Of course, it was better to say running than strolling, and with every step forward, large drops of sweat would slide down his cheeks. Mon ran forward hard while sensing the condition of his body. It's just twice the gravity, it's so difficult, the internal organs are so fragile, they can't withstand this gravity. It's really hard to imagine how Sun Wukong and others exercise under gravity in the original work. Mo asked, gritting his teeth. Double. The legs are constantly raised and lowered, the muscles between the legs are completely tight, and there is even some pain, and the body is sweaty, and every step will leave a large pool of water stains under the feet. Time passed by minute, ran around this 1,000-meter round lake a few times, and returned to Mon, who returned outside the compound again, finally fell to the ground all of a sudden, and the sweat wet the ground. Thousands of meters of extreme weight running, and is his current limit. At this time, his body still had no strength at all, and even Mon was panting with his mouth wide open, but his eyes always showed a flat gaze. Mon could feel that in the tired muscles. The stimulated cells were constantly growing and growing, and the strength was constantly brewing and improving. Every time you reach such a limit, when you recover, your strength will inevitably increase. "Husband Kun, are you all right?" said Poison Island, who was practicing kendo in front of the hospital in the morning, and quickly ran to Mon's side, and said while worriedly reaching out to help Mon. Mon lay on the ground weakly, and said with a wry smile, "Surprise, wait." At this time, the weight on his body has not been lifted, and the last bit of strength in his body has also been squeezed dry. If the hand of the poisonous island Yuzai touches him again at this time, it will be like the last straw that crushes the camel. It has reached the critical point of the limit, and any little bit of factors will make his body collapse. Mon quickly lifted the weight on his body, and after relaxing his breath on the ground, he spoke, "Now it's possible." Poison Island Surprise quickly helped Mon up from the ground, and said with distress, "Husband, are you hiding something from Kaihuzi?" "How do you say that?" The beautiful eyes of the Poison Island stared at Mon's body tightly. "If there is nothing wrong, why are you exercising so desperately?" "I know I can't hide from you." Mon looked at the Poison Island Surprise. He was originally going to hide everything. He suddenly showed a wry smile, shook his head helplessly and said, "It's something, but you don't have to worry, I'll handle it." "Can't you talk to Jiaozi?" Poison Island Surprise will not let Mo ask so simply. At the same time, at the gate of the compound, Yuriko Takashiro leaned against the gate, her eyes scanning the two of Mo Man and Poison Island Yuko. "I also want to know. Why did you come out too?" Mon looked up at Yuriko Takagi. Yuriko Takashiro walked out from the gate and helped Poison Island Shiko to help Mo and asked, "Is there anything we can't know? Me and Yuriko don't want to be vases. If there is really something, you should tell us, so that we can help you share it." Hearing Gao Cheng Yuriko's words, Mon suddenly fell silent, and after a slight hesitation, he spoke, "Some things are not easy to say. Since you want to help me, then work hard to cultivate. I will tell you the cultivation system of this world later. I hope I brought you here is not harming you." Poison Island Surprise looked at Mo with tender eyes and asked, "No, I can help my husband. Kaihuzi is already very happy." "Me too," Yuriko Takashiro nodded. "Okay, help me back first, I'll tell you about cultivation later. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 066. Xiao Mo, how many origin points do I need to copy an Earth Chi cultivation method? Mon asked while walking towards the courtyard with the help of the two people on the Poison Island. Xiao Mo's voice came out in Mon's mind, because the master has already exchanged it, there is no need to exchange it at all. If you want to copy it, you only need a little origin point. Then copy. Mon nodded, and then seemed to suddenly remember something, and said, "Copy it well and put him in the system space first, but don't appear outside, I can't explain it to them." "Yes, master." At the same time, Mon also returned to the living room with the help of the two of them on the Poison Island. "What's the matter? It's like this early in the morning." Nanlika and Shizuka Jukawa, who had been chatting in the living room, looked at Mo who was helped into the door, and couldn't help but step forward. Mon shook his head, "It's just a little out of strength, it's nothing. Drink some water first." Slowly, Gao Cheng Yuriko helped Mon to the sofa, and then poured a cup of warm water and put it in front of Mon. Shizuka Jukawa thought for a moment and said, "I have Portuguese here. Candy, do you want it?" Everyone looked at Shizuka Jichuan speechlessly. Mo asked, "Dehydration, of course, do you need to ask?" Mon shook his head, did not say much, while the eyes of Poison Island Yuzai and the others looked at Jichuan Shizuka, he secretly transferred the copy of cultivation in the system space to his arms, and then took out from his arms, "This is the method of cultivation. If you want to cultivate, take it and take a look at it first. Is this the cultivation method of this world?" Poison Island Kaihuza curiously took the copy from Mo Wen's hand, and couldn't wait to read it with Yuriko Jokeng. Nan Lika, who was standing on the side, was also attracted by Mo Wen's words, walked to the Poison Island Yuriko and Yuriko Takagi, and checked with them. Looking at the appearance of the three at this time, Mo Wen couldn't help but chuckled, and after seeing that he had recovered some physical strength, he couldn't help but speak, "You guys look slowly, I'll take a shower first, my body is slimy, and it's a little uncomfortable." "Yes." The three nodded while not raising their heads. Mo asked, looking at the three people who couldn't wait, and shook his head helplessly, "These three people are very strong people, and they don't pay much attention to them." While walking towards the bathroom, he secretly asked Xiao Mo, after the extreme exercise just now, "How much residual medicinal power of genetic evolution fluid is still in my body? With the training intensity of the master just now, if you come 2 more times, you can completely absorb the residual medicinal power in your body." Mo Wen nodded and thought to himself, "When all the medicinal power in my body is absorbed, it should be able to increase to the level of 10 points of combat power, and then you can take a good look at what is special about your body." But he always remembered what Xiao Mo said in the Academy's Apocalypse: his body was specially selected by the genetic evolution system, which was rarer than the legendary Super Saiyan, and there was one that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, but he had not seen any signs until now. The legendary Super Saiyan has 10,000 combat power points as soon as he is born. And Mo asked how different his body was from ordinary humans at this time. He really didn't understand why the genetic evolution system respected this body so much. Mo, who couldn't figure it out, didn't think much about it. Anyway, he would soon know. After Mo Wen secretly pondered for a while, he continued, "Xiao Mo, first screen out some things for me to assist in cultivation, and then exchange them for me after I break through." "I wonder what the master wants to exchange?" Xiao Mo said lightly. Mo asked, "Choose some items that enhance your physique and physical fitness. After all, the body is the most fundamental thing. The master currently has 192 origin points which can be exchanged for a refining paste worth 100 origin points, a pulp cleansing liquid worth 50 points, and other items Xiao Mo will not recommend to the owner." Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Mo Wen suddenly thought of the limitation that the gene optimization liquid could not be used with other items at the same time, and couldn't help but ask, "Can these two be used together?" "Yes, master, neither of these will be mutually exclusive." Mo Wen nodded, "Well, you remember first, and then exchange it after I break through." "Yes, master." After rinsing slightly in the bathroom, returning to the living room, looking at the three people who were still looking through the copies, Mo Jian couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you finished reading it yet?" "Almost, it's just that Mo Wen Jun, is the chi mentioned here really so amazing?" Nan Lixiang looked at Mo in disbelief and asked. "Although there are many things missing in this cultivation method, such as moves such as air dancing, it also records a lot about the use of qi, and she from the ordinary world. It is inevitable that she will be a little unacceptable when she suddenly comes into contact with such a novelty. After all, these things only exist and fantasize in their world, and it is too dreamy for them to suddenly appear. It will only be more amazing than you think." Mo Wen chuckled, thinking of the destructive power of Sun Wukong and the others in the original work, and couldn't help but speak. A trace of essence flashed in Poison Island's eyes. "I can't wait to try it. I'll practice with you tomorrow morning. Your physical fitness is too poor, take your time." Looking at the appearance of the Poison Island at this time, Mo Qing couldn't help but speak. "Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 067. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon again. Since seeing the chi cultivation method, Poison Island Surprise still did not endure the temptation of cultivation, and Emma Wen, who was originally going to train with Poison Island Surprise the next day, was pulled out by Poison Island Surprise and others not long after lunch. Just like the beautiful round lake in the early morning, Emma Wen once again exercised with a weight-bearing suit, squeezed his physical strength, sat by the lake, and gave guidance to Poison Island and others. "Quick, swim faster!" Emma Wen whispered towards Round Lake. At this time, the three people of Poison Island Kaihuzi, Joking Yuriko and Nenlika are constantly swimming in the Round Lake. The physical fitness of the three is not as good as Emma Wen, just ordinary people, they don't need weight training at all, they can only rely on ordinary training, break through the limit, and improve their physical fitness. Although swimming is ordinary, it is a very good way to cultivate physical coordination and flexibility, so Emma Wen can only train them so coldly. The three of them gritted their teeth, constantly waving their arms, and their legs also patted the water in harmony. They had swam 10 back and forth at this time. This round lake is 200 meters round trip, 10 round trips is 2000 meters. Already exhausted and about to lose strength. But Emma Wen chose to turn a blind eye to this, wanting to enhance physical fitness, that is, to constantly break through the physical limit. If you are a little tired and give up, it is better not to train. Although Emma Wen was very distressed about the three of Poison Island, they chose the road themselves, either give up, or go all the way, there is no third choice. "Quick, faster!" Emma Wen forced down the reluctance in his heart, and urged without the slightest emotion of indifference. The three people of Poison Island had a trace of ruthlessness in their eyes, staring at the front. Hearing Emma Wen's voice, the hearts of the three people who did not admit defeat suddenly burned, constantly asking themselves to speed up, and none of them chose to give up and return to the shore. In this continuous acceleration, constantly under Emma Wen's orders, the three of Poison Island gradually lost their perception of their arms, but their eyes became brighter and brighter. Mo on the shore asked, looking at the clear eyes of the three people in the lake. He couldn't help nodding secretly, knowing that the three of them had broken through a limit. He couldn't help but speak, "Okay, it's okay." The three of them got to the shore with difficulty. At this time the three of them could not move, especially the arms could not move at all, and the legs were also very sore, especially Yuriko Takashiro, although he was the oldest, but in the Joking family, she was a noble wife for decades, although she usually exercised regularly, but how could she compare with Poison Island and Nenlika? "How's it going?" "It's okay," Mo asked looking at the three people who climbed up from the lake, and couldn't help but speak. Nan Lixiang rolled her eyes and asked, "I usually don't see it, it turns out that you are so ruthless." Emma Wen looked at her speechlessly, "If you don't want to train, you can quit, I didn't force you." Although Mo asked this to Nan Lixiang, his eyes scanned the three of them at the same time, but the meaning was already self-evident. Although it was the three of Poison Island who suffered and suffered, he was a little unbearable to train them personally. "We're not going to quit." Nan Lixiang and the three looked at each other. Looking at the three people with a resolute face, Emma Wen sighed secretly, and then his face sank. "In that case, then let's start the next stage. You three are fine, let me run around this Yungzin lake. Now! Run!" Nan Lixiang and the three looked at Emoching with confidence. At this moment, they couldn't walk at all. This Emochien actually let them run? "Do you have an opinion?" Mo asked, his gaze swept over the three. "I have an opinion, beyond the limit of the human body can exercise, but if I pass too much, my body will cross. I feel that I have reached the limit, and now I can no longer exercise." Nan Lixiang is worthy of being born in the army, and he still has a very good set of training, and when he heard Mo Qing's words, he immediately vetoed it. "If you don't want to run, you can quit," Mo Wen said lightly. Nan Lixiang's faces changed. then silently glanced at Mo Jian, and at the same time took a deep breath, trying to urge Shuang. The legs ran up and ran forward, although the three of them stumbled a little in the first step, and their legs rose to death, but after running for a while, the legs had strength. Hey, what's going on? A smile appeared at the corner of Mo Wen's mouth. Although I can't judge where your real limit is, the system can. The arm force is much higher than the leg when swimming, the leg muscles themselves are higher than the arm is persistent, and the leg can at least carry out a set of training. Thinking of the way Nan Lixiang scolded herself just now, Mo Wen laughed in his heart. If it is in the ordinary world, it is indeed impossible to train, but in this Dragon Ball world, everything is possible. In the universe of the Dragon Ball world, Qi is everywhere, and human cells will constantly absorb these foreign Qi when they are extremely tired to replenish themselves and restore their physical strength. If not, Mo Wen would not have exercised again in the afternoon after extreme training in the morning. While paying attention to the three of Poison Island, Mo Wen secretly checked his own state. There is one more extreme training to reach 10 combat strength. I really look forward to it. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 068. The three of them ran down in a circle, sweating and sitting by the small lake, and at this time, it was extremely difficult for them to even move their fingers, even more embarrassed than Mo Wen after weight training. Looking at the sweaty three, Mo Wen chuckled. This is the Portuguese grape candy I asked Shizuka to prepare before training. You drink a little and replenish the consumption. Saying that, he took out 3 small bowls filled with liquid bodies and placed them in front of the 3 people. Joekeng Yuriko style Love White Mo asked, we can't move, how can we take the bowl? Ugh. Mo Wen smiled awkwardly, then took a small bowl and held the nearest Joekeng Yuriko in his arms. Drink. Yuriko Joekeng's face turned red. Although she and Mo Wen had some relationship beyond friendship, but the knowledge was only limited to the two of them, and Mo Wen was so close at this time, it made her a little embarrassed. In order not to let Poison Island and Nan Lixiang notice anything unusual, he drank the Portuguese grape sugar in the bowl in 3 or 2 clicks. But Poison Island Kaihuza has no burden, her relationship with Mo Wen has long been announced, and when Mo Wen feeds her, she directly falls into Mo Wen's arms generously. As for the last Nan Lixiang, I don't know if she guessed that Mo Wen would hug her, or if his physical fitness itself was better than the two of Poison Island Yuriko. After Mo Man fed Poison Island Yuriko and Gao Cheng Yuriko, she got up and drank the Portuguese grape candy in the bowl herself. Just by looking at her reddish cheeks, you can find that her heart is not so calm at this time. Looking at the 3 women with different expressions, Mo Wen chuckled, how do you feel about such a high-intensity training for the first time? It's still bearable, it's just that your training intensity is too great, stronger than when my father trained me a few hours later, Poison Island asked as he looked up at Mo. Well, it's even tougher than the training in my troops. Nan Lixiang nodded and said. Hearing the words of the two, Mo Wen couldn't help but speak. Where is my training for you? Don't bring the previous common sense here, after all, the world is different, haven't you found something else? Well, it seems that when I broke through the limit just now, something unknown fused into the cell, said Nan Lika sitting on the ground and slightly moving her sore body. That's the unique Qi of this world, Mo Wen nodded. Is this Qi? The 3 of Poison Island thought thoughtfully. Just now not only Nan Lixiang sensed the physical changes, but Poison Island Surprise and Takashiro Yuriko also sensed abnormalities. Yes, the main cultivation in this world is this thing, the stronger the body, the more Qi contained in the body, and the more chaotic and strong the natural combat power. The 3 of them nodded at the same time, pondering secretly. They were still curious when they first came into contact with this dream thing. Looking at the 3 people who were in deep thought, Mo Wen didn't say much, and walked away directly from the 3 people. Just at this moment, his physical strength has almost recovered, and it is time for the last extreme training. Mo Wen, who left the side of the 3 people of the Poison Island, directly turned on the weight on his clothes, and after 2 extreme weight trainings, the double weight load was slowly adapted. Although he could not act like a normal person, but it was not as difficult as the first time. 100 squats first. Immediately Qin Yu began to squat up, at first very relaxed. After doing 30 in a row, Mo felt that his 2 legs were sore, and if he insisted on 10 more, the soles of his feet would have muscle cramps. 100? It's only 40, Mo asked, and it's uncomfortable. But Mo asked without giving up, what is the limit? The limit is the maximum, at this time, although Mo is uncomfortable, but it is far from reaching his maximum tolerance limit. If he gives up at this time, how can he talk about exceeding the limit? Phew! Take a deep breath, pause slightly, the muscles of the foot plate recovered. Mo continued to squat again, but the more he went to the back, the more painful it became. Mo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he kept gritting his teeth and insisting. Holding on to 70 in one breath, Mo even felt that his legs could no longer stand up. Drink! Suddenly drank low, the waist plate forced, actually stood up. Mo's eyes actually had a light burning, it was an excited light. Drink! With another loud drink, Mo stood up again. Drinking again and again, trying to squeeze out every bit of strength hidden in the legs gradually warmed up, and a wave of power emerged from the depths of the muscles. Just like that, almost miraculously, with Mo's last loud drink, he actually completed the 100th squat. Although Mo's legs were floating, as if he was about to fall down at any time, there was excitement and burning madness in his eyes. Mo became more and more fond of the wonderful feeling of transcending the limit, and in the moment of transcending the limit, he felt a kind of excitement of life. Love, yes, is passion, the burning of passion, extreme madness, that feeling is wonderful. The genetic optimization liquid in the body is almost completely absorbed, and it's almost 100 push UPS. Mo bit and fell directly in front of him. 10. 20. 30. Like the squat just now, after doing the same 40 times, the muscles in Mo's arm became sore, but he had experienced this several times, but he liked this feeling very much. As the push UPS continued, the genetic optimization fluid remaining in Mo's body was quickly absorbed by his body, and his combat effectiveness had already reached the critical point of 10, and the moment 100 push UPS were completed, he suddenly crossed over. Ugh! Mo roared happily, as if an invisible shackle had been opened in his body, and the genetic chain also changed the order in this instant. Countless black particles were derived from the altered gene chain and quickly integrated into the blood of the whole body. P.S. Explain that the reason why the protagonist's cultivation is slow is precisely because of the strong relationship between his body genes. 10 combat power is a threshold. After stepping into a blowout promotion, you must not spray when you see the cultivation state here. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 069. Wu. As the black particles that emerged in the gene chain merged into the blood, a pale black airflow suddenly rose out from Mo's body, wrapping Mo's entire body, and the wind automatically blew his clothes. And Mo inside the black airflow also underwent a huge change, and the hair that was originally just an inch long was stretched out abruptly, turning into a shawl of long hair, fluttering behind him. Originally, his appearance, which was only slightly more handsome than ordinary people, also became distinct, and his pitch-black pupils revealed endless faint indifference, incomparably deep. The strong body also became tense at this moment, like a predatory cheetah, full of the beauty of force. What's going on? The husband's body. Mo asked what the black airflow outside Jun's body was. Could it be the chi he just mentioned? Poison Island surprise and the others looked at Mo's changes in horror. Poof! Just as Poison Island Kaihuzi and the others were looking at Mo with shocked faces, Mo, who was wrapped in the center by the black airflow, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of dirty blood with a fishy smell. And as his mouth full of dirty blood spewed out, the many changes also returned to their original state in an instant, and if it weren't for Mon, who the three of Poison Island had been paying attention to, they would really think that it was just their eyes just now. Fajun, Mon Jun. The three people of Poison Island immediately reacted from the shock, seeing Mon suddenly spraying blood, their faces couldn't help but change in unison, completely ignoring the sourness and numbness on their bodies, and stumbled and rushed towards Mon. Fajun, Mon Jun, are you all right? The three of Poison Island ran to Mon's body and said with a sad face. I'm fine, don't worry. Mon, who spewed out a mouthful of dirty blood, was not only not at all uncomfortable, but even a little refreshed. It seems that I used to live in the mud, but now I came out of the mud, and my whole body felt extremely transparent. Washing and cutting hair? Sensing the changes in his body, Mon couldn't help but look at the dirty blood on the ground, which was too much like washing and cutting hair in the fairy world. Are you really all right? Mon's gaze moved away from the dirty blood and fell on the third girl. Not only am I fine, but I'm much better than just now, and there is no time better than now. Go back and let Shizuka check it out, otherwise we won't worry. Poison Island and the others looked at each other, not that they didn't believe Mon's words, but it really scared them just now. Mon looked at the three people of Poison Island speechlessly, hesitated slightly, and nodded, good. The three of Poison Island didn't say much, and without saying a word, they took Mon's arm and walked towards the compound. Mon shook his head, and while being pulled towards the courtyard by the three of Poison Island, he secretly asked Xiao Mo in his heart, Xiao Mo, what happened to my change just now? Xiao Mo's voice was as indifferent as ever, congratulations master, you have opened your own bloodline, and the change in you just now came from your bloodline. Is it like a scion becoming a super scion? Mo asked and guessed. Xiao Mo explained, it's not the same as the super scion. It's a bit similar to the ability of the frozen demon. Frozen demon? Mon frowned, and then continued to ask, as far as I know, the frozen demon clan seems to be weakened and transformed, isn't that kind of ability a chicken rib for me? No, master, your ability is just the opposite, every time the master changes, it will greatly increase the combat power once. Mo asked thinking about his changes just now, and couldn't help nodding, and then frowned, Xiao Mo, according to what you said, I should have transformed many times, so why do I perceive that I can only transform once? Because the master has not yet reached the conditions for the second transformation, said Xiao Mo lightly. Mo asked and nodded, then what conditions do you need to meet to transform twice, or even 3 times? There are 2 prerequisites, one is that the master's strength needs to reach a certain level, and the other is that the owner needs to ingest the genes of other species, rely on the genes of other species to optimize its own genes, so as to open the transformation. Genes from other species? Mo asked for a moment, and asked a little inexplicably. Good. The master's bloodline comes from the ancient gene family, commonly known as the gene warrior, and every stage when the master's strength increases, there must be an ability to ingest genes to optimize and make up for the deficiency of his own genes, so as to make his own genes reach a perfect degree. Can genes of any race be ingested? No matter what species it is, as long as there are genes, they can be ingested without any restrictions. What a domineering ability! Mon's eyes lit up. According to Xiao Mo's words, isn't it possible to ingest the genes of the Scion and the frozen demon race and obtain their abilities? Such a talent is much stronger than the Scion alone, or even the frozen demon family. If there are god genes, such as the genes of Beerus, Ves, and even King Chuan in the late Dragon Ball, then can they also directly devour their genes and obtain their abilities? Just ingesting the genes of other species, will your appearance also change? If you swallow the genes of the frozen family, will you become a non-human? Thinking of this, Mon couldn't help but quickly ask, then after I devour the genes of other species, will I even change my appearance? No, the master's bloodline has a very strong inclusiveness, it will only absorb the abilities and talents contained in the genes of the devouring species, and will not change the most fundamental genetic order of the owner. Mon breathed a sigh of relief. It was good not to become a non-human. He was still quite satisfied with his appearance. Then again, to what extent do I have to be able to ingest the genes of other species? The gene evolution system has divided the level for the master, and every time the master increases a level, he will have the ability to ingest and optimize his own genes once, and after ingesting genes, he will also get the ability to transform once. Open property list. Host, Mo asked. Grade, Black Iron. Skill, Motivation. Combat Power, 10, double combat power after one transformation. It's not that the cabbage doesn't want to change more, the cabbage is not at home today, the manuscript is all in the computer, and it breaks out after returning home. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders. Automatic subscriptions. Chapter 070. Black Iron. Mo asked, looking at the level displayed on the attribute list, and couldn't help but ask with a puzzled face, Xiao Mo, what does this black iron mean? Is this my current level? Yes, Master, the genetic evolution system sets the grades for the Master: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Mo asked nodded. In other words, if the level is increased from black iron to bronze, you can ingest the genes of other species once and strengthen your transformation ability, right? Yes, Master. So. Just as Mo Man was about to say something to Xiao Mo, he tightly pulled Mo Man into the courtyard and the three people of Poison Island Kizai, and before they entered the backyard, they shouted loudly inside, Shizuka, come out quickly. Seeing this, Mon couldn't help but smile bitterly, cut off the continuity with Xiao Mo for the time being, turned his head to the three of Poison Island and said, it doesn't need to be like this, I'm really fine. Whether it's okay or not, it doesn't hurt to let Shizuka check it out, doesn't it? Insisted the three of them. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I wonder if you and Yuriko can let me go first. I'm not so fragile that I need your support to leave, Mon said with a smile as he looked at the two women who were holding his arms tightly. Poison Island Yukiko and Yuriko Takashiro looked at each other, and although they obeyed Mon's words and let go of his arm, their eyes were looking directly at Mon, as if they were afraid that Mon would fall directly. Even Nan Lixiang, who was following him closely, stared at Mon with his eyes tightly, ready to help Mo Ching at any time. Mon left the three of Poison Island and was silent. Are you looking for me? Fortunately, at this time, the figure of Shizuka Jichuan walked out from the courtyard of the mansion and relieved Mon. Looking at Shizuka Jichuan, who walked out of the door from the backyard mansion, Nan Lixiang quickly opened her mouth and shouted, Shizuka, come and check Mon-jun's body. What's wrong with him? Shizuka Jukawa tilted her head and looked at Mo with a curious look. It's okay, don't listen to them. Mon rolled his eyes, and directly took advantage of the fact that the three of them did not react, got out of the encirclement of their people, and walked into the backyard mansion. Husband Kun. Without waiting for Poison Island to say the words, Mo Jian waved his hand without looking back. I don't know my body yet, so be it, rest well, and continue training tomorrow. With that, he stepped directly into the gate. Husband, you wait. Poison Island Kyuzi and the others looked at Mon's back with some annoyance, and then chased after him directly. What happened? Shizuka Jukawa looked at Poison Island and the others in confusion. Nan Lixiang shook her head, don't ask, come in with us to help Mon-jun check his body first. All right. In the middle of Moran Star, inside a huge palace. Report, a sharp-billed monkey-cheeked, strange-looking, and wearing a pair of standard armor suddenly rushed in from outside the gate of the palace. Waste, who let you in? Didn't King Ben say a long time ago, don't disturb King Ben when King Ben is eating? In front of a dining table several meters long on the left and right in the middle of the palace, a slightly thin pink figure covered with flesh thorns looked at the cosmic humanity with a gloomy face. Looking at the gloomy face of the pink figure, the cosmic man suddenly knelt on the ground trembling, his face full of fear. "King Haria, I. The pink figure called Haria by the cosmic people spoke a little impatiently, "Say, what the hell is going on?" Just now the detector showed an energy response in the direction of City X. Oh! Haria's eyes narrowed. It seems that this moron star is still a thief's heart is not dead. There are actually people who dare to practice behind my back. Is it to resist my rule? Let's say, what is the data displayed in the detector? 220, said the cosmic man as he knelt on the ground and said intermittently. Snap! Haria suddenly shook the table, and said with anger on his face, "Waste, you also report the combat strength of 20 points, get me out." The cosmic people trembled, and even the ones who climbed fled out of the palace. "Lord Haria, would you like to send someone over to take a look?" Behind Haria, a tall man, seeing the cosmic man who escaped from the palace, pouted disdainfully. Halia waved her hand, "It's just 20 points of combat strength, and I can't turn over any waves. Besides, it's been a long time since anyone rushed to practice behind the ban I ordered. Keep it first, just when you are bored, you can go over and have some fun." What Lord Haria said, the tall man seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a sinister smile could not help but appear on his face. "Now there's fun again, I hope it's not too boring." On the other side, a man wearing the same armor as the cosmic man just now laughed viciously. "Okay, shut up King Ben, don't disturb King Ben to eat. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions." Chapter 071. Mon sat on the sofa, looked at the three people of the Poison Island around him, and said with a wry smile, "Are you guys like this?" The three of Poison Island did not speak, so they looked at Mon in amazement. Mon's gaze roamed back and forth on the three of Poison Island, and helplessly spoke, "Okay, Shizuka, come and check it out for me." "Oh!" Shizuka Jukawa, who didn't know why, looked at everyone dumbly, and then stepped forward and tinkered indiscriminately for Mon. The three of Poison Island looked at Shizuka Kumagawa nervously. "How is it?" After Shizuka Jukawa tinkered with Mon for a while, she raised her head and blinked her eyes. "Check what?" The crowd was overwhelmed. Mo asked also rolled his eyes. "This girl has been tinkering on herself for a long time, she doesn't know what she is doing, it's really a hindsight, just now everyone said so many times to check, didn't she hear it? That's too white-eyed. You don't know what you're checking, so you've been tinkering with Mon for a long time." Yuriko Takashiro stroked her forehead. Shizuka Jukawa said with some grievances, "You asked me to check, I don't know what to check, did my husband catch a cold? I don't have any cold medicine here." Nan Lixiang said weakly, "How can Mo ask Jun's body to catch a cold? Shizuka, you are serious? Mo Jun vomited blood when he was practicing just now. We are asking you to check if there is something wrong with his body, not to let you see if he has a cold." "Forget it, don't check, I'm really fine, just now looking at everyone's unforgiving appearance, Mon sighed secretly, telling them some secrets of his body one by one, and saving them from continuing to worry. Of course, Mon didn't say everything, some things that should be hidden still had to be hidden, such as his ability to devour genes to strengthen himself. It's not that Mon doesn't believe in Poison Island and others, but if one less person knows, it will be less dangerous. After all, this ability is too terrifying. If others know his ability, they and the Poison Island are in danger. Or second, the real scary thing is that he was caught doing genetic experiments. Although the devouring gene strengthens its ability brought by the bloodline, others do not know and the technology of the Dragon Ball world is so developed, it is not impossible to clone his bloodline. If he is really caught, he will be better off alive than dead. What you said is true. Poison Island and the others looked at Mo and asked. Mo asked and nodded, "Didn't you see that I vomited dirty blood at that time, and it also smelled fishy?" Gao Cheng Yuriko frowned and said, "We didn't think much about it just now, but now that we think about it, there is indeed a meaning." "So, you're just bothering?" Mo Wen shook his head. "So, husband Kun, you are a cosmic person." Hearing the conversation of Mo Wen, Jichuan Shizuka suddenly touched Mo Wen's body curiously. "There is nothing different." "That's not the point." Mo Wen and the others all left Shizuka Jichuan speechlessly. "Mom, Mo Wen Jun, and everyone, you can eat." While everyone was looking at Shizuka Jichuan silently, Saya and little Alice, who had disappeared all along, walked into the hall from the direction of the kitchen. Mo Wen nodded towards Gao Chengshe and spoke, "The matter has come to this, I won't say more, let's go to eat first. If there is any problem, let's talk about it. My stomach has long been hungry." Little Alice rubbed her little belly. Yuriko Takashiro stepped forward and picked up little Alice and said, "Let's go, eat." Early the next morning, Mo Wen stood by the round lake outside the compound, looked at Gao Cheng Saya who was standing side by side with Poison Island Yuzai and the others, and said, "Are you sure you want to cultivate with us?" "Well, I don't want to hold everyone back." Gao Cheng Saya pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded vigorously. Hearing Gao Cheng She's words, Mo Ching couldn't help but turn his head to look at Gao Cheng Yuriko. "You also agreed?" "Well." Looking at Gao Cheng Yuriko who nodded, Mo Wen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "In that case, then you should exercise with your mother. If you can't hold on, don't hold on, it will hurt yourself." After all, Gao Cheng Saya is not used for the other three women, although she is about the same age as Poison Island Surprise, but Poison Island Surprise has been exercising since he was a child, practicing kendo, and his physical fitness naturally does not need to be said, and he can withstand high-intensity exercise. And Yuriko Takashiro and Nanrika, one from a left-wing family, the other from the army, are also people who often exercise, although they are a little worse than Poison Island Surprise, but they can barely keep up. Only Gao Chengshe is just an ordinary person, and even her physical strength and physical fitness are not as good as ordinary people. If she does not master the strength of exercise, her body is easy to collapse. Gao Chengshe's face suddenly showed a smile, and at the same time secretly thought in his heart, "Mo Wen Jun, I hope to help you in the future and become a useful person, not a vase. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions." Chapter 072. Time passed, and 2 months had passed since Saya Takashiro joined the exercise. After more than 2 months of continuous exercise, whether it was Mo Wen, who entered the high-speed improvement after the bloodline was opened, or the 4 women of Poison Island and Jo Keng Saya who joined the exercise successively, they all quietly transformed under this day after day of exercise. "Host?" Mo asked. "Grade, Black Iron. Skill, Motivation. Combat Power, 570, Double Combat Power after a transformation." Mo Wen glanced at the 4 women of the Poisonous Island who were sitting on the edge of the round lake resting, and then opened the attribute panel to take a look, and secretly thought, "Time flies really fast, before you know it, 2 months have passed, the combat power is 570, and the transformation is 1140, it has improved so much in only 2 months, and the cultivation after the bloodline is opened is really much simpler." In the original work, the combat effectiveness of the turtle immortals in the calm state is 139, and from the ratio of other people's calm state to combat state combat effectiveness, it is estimated that there are about 500, such an ability can burst the moon with one punch, that is to say, I am now very strong, but it is still not comparable to the later one. Thinking of the late stage of Dragon Pearl's perverted strength, the boiling heart cooled down again. "Husband, what are you thinking there? Come and sit." Gao Chengshe waved his hand towards Mo Wen. It is worth mentioning that in these 2 months, due to exercising together every day, Jo Kingsaya has also fallen into it and has become one of Mo Wen's women. But Mo Wen didn't have too much time to get along with her, most of the time was training. After all, there was still a Dodoria oppression behind it, there was not enough time for exercise. How could there be the mind to engage in this kind of thing, only to wait for the strength to improve, or after killing Dodolia, then think of a way? Mo Wen took back his thoughts, looked up at Gao Chengshe, chuckled, walked to the 4 of them and said, "You guys are really idle enough, your physical training is completed today. Combine work and rest, and have been exercising for 2 months, it has been a long time since I went shopping, we are going to take a break first, and then go to the city center, how about you, do you want to go together?" Yuriko Takashiro turned to look at Mo and asked. Mo Wen shook his head, thinking of Jichuan Shizuka who stayed at home all day, and couldn't help but speak, "No, you guys go by yourself, take Shizuka with you. By the way, that girl stays at home all day, I think it's already stuffy. I don't know what that girl has been thinking all day, where she sits in a daze every day, she should be taken out for a walk." Nanrika thought of the cute Jukawa Shizuka, and couldn't help but say helplessly. At this time, Poison Island turned to look at Mo and asked, "Husband, let's have a discussion, we have been constantly exercising our physical strength in the past 2 months, strengthening the cultivation of qi, and we haven't fought yet, I want to try my current skills." Before the disaster of school apocalypse broke out, Mo Wen would compete with her every morning, and for more than 2 months, everyone has been constantly improving. In terms of combat effectiveness, Poison Island has reached the level of 100 at this time. But he has never fought with Mo Wen once. It has a hidden desire to kill. Looking at her, she has suppressed for more than 2 months, and she has already had some itchy hands. "Yes, we also want to see Shoza fight against Fujun," Gao Chengsaya asked with red cheeks and looking at Poison Island and Mo with an expectant look. Not only the Poison Island surprise, but even Jo Kengsaya who joined the exercise last, after more than 2 months of exercise, he has made great progress. The combat effectiveness of Minami Rika, Yuriko Takashiro, and Saya Takashiro at this time was 85, 79, and 51 respectively. Of course, this is not their talent, but the result of Mo Wen redeeming pulp and other drugs to assist them. After all, the 4 people of Poison Island themselves do not have any special bloodlines, just ordinary earthling bloodlines. If not for the assistance of drugs such as pulp wash, they may still be hovering below 10 o'clock at this time. After all, the time of cultivation is still too short, it is only 2 months. From here, it can be seen how important the bloodline is in the Dragon Ball world, compared to the original, the strongest man on the earth, Klin. His exercise intensity is not worse than Sun Wukong, and even harder than Sun Wukong in the later stage, but no way, under the limit of bloodline, even if he tries hard, it is not much use, and in the end, he can only be reduced to the role of playing soy sauce. However, in this way, Mo Wen's origin point was seriously reduced, not only did he need to use medicine, but also Poison Island Kaihuzi and others, and even Mo Wen exchanged each of them for a weight-bearing equipment. Although it was only exchanged for 4 load-bearing suits worth 5 origin points, the maximum gravity could only be adjusted to 50 times, but with auxiliary things such as drugs, it also directly consumed Mo Wen's origin points. But in this regard, Mo Wen does not regret it. Exchange items for his own women, Mo Wen will not be stingy, and the strength of Poison Island and others is strong, and in the face of enemies in the future, he does not need to bother to protect, and even helps him. Mo Wen looked at the Poison Island surprise, and after thinking about it, he chuckled and nodded, "It's okay, then let's talk, I haven't done it for a long time, it's good to move." Poison Island looked pleased, and then stood up abruptly from the round lake and said, "You wait for me." Saying that, the Poison Island was surprised and hurried into the courtyard next to it. When she returned to everyone again, she already had an extra long sword in her hand. "Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 073. Wu. On a grassy field about a kilometer outside Round Lake, Mon and Poison Island were separated by several meters, holding each other. Ready. Mon stood casually on the grass and looked at the poisonous island on the opposite side. The poisonous island who held the long sword directly entered the battle state, and a deep momentum rose up in his body, staring at Mo Ching without a trace of expression, and did not open his mouth to answer, and after a low drink, he raised his sword and rushed over to Mon. Drink! Almost in the blink of an eye, the poisonous island was already close to Mon's body, and the long sword in his hand swung with an orange-yellow light on the sword body, and swung towards Mon. A trace of essence flashed in Mon's eyes. Standing majestically in place, the invisible spiritual power suddenly penetrated his body, instantly changing the offensive of the Poison Island surprise, and then a huge spiritual power erupted from him, like a mountain across the Poison Island surprise, shrouded in the Poison Island surprise. Yes, this is Mon's Neon power. In the past 2 months, although Mon has not taken the initiative to cultivate Neon power, but under the continuous improvement of physical fitness, it has also driven the growth of Neon power. After 2 months, the originally very weak motivation has also made great progress, although it has not yet reached the level of a mind movement and a crack, but some simple applications can still be done. For example, now guide the sword body of the Poison Island to turn, such as spiritual power oppression, such as holding itself up and flying in the air, and so on. Brush. Poison Island frowned, and the chi contained in various cells of his body suddenly burst out, forcibly breaking out of the oppression of Mon's spiritual power, and at the same time changing the sword body that was bounced off by Neon power in his hand, and slashed it directly towards Mon's neck with a swing. This girl is really a dead hand, aren't you afraid that I can't prevent it? Looking at the movements of the poisonous island, Mon thought to himself secretly, but the body movement was not slow, suddenly put away the power of thought, and the force under the foot was exerted, and the figure had already rushed out of the range of the sword body. Fist out, wind movement. Mon's fist was about to smash on Poison Island's body. The Poison Island's face did not change, and at the moment when Mon rushed out of the sword body, there was also a shock under his feet, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and rushed into Mon's arms, and his right leg bounced up, like a dragon going out to sea, attacking Mon's small abdomen with the power of covering the sea. Mon is tall and fierce, and he doesn't want to be bullied by the Poison Island surprise. At this time, the move is old, and the move is not enough, but in terms of combat effectiveness alone, after all, he is more than 1 step higher than the Poison Island surprise, and he just used 20% of the combat power. At the moment when Poison Island Surprise's right leg was about to mention his small abdomen, he suddenly accelerated, and his knee leg crashed into Poison Island Surprise's right leg like a poisonous dragon. After all, Mon's skills were superior, and his knees and legs were fiercely loaded into the bend of the leg of the Poison Island Surprise, making it difficult for the Poison Island to break out with all his strength, and he gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Boom! The powerful impact force slammed the whole person of the Poison Island and flew backwards. At the same time that Mon was fighting with Poison Island, he was far away in the palace in the middle of Molenseing. Sitting at the top of the hall, Halia, while boredly playing with 2 round-like objects, turned her head to the cosmic man standing behind him. What has happened to my brother Doria recently? Lord Doria is following King Frisia in search of a resource planet in the universe. The cosmic humanity that stands behind Haria. It's really boring on this moron star, and I really envy Doria, said Halia, squinting her eyes. Hearing Halia's words, a trace of essence flashed in the eyes of the cosmic people, and then he spoke. If Lord Haria is bored, you can contact Lord Doria and ask him to pick you up and go around the universe together. You're right, why didn't I expect it? Haria's eyes lit up. Diddy. Just as Harya was about to ask the cosmic man to inform Dodoria so that he could pick him up and go around, a series of data streams suddenly appeared on the battle detector on his left eye. Hey! Harya's face frowned, raised her hand and pressed the battle detector on her left eye, then turned her head to look outside the hall, and Mo asked the direction where the others were. How can there be more than 100 people with more than 100 combat power on this planet? Could it be the same person from 2 months ago? The cosmic man standing behind Harya also pressed the battle detector warn on the left and right, and secretly thought about the next path. Are you kidding? With the blood of the Moran star, it is impossible to increase from 10 points of slag to more than 100 in just 2 months, said Halian noncommittally. As the ruler of the Moran star, how could Harya not understand the potential of the Moran star, equivalent to the Earthlings, and it was completely impossible to increase the combat power from 10 points to more than 100 in just 2 months. The cosmic man nodded. If it wasn't for the person from 2 months ago, then who would this be? Just take a look at it. Just because King Ben is still bored, let's have some fun. A playful smile flashed on Harya's face, and then she spoke, Druo, bring a few people and follow me over to see. Yes, Lord Halia. Note, the protagonist's combat power is systematically shielded. As long as it is not seen in person, the combat detector cannot be detected. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, and reminders. Chapter 074. The husband is also true. I don't know if Jin Ichi let the sister of the child. Jao Kengshe, who was sitting on the edge of the round lake and watching the battle, looked at the poison island that flew out upside down, and then said with disgust. Nan Lixiang, who came out of the army, knew Mo Qing's purpose, and when she heard Gao Chengshe's words, she couldn't help but explain, sweat more in peacetime, shed less blood in wartime, although it is just a discussion, but if you give in at the beginning, how can you let the surprise have a personal experience? Yuriko Takashiro also nodded in agreement. Not bad, say look at it well, don't talk. Humph. Gao Chengsaya pouted, snorted softly and said no more, and Maimo looked at the lawn in the distance without blinking. Whew! The poisonous island that flew out upside down, stood firmly on the ground after a few backflips in the air, sensing a somewhat numb right leg, and couldn't help but arouse the majestic power in the body to walk on the entire right leg. In order to restore the right leg at the same time, the left leg lightly touched the ground, and instantly appeared in front of Mo Wen. Jumping up gently, the poison island surprised that his body was as tall as Mo Wen, and his toes kicked Mo Wen's jaw with a sharp wind, and the strong wind was sharp and cold, stabbing Mo Wen's jaw skin slightly tightened. Mo Wen also jumped up with the trend, overlapping his palms to block the toes of the poisonous island. Bang! The heavy crash sounded at my mind, and the two of them each retreated and landed on the ground. Drink! Poison Island snorted lowly, his body jumped up again, quickly flipped forward in the air, and with the momentum of splitting Mount Hua, his hands were tightly grasped on the hilt of the sword, and he slashed down on Mo Wen's head, just like Mount Tai pressing the top, unstoppable. Mo Wen's eyes flashed, and Nian Li suddenly came out, covering his hands with a layer of protection, and the rung was above his head, and he endured the heavy blow of the poisonous island. A huge amount of power poured into Mo Wen's arms, making his hands tremble lightly, and in an instant Mo Wen's heart moved, and in an instant, the incomparably ferocious power of the poisonous island was led to the ground. Click! Only listening to a muffled sound, the grass under Mo Wen's feet suddenly cracked several gaps, spreading outward along his eyes. What a terrifying power! Sister Kaihuzi is so strong. Gao Chengsaya looked at the cracked grass under Mo Wen's feet, and his eyes couldn't help but tighten. Nan Lixiang looked deeply at Poison Island Kizai. I didn't expect that key use of Qi has reached such a level, condensed into a little, and exploded in an instant. This talent is really... Yes, Yuriko's talent is very strong, which we cannot match, coupled with age, the plasticity is also higher than ours. Yuriko Takashiro squinted her eyes slightly. Gao Chengshe did not speak, his eyes under his glasses stared at the poisonous island Qiazi tightly, and secretly clenched his fists. Since Sister Qiazi can do it, then I can also. Although Gao Chengsaya is the most intelligent among the women, his competitive spirit is not weaker than others. She didn't think that she would be much worse than Poison Island Qiazi. You must know that she had just come into contact with cultivation 2 months ago. But Poison Island Kaihuza had begun to exercise and practice kendo since she was a child. In Jiao Kengshe, as long as his combat effectiveness is raised to the same level as that of Poison Island Surprise, he can also achieve the level of Poison Island Surprise at this time. Call. After Mon introduced the strength of the poisonous island into the ground, his legs sank slightly, and then he jumped violently, one leg pulled off the ground, and quickly kicked upwards. The attack of the poison island has stopped, but he did not let go of Mon's heavy blow, and the whole person flew out with a violent shock. Mo asked unsparingly, and at the same time that the poison island was flying out upside down, he also followed closely behind, rushing towards the poison island with lightning. Fast. Permit. Vicious. Mon at the moment when the poison island was about to land, another side kick, and the poison island Surprise stretched out in the air had nowhere to borrow power, and he was about to be kicked fiercely. Seeing this, Poison Island took a deep breath, and the descent slowed down in vain, and at the moment when Mon's side kick brushed his body, he reached out and jerked on it, and the whole person took off again, and a backward flip quickly fell to the ground. Boom! Mo asked to see the Poison Island Surprise dodged his own attack. The corner of his mouth could not help showing a smile. Not nonsense, the figure flashed. In the moment when the Poison Island Surprise just landed, he appeared behind her, turned his palm into a knife, and slashed horizontally towards the neck of the Poison Island Surprise. Poison Island's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around, holding the long sword in both hands, and handed it forward, blocking Mon's palm. Mon smiled softly. He had already anticipated the movements of Poison Island Surprise, and when Poison Island Surprise handed out his long sword and blocked the front of his palm, he suddenly changed his move, bypassed the sword body, and slashed down at Poison Island Surprise's neck again. Just when Mon's hand knife was about to slash into the neck of the Poison Island Qiazi, he suddenly froze, and in an instant he flashed, left the side of the Poison Island Qiazi, and looked up at the sky in the distance. What's wrong? Poison Island Surprise, who had already been struck by Mon, thus ending the battle, looked at Mon's appearance, and couldn't help but ask. Someone is coming. Mon frowned and replied, his face was ugly and he secretly cursed in his heart, damn, I almost forgot about such a thing as a battle detector. Then since Haria, who rules Moran Star, is the younger brother of Doria, how can there be no battle detector? Enemy. Although Poison Island Yuzai can also use Qi to sense people, her combat power is only more than 100 points after all, and the distance of perception is not as far as Mon, so at this time, she has not sensed anything approaching. Yes. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions. Chapter 075. Mo asked, what are we going to do? The three of Jiao Yuriko looked at each other, and at the same time walked to the side of Mon and Poison Island Surprise. Just now they also heard Mon's words, but they were also the same as Poison Island Surprise, and they couldn't sense any traces of the enemy. Xiao Mo, how many origin points do I have left? Mo asked secretly to the auxiliary program Xiao Mo in his heart. Master, in the past 2 months, you have exchanged 4 weight-bearing suits, several auxiliary drugs and pulp cleansing liquid, and there are not many origin points left. Xiao Mo's voice always sounded at the right time, still as indifferent as ever. How much? 8 o'clock, there are still the last 8 origin points left. Mon's brows furrowed deeply, and he thought to himself, help me see if there are any props or items that can shield the aura. The owner's current remaining origin points can only be exchanged for one-time shielding props, and other items cannot be exchanged by the owner without origin points. Xiao Mo said lightly. What? How many origin points do you need? Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Mo couldn't help nodding. He didn't have the luxury of exchanging for anything good. After all, it was only 8 points of origin. The shielding ring, from the plane of technology, can shield all objects or people's perception, lasts for 1 hour, and requires 5 origin points. Redeem it for me. Mon exchanged it directly without thinking about it, although it was only for an hour, and it was enough for the current situation. Good host. A shimmer of light that was invisible to others flashed, and a black and white ring suddenly appeared in the empty palm of Mon's hand, and after looking at it casually, he handed him to Jiao Kengshe, who was the worst beside him. She, you take this ring, go back and ask Shizuka to leave here first. I'm not leaving, why are you telling me to go? Gao Chengshe's face changed. Looking at Gao Chengshe's expression, Mon sighed secretly, and organized the next language. I don't worry about Shizuka and little Alice at home, you take them away, just to protect them. Gao Chengsaya bit his lower lip and said, but I want to stay and help you. Mo asked for a while, a trace of warmth flashed in his heart, and said softly, there will be more opportunities to help me in the future, don't care about this time or two, go back and take Shizuka and little Alice first, we will go to you when we solve the matter here. But but he didn't want Jiao Kengsaya to stay. Under his perception, the worst strength of the people who came have 50 combat power, and there are still many people. When the time comes, he can't care about Jiao Kengsaya at all, or let her take Shizuka Jichuan and little Alice away from this place of wrong early. Gao Chengsaya pursed his lips. Yuriko Takashiro stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Go back, say, Shizuka and little Alice are still waiting for you. Gao Chengshe looked up at his mother, then looked at Mo Jian, nodded vigorously, and said, okay, I'll take them away, but husband, if you encounter an enemy next time, don't let me leave again. Well. Mon nodded with a serious face. This time he was careless, forgot about the battle detector, not prepared. Next time will definitely not happen again. This is what you said, next time you must not let me leave. I will also fight side by side with everyone. Gao Chengshe took a deep breath, reluctantly looked around Mon several people again, and then turned and ran towards the courtyard not far away. At the same time that Gao Chengshe's figure had just stepped into the compound, Poison Island's face suddenly changed, her eyes stared at the sky in the distance, and at this time she finally sensed the breath from afar. Here, such a strong breath. Hearing the words of Poison Island, Yuriko Takashiro and Nenrika on the side also nodded. Mon stared at the sky in the distance, flipped his hand and took out the energy armor exchanged in the world of Epicalypse of the Academy, and while handing it to Yuriko Takashiro, he spoke, everyone be careful, Yuriko, this is for you. What? Mo didn't say much, and said directly, protective equipment, you put it on. Well, after Gao Chengshe left, the worst strength was her. In order not to let Mon be distracted in the battle to protect herself, she did not refuse, and directly received it. Rumble. As Yuriko Takashiro put on the energy armor, there was a subtle roar in the sky in the distance, and a small black dot appeared from the sky, turning into a huge flying machine in an instant, appearing in everyone's sight. Looking at the flying machine that was getting closer and closer, Mon's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, I don't know if that Halia came over in person. Phew. Just as Mon was secretly guessing, the flying machine from far and near stopped above everyone's heads and fell down under the lawn. Here, you guys be careful. Mon looked at the flying machine that fell overhead, turned his head and said to Poison Island and the others. Yes. Click. A sound of mechanical rotation came out, facing Mon and the others, suddenly opened a huge gap, and one by one, the neatly dressed cosmic people holding guns divided into 2 teams and walked out from the gap. Halia took 2 men, one tall and one short, surrounded by these 2 teams of cosmic people, and strode out of the aircraft. Is this Halia? Mon squinted his eyes slightly, and recognized Haria, the ruler of Moran Star, at a glance, because his appearance was too similar to Dodoria. Except for his thin and small look, he was no different from Dodoria, just like a mold carved. Ask for flowers, monthly passes, tips, collections, reminders, automatic subscriptions.